Chapter 1. I became the Demon Duke in the city of Gatling. Established 3 centuries ago upon the endless wasteland, lies the most formidable stronghold of the Silvermoon Kingdom in the Northern Realm. Within this colossal northern city, in a modest and near the bustling center, a strikingly handsome young man, whose lineage might well be questioned for traces of elven blood, lies unconscious upon the floor, teetering on the brink of life and death. Clad in an opulent, pure white noble robe, his eyes are firmly shut, and his pallid complexion betrays not a hint of color, resembling that of a lifeless corpse. The cause of his state lies in the gruesome scar etched into his wrist, from which blood flows languidly, perfuming the air with a metallic scent that saturates the room. More unsettling still, the blood seeping from his wrist is being greedily absorbed by a crystal orb clutched tightly in his hand, a crystal capable of devouring life's essence, undoubtedly no ordinary artifact. The scene evokes the notion that some avaricious and ignorant noble has invoked a forbidden and malevolent spell, only to be met with fatal repercussions. Time elapses, and the light outside gradually dims, casting a shroud of gloom over the room that I end his slumber. Loren feels an excruciating pain in his wrist akin to being stabbed. Initially dismissing it as a mere dream, the relentless agony pierces his consciousness, rousing his dulled senses from their stupor. After what feels like a monumental effort, akin to pushing open a door of unimaginable weight, he finally manages to open his eyes to that moment. The crystal orb in his grasp emanates a chaotic radiance, and the scar on his wrist heals at an astonishing pace, leaving behind only a faint mark. His weakened body renders him sluggish, preventing him from grasping the incomprehensible phenomena unfolding before him. Before him looms the ceiling, adorned with intricate carvings rich in religious symbolism, appearing hazy and disordered under the dim light. After a brief respite, he gathers enough strength to survey his surroundings. The room exudes a strong medieval Western European ambience, with faded oil paintings depicting the legendary tales of knights slaying dragons adorning the walls. The antiquities and furnishings, though aged, are imbued with an exotic charm that as he takes in the unfamiliar environment, confusion floods his mind. Was he not merely drinking with a client? Had he overindulged? Which establishment was this? It appears almost too elaborate. Might a witch soon enter to conduct a physical examination? Such a notion is rather novel. Yet, just as he attempts to rise, a torrent of fragmented memories floods his mind. His frail body feels as though it has been struck, and with a resounding thrum in his head, he slips once more into unconsciousness. After an indeterminate span, Loren awakens for a second time. This time, however, clarity replaces his previous confusion, and his expression transforms into one of profound significance. In the realm of Nor, the Silvermoon Kingdom, in Gatling, I am now Loren Grant, scion of the prestigious Bougainvillea family. An esteemed noble of the Silvermoon Kingdom. 3 months prior, while accompanying my forebears on a hunt to thwart a nefarious ritual, I inadvertently acquired a crystal orb. This orb possesses unfathomable power, and I have inherited the bloodline of a demon duke from it. Now, I possess the dormant blood of a demon duke. Have I become a demon duke? A sudden jolt of realization courses through him, and his eyes widen in alarm. Moreover, the emergence of this crystal is the result of a terrifying demon lord's intention to activate it through a wicked ritual. After losing the orb, this demon lord has been scouring the Silvermoon capital for its trace, appearing daily for half a month, even injuring legendary heroes in the process. So, indeed, I have inherited the blood of a demon duke. Yet I must also contend with the relentless pursuit of a demon lord from the outset. Is this truly how thrilling it must be? Loren's expression darkens as he continues to explore the memories left by his predecessor. The realm of Nor encompasses countless dimensions, inhabited by numerous malevolent beings, with demons standing as among the most fearsome. The Silvermoon Kingdom has long suffered under the scourge of demons. Even a prince tainted by their presence would meet a gruesome end, their infamy rivaled only by that of the blood polluters. Under such dual pressures, my predecessor, while the blood of the demon duke remained dormant, petitioned the family to renounce his claim to the Bougainvillea dukedom, departing the capital to become a lord of the wilderness in the north. Under the protection of the guardians sent by the family, Fiyana, he safely arrived in the grand northern city of Dekel. To expedite his development, he invested heavily in acquiring information regarding suitable land for city construction from a mercenary band, brimming with confidence as he embarked with hundreds and ample supplies to claim that territory. On the 31st of every month in the realm of Nor, the moon transforms into a sanguine hue, a day known as the blood moon. The blood polluters, lurking within the dimensional realms, emerge to assault all human cities as the blood moon rises 0.5 days ago. The blood moon heralded an unprecedented onslaught, and the inadequately defended territory was swiftly breached. Were it not for the formidable guardian Fiyana, my predecessor would likely have perished. Yet, despite this, the efforts invested over the past month and the savings brought from his family have dissipated into nothingness. To revive the territory, my predecessor returned to Dekel from the endless wasteland. However, now devoid of funds, the scion of the illustrious Bougainvillea family finds himself residing in a humble inn, stimulated by the fall of his territory. He sought to awaken the blood of the demon duke within him, attempting to extract power from the crystal orb through a blood ritual. Yet, in an unfortunate mishap, he bled excessively, leading to his soul being consumed by the orb. So, to sum it up, have I crossed over, rather than merely being in some establishment? After reviewing the memories, Loren exerted himself to rise. Seated on the floor, he surveyed the strange, yet somewhat familiar surroundings. An odd sensation welled within him. What is happening? I was merely enjoying drinks while discussing business with a client. How could I have crossed over? Then, as if a thought struck him, a pang of anxiety gripped his heart. A semblance of helplessness and confusion surfaced on his face, reminiscent of a child lost in the dark. Will I ever return? Mother, sister, his spirits, already low, plummeted further, a sharp pain twisting within. His father had passed away early, and his mother had poured countless efforts into raising him and his sister, enduring hardship to nurture them. The image of his sister, who had followed him like a shadow since childhood, cheerfully calling him Gogo, and his mother, her hands calloused yet warm with love, represented his only ties and source of strength. Yet now, the thought that he might never again see the little girl who nestled against his knee. Eating and mumbling Gogo constricted his throat, and his eyes stung with unshed tears. Despite his attempts to suppress his emotions, the overwhelming impact rendered him unable to contain himself. Just then, the door of the inn swung open with a creak, and a figure clad in black armor, tall and graceful, resembling an angel descended from the heavens, stepped into the room. Chapter 2. System Activation Failure. The girl appeared to be in her mid-20s, her long black hair cascading down her back with an air of nonchalance and an extraordinary charm. Her exquisite visage bore skin as tender and flawless as that of a newborn. Yet, what drew the most attention was the icy demeanor that enveloped her. Her deep blue eyes radiated a coldness that seemed to repel others, exuding an aura that clearly signaled a desire for solitude. Upon encountering Loren, who sat on the ground with reddened eyes, Fiyana's brow furrowed, her expression turning even more frigid that a surge of anger swelled within her. Loren, is it merely that the fairy bank refused to grant you a loan? Is it just that a few nobles declined to support your ventures? I have not given up. How can you be so weak as to crumble under such trivial setbacks, sitting here on the floor in tears? If it weren't for the Duke's assignment, I would rather face death at the hands of the lizard men than stoop to being the guardian of someone so feeble. Loren turned to glance at the girl, whose beauty could only be described as extraordinary, and in response to her stunned gaze, he coldly replied, "You understand nothing." Fiyana displayed a flicker of astonishment. As a platinum-level powerhouse, she had previously commanded such respect from Loren that he scarcely dared to breathe in her presence. "You!" A terrifying aura suddenly surged from her, akin to a mighty dragon awakening from slumber, causing the very air in the room to freeze. Loren felt a crushing weight upon his chest, as if a boulder of immense mass had been placed upon him. His already pallid complexion grew even more ashen, giving him the appearance of someone on the brink of death. Yet, within his pitch-black eyes, there was no hint of retreat. He sat resolutely on the ground, coldly fixing his gaze upon Fiyana, like a blade unsheathed. "Fiyana, you should be aware of your position. Now, temper your intensity. To possess a guardian for one's safety was a privilege reserved solely for the direct descendants of prominent families. The Bougainvillea family ranked among the foremost noble houses in the Silvermoon Kingdom, and Loren was originally of direct lineage, why voluntarily renouncing his claim to inheritance and journeying to the Northern Territories to become a frontier lord. He had garnered the Duke of Bougainvillea's special consideration, resulting in the assignment of an exceptionally powerful guardian for his protection. Fiyana was that guardian, a being of tremendous strength who had attained the pinnacle of platinum status. Had it not been for her, he would not have survived the gruesome onslaught of the bloodied polluters that breached his territory just days prior. However, no matter how formidable her power, she had no right to confront him with disdain. The Loren of old was no more. He was not the scion of the Bougainvillea family, but rather the eldest son of the Luo family, a descendant of Huaxia. She might regard the former Loren with cold disdain. But he would not be cowed into silence as his predecessor had been. Though raised solely by his mother in humble circumstances, he had, prior to his transmigration, forged an empire worth over 100 million through sheer audacity and tenacity. In the realm of commerce, where the offspring of the wealthy and influential thrived, to rise from nothing to a fortune exceeding 100 million, while also ensuring his survival, was no trivial feat. As he met Fiyana's razor-sharp gaze, he sensed that Loren had transformed into someone entirely different. The pressure emanating from him was palpable enough to affect her. After a tumultuous moment, she subdued her ire, her countenance as frigid as ice. "Loren, I am your guardian, but not your servant. That my sole duty is to ensure your safety." With that, she produced a heavy cloth pouch, slamming it onto the table beside him with a dull thud. "This is 500,000 pukas. My savings from these past years, and I believe it suffices in repaying you. Since you wish for me to refrain from further discourse, I shall henceforth focus solely on your protection. All other matters are beyond my concern." With that, she turned sharply and strode away. Loren was momentarily taken aback by her words, his sharp gaze softening. The currency system of the Knoll world bore a striking resemblance to that of Earth. Governed by the fairy bank that controlled the issuance of currency, 1 puka could purchase a loaf of black bread on the street, and 2 or 3 could suffice for a meal. Its purchasing power was comparable to that of the RMB, where one could buy a small bun for a similar amount, 500,000 pukas, that equated to 500,000 RMB, a sum that would surpass the lifetime savings of many. Despite her platinum-level prowess, Fiyana's monthly allowance from the Bougainvillea family amounted to merely 30,000 pukas, a figure that hardly covered her expenses, particularly given her youth. Clearly, 500,000 pukas represented a significant portion of her savings. She could have turned a blind eye, as a mere noble scion's fanciful endeavors in the endless wilderness would hardly elicit concern. Yet, in his moment of despair, she not only chose to remain by his side, but also offered her entire life as savings to him. A hard exterior concealing a tender heart, that Loren's emotions were decidedly complex, that in his previous life, he had amassed a fortune exceeding 100 million, with accessible liquid funds exceeding 20 million, that he had sent money home during his university days to support his sister. And the experience of being financially supported by a woman was indeed foreign to him. Is this what it feels like to be sponsored? Fiyana's intervention dulled the pain of never seeing his mother and sister again. And after a few deep breaths, he managed to suppress his tumultuous emotions. Rising slowly, he shook his head with a wry smile. While 500,000 was no small sum, he needed to develop a territory. Investing such a figure might barely cause a ripple, that he glanced at the pouch but pushed it aside, the evening drawing near and the room dimly lit. Grabbing a fire starter, he ignited the candle on the table. Instantly, the room was illuminated. Candles infused with beast oil shine nearly as brightly as a 20-watt bulb. It's absurd. As he surveyed the brightly lit room, Loren began to contemplate deeply. There was no point in quarreling with Fiyana. She was, after all, his guardian, and they could mend their relationship later. The pressing issue at hand was how to proceed from here. He was faced with an utterly disastrous situation. Millennia ago, the Knoll world had experienced a catastrophic event known as the Twilight of the Gods, resulting in the demise of all deities and the shattering of the world itself. This divine conflict had wrought tremendous changes upon the realm, most notably the emergence of horrific life forms, the bloody polluters, within the dimensional planes. Typically, these entities remain dormant, but on the 31st of each month, the normal moon would retreat, making way for the blood moon down on these blood-red days. These malevolent beings would emerge from the rifts in space to assault the human cities of the main Null realm. The larger the cities constructed, the more they attracted the onslaught of the bloody polluters. Decker City, the largest in the northern territories of the Silvermoon Kingdom, was bordered by the vast and endless wilderness. According to the laws of the Silvermoon Kingdom, frontier lords had the freedom to construct their cities within the endless wilderness, and these cities would belong entirely to them. Even commoners could ascend to nobility. Decker City had been established 3 centuries prior by a frontier lord. Thus, becoming a frontier lord in the wilderness was a dream cherished by many, despite the inherent dangers. However, to truly claim the title of lord, one must first confront the monthly blood-red day. Just 5 days prior, the blood moon had risen, and the savage bloody polluters had breached his territory, annihilating the resources he had painstakingly acquired. More critically, the demonic Duke bloodline within him was awakening. He could not afford to live comfortably in the city for long, that if exposed, his only fate would be execution. His predecessor had traveled great distances from the capital of the Silvermoon Kingdom to the north to establish a city for his own safety. Unless he wished to hide in the shadows of sewers, living a life of perpetual exile, becoming a powerful lord was his only option. Though the world was vast, no one could tolerate the presence of a demonic duke in their midst. Though my territory has been breached, not all the resources I purchased have been destroyed. There is still some accumulation that, if left unattended, the tens of millions I invested could be entirely wasted. Moreover, the geographical position of that territory is quite advantageous, although it harbors dangers. Abandoning it would be a grievous loss. Loren's brow furrowed in contemplation. While it was not insurmountable to restructure the territory, provided he had sufficient funds, he could easily procure a formidable army of slaves to safeguard it. Yet, the most pressing issue was a lack of money. Just as he pondered how to break through this dilemma, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his ears. Ding detected acquisition of territory. System activation in progress. Loren's eyes lit up at a system. His spirit soared, only to be dashed in the next moment. Insufficient energy. System activation failed. What the hell? How could this happen? Chapter 3. Task. First bucket of gold. Earn 10 million in 3 days. Loren's elevated spirits plummeted once more, only to rise again. Ding energy source detected. Ancient god S divinity. Beginning absorption of power. Could it not be so dramatic? He felt as though he were on a roller coaster, emotions rising and falling with each moment. Suddenly, he glanced down at the crystal ball in his hand. The very artifact that had endowed him with the demonic Duke bloodline was that of an ancient goddess divinity. However, before he had the chance to scrutinize it further, the crystal ball shattered abruptly, transforming into energy that vanished into the void. The ancient god's divine essence slipped away before he could even warm it in his grasp. Loren felt a pang of anguish in his heart. Ding, ancient god's divine essence has been fused. World rules are now being analyzed. Rule analysis successful. Fusion system is now initializing. Fusion completed. Lord system activated. Granting the Lord talent, the Eye of Truth. As the system notification echoed in his mind, Loren beheld his attribute panel materialize before him. Gray Eagle territory bound. Should the territory fall, the system will automatically be destroyed. Level. Village Lord. Loren grant. Detailed attributes available for viewing. Special attribute. Upgrade. Joining the army of Gray Eagle territory grants the ability to level up by defeating monsters. The maximum level attainable is determined by bloodline potential. The higher the potential, the greater the maximum level. Defensive structures. 1 black iron level arrow tower can be upgraded to bronze level arrow tower. 1 wooden wall can be upgraded to gray earth wall. Living structures. Lord's Manor. Blacksmith shop residence. 110 army. Humans 40, 1 silver level, 39 bronze level. Soul power. 0 evaluation. In the endless wasteland, only those adventurers with dreams of lordship would establish such a rudimentary territory. Perhaps by the next blood-red day, this territory will cease to exist. Upon seeing the attributes of Gray Eagle territory, Loren's eyes flickered with a hint of joy. Sacrificing a divine essence had finally activated the system. He would never have the chance to ascertain the strength of the divine essence, but the system was undoubtedly more practical than an ability he did not know how to wield. However, after scrutinizing the attribute panel for a moment, Loren's lips twitched in dismay. It was exceedingly meager. The entire territory boasted fewer than 200 individuals. Truly remarkable. Moreover, the dire reality was that the system was bound to the territory. Should it fall, the system would be destroyed as well. With the ancient god's divine essence consumed by the system, the prospect of losing the system as well would drive him to madness. Though the territory's attributes left much to be desired. The system's functions were extraordinarily formidable. Particularly, the ability to gain experience through monster slaying upon joining Grey Eagle territory was simply overwhelming. That in the realm of Nor, one had to endure relentless training to elevate their level. Yet now his subordinates could level up through combat, akin to wielding an unfair advantage. The levels in the Nor realm were classified as black iron, bronze, silver, gold, and platinum, with 3 additional tiers above platinum, which were beyond his current reach. That in the future, he could effortlessly acquire a batch of black iron and bronze level slave soldiers and elevate them to silver or gold levels. The prospect was exhilarating. Yet, what was the status bar for soul power? Experience points? Loren pondered, but after some contemplation yielded no clarity. He shifted his focus to another status bar. Lord, Loren grant, detailed attributes available for viewing, with a mere thought. His personal attributes materialized before him. Loren grant identity. Lord of Grey Eagle territory, scion of the Purple Blossom family lord talent. The Eye of Truth can observe the loyalty of subordinates, level. Silver beginner bloodline. Purple Blossom family bloodline A-class. Awakened. Trait. Mental resilience A-class. Significantly enhances mental fortitude and soul strength, granting immunity to spells of the second ring and below. Demon Duke bloodline. Currently awakening. Cultivation technique. Purple Blossom breathing method S-class advantages. Primarily focuses on mental enhancement. Significantly strengthening mental acuity and resilience upon cultivation. Eventually granting immunity to the mental assaults of spellcasters, capable of unleashing immense power when paired with corresponding skills. Disadvantages. The Purple Blossom breathing method provides insufficient physical training, and full exertion can lead to considerable bodily harm. Innate skills. Steel Break / S-class, capable of condensing all mental energy to unleash a concentrated force. Storm / S-class, learnable at gold level. Armor Break S-class. Learnable at platinum level. In the Nor realm, ordinary individuals seeking to enhance their strength must choose a breathing method for cultivation. The levels of breathing methods are classified as S, A, B, C, and D, with higher levels being increasingly potent. The highest tier S-class breathing methods are exceedingly rare, with stringent cultivation requirements that necessitate the use of numerous magical potions and exceptional talent, typically reserved for the elite nobility. One of the prerequisites for cultivating the Purple Blossom breathing method is to possess the bloodline of the Purple Blossom family. Upon mastering an S-class breathing method, one's capabilities would be dramatically amplified. At this moment, Loren's mental prowess surpassed that of an ordinary silver-level warrior by more than tenfold. After casting a glance at the attribute panel and meticulously reviewing his memories, he confirmed that his attributes aligned precisely with the system's depiction, without any discrepancies. The description of the Purple Blossom breathing method was particularly detailed. This powerful S-class technique formed the foundation of the Purple Blossom family. Breathing methods chiefly enhance mental power, enabling one to consolidate their entire strength into a singular, explosive force, inflicting damage far beyond their level. Though currently at Silver Beginner, when combined with the S-class skill, Steel Break / he could unleash the power of a Gold Beginner. An exceedingly exaggerated capability that, of course, the drawbacks of the Purple Blossom breathing method were unmistakable, particularly its lack of physical conditioning. Following the usage of Steel Break / one would quickly succumb to weakness. In other words, it was a high explosive cultivation technique. Unfortunately, his attributes did not provide specific data on physical strength or constitution, merely a general overview. Nevertheless, regardless of the particulars, his attributes were undeniably splendid. A-class bloodline, S-class breathing method, and a burgeoning Demon Duke bloodline awakening, akin to starting the game with a divine artifact. Additionally, there was another delightful surprise for Loren, the Lord talent. The Eye of Truth that in the Nor realm, there existed no contracts to bind the loyalty of subordinates. The insubordinate nature of many made it a common fate for numerous lords to be slain by their betraying followers. Now, being able to perceive the loyalty of his subordinates eliminated a significant source of anxiety that plagued all lords that it was perfectly suited to him. However, just as he was preparing to delve deeper into the system's additional functions, the mechanical notification of the system rang out. Ding, task triggered. The first pot of gold in your current predicament. You urgently require a substantial sum of money to reinvigorate the territory. Task objective. Earn 10 million puck within 3 days. Task reward. Activate the Demon Duke bloodline. A system task? Earn 10 million in 3 days? And the reward is the activation of the Demon Duke bloodline? Loren felt his heart race fiercely. The Demon Duke, a being feared by all, existing solely in myth and legend, was shrouded in mystery regarding its true power. And he was on the brink of becoming the next generation's Demon Duke, the fabled Dark Sovereign. Chapter 4. Fiyana's disappointment. The Demon Duke bloodline undoubtedly surpassed the Purple Blossom family bloodline. Within him, it could be considered one of his most formidable trump cards. Once the bloodline awakened, his combat prowess would experience an extravagant surge in this treacherous world. Immense power was the fundamental safeguard. Yet, the dilemma lay in the task's requirement to earn 10 million in 3 days, a challenge that could suffocate an ordinary person. Even on Earth, leveraging an extensive network of connections, it would be exceedingly difficult to amass such a sum in a short time frame. Loren fell into deep contemplation. Startup capital? Back to this issue again. The previous owner was denied loans from the Fairy Bank and faced rejection from several noble families with ties to the Purple Blossom family. Is making money truly this challenging? The reward offered by the system was simply irresistible. And even without the system's tasks, earning money was an imperative task he must undertake. As his thoughts began to churn, he furrowed his brow, recalling the memories left behind by his predecessor. He needed more information to make an informed decision. After a moment, a peculiar expression crossed Loren's face. 10 million puck was an astronomical figure for an ordinary individual, yet he was a descendant of the esteemed Purple Blossom family, a status of immense prestige. With such a lineage, where could he possibly lack funds? Just a few operations on his part, and not only 10 million, but even 20 or 30 million would be a mere trifle. There was no need to demean himself as before to beg for assistance. As a high-ranking noble, there were naturally methods to generate wealth befitting his status. The power and influence that came with such a title were incomparable to those of common adventurers. Born of privilege, he need not bow low. After deliberating on his forthcoming plans, Loren's mind steadied, and a serene smile graced his lips. This endeavor was assured. He had set his sights on the system's reward. Rising to his feet and smoothing the creased fabric of his noble robe, he stepped gracefully through the door. Creaked the moment Loren stepped outside, an undeniable shift in his aura transpired on his strikingly handsome face. A calm composure emerged, one that spoke of familiarity with life's tempests. His obsidian eyes bore a weight of experience beyond his years, harmonizing with the classical elegance cultivated since childhood. An astonishing presence enveloped him. Such a demeanor could only be crafted through the passage of time, enchanting all who beheld it. Women and men alike exuded a captivating allure. It was hard to fathom that such a young lad could possess an aura that sent shivers down the spine. An essence refined through the trials and tribulations of life. Should a woman be present, she would undoubtedly marvel, questioning how such a striking youth could exist. The inn's corridor was notably low, exuding an air of dilapidation. The oil paintings adorning the walls had faded, losing their original vibrancy. The sole redeeming feature was the extraordinary brightness of the candles, enriched with the oil of magical beasts. Fiyana, filled with indignation, had not truly departed from the inn. Rather, she stood on the balcony at the end of the corridor, gazing into the distance. From that vantage point, she could clearly see Loren's room, revealing her constant concern for him. Though disappointment weighed heavily on her heart, when Loren finally appeared, the striking handsomeness of the young man captivated her momentarily, only for her emotions to settle back into calmness. Soon after that, Loren's reputation within the Azalea family was rather unremarkable. While one could not label him as entirely worthless, describing him as mediocre would not be an exaggeration. Had he not voluntarily renounced his claim to the ducal title to venture to the north as a lord of the frontier, he might have seemed at least somewhat courageous. She would never acquiesce to the command of the Duke of Azalea to become his protector. Initially filled with hope, she had believed she would be safeguarding someone truly noble, someone with grand ambitions. Yet after 2 months of acquaintance, she discovered Loren to be a person of such utter mediocrity that it was disheartening. Whether it was in constructing his domain or resisting the invasion of the blood-soaked marauders on the Day of Blood, his performance could only be described as barely acceptable. She feared that any random descendant of the Azalea family would surpass him in capability. Nevertheless, considering his status and the fact that he had not surrendered even after his territory was breached, she extended her final gesture of goodwill by gifting him her savings. Fiyana knew that once she relinquished that sum, the chances of recovering it were virtually non-existent, that in her estimation, it would be exceedingly difficult for Loren to survive the next Day of Blood, facing the onslaught of countless monsters as he had before. She could hardly guarantee his life or death. This was her way of accounting to the Azalea family. Loren, observing Fiyana on the balcony, felt his gaze soften. After all, this 26-year-old girl was his current safeguard, and she had just entrusted him with her savings that he felt compelled to honor this kindness. I wonder if the true I just acquired can assess the loyalty of my subordinates, and if it can extend to Fiyana? Upon this thought, he felt a chill in his eyes, followed by the emergence of an unfamiliar attribute panel in his mind. Fiyana Grant level. Platinum beginner bloodline. Human unknown, a grade. Awakened loyalty, 90 occupation. Snow dance swordswoman professional skill. Wind and snow sword aura S grade. Unleashing sword energy for indiscriminate attacks on surrounding enemies. Bond. Dance in the snow, granting a 30 enhancement to all attributes in cold environments. Description. A formidable platinum powerhouse, she is unwaveringly loyal to you. Upon seeing Fiyana's attributes, Loren's mind was flooded with information once more. Loyalty 100. Unwavering loyalty. Never betrays loyalty 90 to 99. Absolute loyalty. Firm conviction. Impossible to subvert. Unless you kill their close kin, they will never betray. Loyalty 80 to 89. High loyalty. Willing to risk their life for you. Difficult to subvert. Loyalty 70 to 79. Moderate loyalty. Willing to risk their life for you. Slight chance of being subverted. Loyalty 60 to 69. Normal loyalty. Willing to serve you. Some chance of being subverted. Loyalty 0 to 59. Malicious intent. Ready to betray you at any moment. Negative loyalty. Views you as an enemy. To his astonishment, Fiyana's loyalty reached an impressive 90 points, signifying absolute loyalty. This revelation softened Loren's gaze even further. Yet, what could the unknown aspect of her bloodline signify? Was Fiyana of mixed heritage, in a world teeming with diverse races? Such a thing was hardly remarkable. With this thought in mind, he weighed the pouch in his hand and, noticing that Fiyana was approaching, he smiled slightly and handed her the pouch. Instinctively, Fiyana reached out to accept it. But her exquisitely beautiful face grew increasingly cold, her brow furrowing as she fixed her icy gaze upon him. Loren, is this your answer? Impulsive. In a time when the territory desperately needed funds, he was unwilling to confront his own predicament, choosing instead to utilize every possible resource. This 500,000 could indeed be deemed a lifeline, yet he outright rejected her offer, merely because she had reprimanded him. This caused her already low opinion of him to plummet further, leaving her thoroughly disillusioned that a man may be lacking in talent and mediocre in ability, but if he lacks the necessary magnanimity, what can he hope to achieve? In that moment, Fiyana felt a profound sense of despair. So be it. She would quietly assume the role of protector, concerned only for his life and death, and no longer for anything else. Loren, observing the girl's frosty demeanor, chuckled softly. I rarely make use of a girl's money. He had managed to send money back home to support his sister during his university years and had amassed over 100 million by the time he was not yet 30. He certainly harbored a sense of pride. No matter how destitute he became, he had not yet fallen to the point of relying on a girl's hard-earned savings for his endeavors. Moreover, as a direct descendant of the Azalea family, despite relinquishing his claim to inheritance, how difficult could it be to earn some initial capital from that identity, while his previous self may not have understood how to leverage that status? Fiyana, as his protector, could not grasp it either, But that did not mean he was ignorant. Nobles had their own ways of conducting affairs. Upon witnessing the unwavering determination in Loren's deep-set eyes, Fiyana was momentarily taken aback. As a platinum-level powerhouse, her senses were exceptionally acute. That moment, she quietly realized that the boy who once walked with his head bowed, seemingly afraid of being noticed and possessing a timid demeanor, now bore traces of the Duke of Azalea's aura. However, her disappointment could not be easily swayed by such a small transformation. She had once held the same expectations upon first meeting Loren, only to be let down in the end. Suppressing her emotions, she casually held the pouch, her expression frozen in silence. Inside the pouch were 5,000 PUK coins, each worth a fairy's currency, 50,000 in total, which was not particularly heavy. As their conversation unfolded, a thin, middle-aged man clad in coarse fabric hurried down the stairs, scanning the corridor anxiously. Upon spotting Loren, he rushed over, his face pale. "Noble lord, the 10 or so warriors you stationed in the South Garden did not receive the holy water sent by the church this afternoon. They have been tainted by evil and have all perished." Loren's entire being trembled, his expression turning grave. After the breach of his territory, his subordinates had suffered significant casualties, and those who still had a chance of survival had been transported to Decker City. Being wounded by the blood-soaked marauders would lead to contamination by malevolent energies, and without timely treatment, death would follow swiftly. The only remedy lay in the holy water provided by the church. He had previously arranged for timely deliveries. Yet now, all those men had perished. Anger flickered across his face. Why did the church fail to deliver the holy water? The diminutive middle-aged man quivered in fear, stuttering. The church's priest said, "The money you provided was insufficient." Loren was incredulous, his fury turning to a sardonic laugh. "So they simply ceased their deliveries of holy water?" The man, trembling, nodded, his legs weak as he stood, too terrified to offer a rebuttal. Seeing this, Loren shook his head in resignation, abandoning any notion of punishing the man. After all, he was merely a servant, unworthy of offending the church, which was backed by the priest. With a pained gesture, he dismissed him. "You may go." The man, having braced himself for reprimand, felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing this, bowing gratefully to Loren as if fearing he might change his mind, before scurrying away in a rush. Loren took a deep breath, once again feeling the weight of financial distress. Those warriors had been purchased with hard-earned gold from slave traders, and their loss represented a significant blow to his already strained resources. "I was unaware that your payment was insufficient." Fiyana, who had remained silent, spoke coldly. Loren nodded, choosing not to dwell on the issue. It was a matter of his previous self, and he had no desire to ponder it further. The priority now was to acquire funds, as he no longer wished to hear news of his subordinates dying due to lack of money for treatment. Turning to Fiyana, he stated, "Let us visit a few merchant guilds together to secure some initial capital. I will need your cooperation." Fiyana furrowed her brow slightly at his words, but ultimately nodded gently without voicing any promises. Internally, she sighed. If his own subordinates could perish due to negligence, it stirred a sense of inexplicable sorrow within her, for she was merely a protector for those under him. Moreover, since Loren had failed to gain support from various nobles aligned with the Azalea family the previous day, how could he expect the merchant guilds to finance him now? At that moment, she began to doubt whether Loren intended to exploit the Azalea family's status to extort those guilds, much like other nobles. And she, a platinum-level powerhouse, would merely serve as the weapon he wielded to threaten them. That if Loren truly pursued such a course, she would undoubtedly intervene. Engaging in such acts in Decker City would likely result in backlash. For any merchant guild capable of surviving in a border city undoubtedly had some backing. Even if they were subdued now, they might seek revenge in the future, and could Loren withstand that with his capabilities? Unbeknownst to Loren, who was entirely ignorant of the cold demeanor of the girl beside him, she harbored such thoughts. Even if he had known, he would not have cared to elaborate. Did he need to resort to such despicable methods to earn money? With no further ado, he turned and descended the stairs, preparing to venture out in pursuit of that crucial first pot of gold. Chapter 5. A brand new world descending the narrow, yet brilliantly lit staircase. Loren hurried down from the third floor to the first. Upon entering the lobby on the ground floor, He was greeted by a striking sight, that a vivid tableau, steeped in the rich ambience of the medieval era and infused with an enchanting aura, enveloped him, evoking a sensation akin to being ensnared in a dream. The hall on the first floor was modest in size, with approximately 10 round wooden tables neatly arranged in 3 rows. At this moment, the place was filled to capacity, the cacophony of voices echoing throughout the inn. Most of the diners, clad in leather armor and bearing daggers at their waists, were adventurers. Among them, a few burly warriors, loudly quaffing their drinks, bore large, unwashed stains of dark blood on their attire, presenting a scene that was both savage and violent. Most striking were the scarred warriors seated at the center of the hall. Their imposing presence unmistakably of silver rank point. One of them wielded a colossal sword, measuring 3 palms in width and nearly as tall as a man. 2 half-orc maidens, adorned in servant garb and possessing plush tails and cat-like ears, flitted about, serving food and rum, occasionally casting alluring smiles towards a robust gentleman at a table at the bar, a sharply dressed proprietor, his face etched with a hint of malice, engaged in hushed negotiations with 2 lightly clad thieves. In moments of excitement, he slammed his palm upon the table, and after what appeared to be a fruitful agreement, he accepted an item from the thieves in exchange for a wad of currency. Grinning as he watched the begrudging duo depart. Outside the entrance, a spellcaster clad in a priestess robe, staff in hand, hesitated at the threshold. Upon witnessing the raucous scene within, he furrowed his brow in disdain and, under the proprietor's insistent invitation, chose to turn away. After standing in contemplation for a considerable time, Loren finally regained his senses, inhaling deeply the mingled scents of alcohol, food, and a hint of blood. His expression turned contemplative. He found himself in a world brimming with extraordinary power, fraught with danger and excitement. A brand new world. In that moment, his restless heart stirred with anticipation. Perhaps life in this extraordinary realm could prove more exhilarating than that on Earth. Just then, the previously lively atmosphere gradually quieted. Many patrons felt an inexplicable shift, their expressions changing as they beheld Loren standing at the staircase. Nobility? How could those haughty aristocrats grace such a dilapidated establishment? When these commoners laid eyes on Fiyana, the hall was plunged into an eerie silence, none daring to utter a word. Their silence was not solely a result of Fiyana's beauty, but rather the suffocating aura she exuded. The first rule of survival in the main realm of Null. One must show sufficient respect to the strong. Loren, acutely aware of this shift, averted his gaze and, without lingering, departed the hall amidst a blend of vigilance, caution, unease, and a faint trace of fear. Each identity comes with its own set of rules. Conversing with the lowly adventurers would seem utterly incongruous for the esteemed nobility. Only a few female adventurers gazed at him with bright eyes, captivated by the handsome nobleman. Upon stepping out of the inn, Loren was met with an expansive vista. Although the sky had darkened and clouds obscured the 2 moons, the city of Gatling remained vibrant, with shops lining the streets ablaze with light. The cobbled streets, while not pristine, bore the hallmarks of a grand city. Illuminated by candles crafted from beast oil, the street lamps cast bright light, their flames stretching the shadows of angelic sculptures. The buildings flanking the thoroughfare rose 10 meters high, their pointed roofs crowned with semicircular windows adorned with colorful religious motifs, evoking a medieval Western European aesthetic. As night fell, the foot traffic dwindled, with many of the passers-by clad in leather armor and wielding weapons, while common residents were few and far between. Observing this exotic street, Loren felt an inexplicable lift in his spirits that he turned to glance at Fiyana, intending to voice something, but upon witnessing her frigid demeanor, he merely shook his head. In his university days, he had encountered a similarly aloof senior, renowned for her striking beauty, dubbed the Ice Queen by some, young and impressionable. He had once harbored a sense of reverence for such women. Yet, after that same aloof senior had nestled in his embrace, pouting and playfully urging him to hurry, his perception of her icy facade had forever shifted. Reflecting on this brought a bittersweet smile to his lips. Alas, he may never return to those days. Suppressing his tumultuous emotions, he resumed scanning the street, surveying the passing crowd, to conceal his demonic lineage. He had ventured alone into Gatling, accompanied solely by Fiyana, to eye in this city. He He felt akin to a blind man, utterly disconnected from any source of information, devoid of acquaintances. After a prolonged search, he found no suitable candidate for inquiries, leaving him feeling rather awkward. Moreover, the throng of people, upon noticing his noble garb, instinctively veered away, wary of offending him. That in this world ruled by aristocracy, commoners and nobles existed as entirely different entities. To offend a noble could lead to dire consequences. With no one to intervene, Loren, witnessing this scene, felt a twinge of helplessness. If only I had a few subordinates to gather intelligence. Why must I stand here like a fool on the street? If all else fails, I could head to a tavern. It seems they trade in information, or perhaps I could return to the inn and ask a few people. Just as Loren contemplated alternative approaches, a small figure, hastily carrying a large bag of black bread, caught his eye. He stepped forward and intercepted the thief, whose aura barely reached the bronze level. Adventurer, which merchant guilds in Gatling remain unprotected by the nobility. Startled by the sudden interruption, the thief instinctively bent low, hand reaching for the dagger at his waist, as if prepared to fight for his life. However, upon recognizing Loren's noble attire and the emblem embroidered on his chest, his expression shifted dramatically. The sight of Fiyana, clad in sleek black armor and possessing striking features, further darkened his countenance. Curse these nobles! What business do they have stopping me? Chapter 6. The Power of Bloodline, my lord. You've asked the wrong person. That I'm merely a small-time thief from the Thieves' Guild. I'm not well-versed in this matter. That I must return to the orphanage to deliver bread. Loren's lips twitched. A thief delivering bread to an orphanage? Such a flimsy excuse. He had little patience for idle chatter. I will ask you once more. Which merchant guilds in Gatling are unprotected by the nobility, yet possess considerable assets? At the instant Loren's words fell, a surge of silver-tier energy erupted from him, radiating a brilliant silvery glow that elicited gasps from the surrounding crowd. Bloodline power? An awakened one? The ability to emit pale energy from the body confirms he is indeed a silver-tier awakened. It is said that an awakened with bloodline power can withstand the assault of 7 or 8 who have not awakened. Of course, awakening bloodline power is exceedingly difficult. Those who manage to do so in Gatling are few and far between. Once one awakens such power, they will be respected by any faction. The higher the bloodline potential, the stronger the awakened power. I wonder if this noble lord awakened a C rank or D rank. It cannot be D rank. Such overwhelming energy must be at least C rank, perhaps even B rank. Gasp! B rank bloodline power? That is utterly terrifying. Amidst the chorus of exclamations, the small thief was consumed by fear. This noble lord, merely 17 or 18 years old, had awakened bloodline power, likely of B rank, clearly a figure of immense significance. How had such a person set their sights on him? He felt as though he had drawn the unluckiest of straws. My lord, I've remembered. His voice was frantic. In the 12th district, most of the merchant guilds there lack any backing. It is a residential area for commoners, and among them, the Jasmine Guild is the largest. Perhaps you might find what you seek there. At this, Loren gradually reigned in the pale silver glow of his bloodline power. Are you familiar with the guilds there? Spare me the nonsense. The little thief flinched at Loren's cold tone, reluctantly nodding. Familiar. I often work there. Work? What kind of work does a thief do? That's good. Lead the way. Those simple words transformed the thief's expression from one of reluctance to sheer dismay, a look of despair on his face. Yet at that moment, a palm-sized emerald-green fairy note materialized before him. The young thief's expression brightened as he eagerly accepted the 1,000 puck note, his earlier hesitation instantly forgotten. Thank you for your generosity. Esteemed lord, the 12th district is not far off. It will take merely 20 minutes to arrive. Please follow me. I shall call for a carriage immediately. Not in a rush to deliver the bread anymore, Loren asked, a bemused smile gracing his lips as he regarded the thief. The diminutive figure awkwardly rubbed his nose. Not in a hurry. They still have food. This is for tomorrow. As he spoke, he hurriedly flagged down a carriage from the street. Esteemed lord, please. Loren regarded the thief's obsequious demeanor with little reaction, that he had no interest in assuming an aristocratic air with a thief. His style had always been to resolve matters in the simplest manner possible. With an icy demeanor, Fiyana silently observed Loren from behind, refraining from uttering a word. However, as soon as he handed over the last 1,000 PUK to the thief, her gaze turned notably colder. She was acutely aware that this was all Loren had left. And yet he was still putting on airs, as if he were a noble. She was perplexed by his intentions for this outing. All she knew was that this individual, who had just refused to utilize her savings, would likely return unable to even afford the cost of a hotel room. Watching Loren prepare to board the carriage, Fiyana felt a surge of anger. After witnessing the scrawny thief seating himself beside the coachman, she coldly inquired, "Why enlist a thief as a guide?" Loren turned his head to regard the frigid guardian and smiled faintly. Not all thieves live by thievery. However, those of a lower rank have undoubtedly engaged in such acts. A bronze-level thief must first grasp who they can offend and who they cannot in order to survive. For their own safety, these thieves will certainly gather intelligence on the nearby merchant guilds, who are essentially their prey. Did I happen to require information on those guilds without any backing? Choosing him was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. A flicker of surprise crossed Fiyana's eyes as she scrutinized the remarkable young man before her. As if she were meeting him for the first time, Loren, not wishing to linger on idle chatter, stepped directly into the carriage. Fiyana, snapping back to reality, cast him a lingering glance before silently following, settling into a corner of the carriage far from him. Ignoring the peculiar atmosphere within, Loren addressed the thief, who sat in front of him, separated by a pane of glass, with a calm demeanor. "Please recount the details of the 5 largest merchant guilds in District 12. Upon hearing this, the diminutive thief grinned. "Noble sir, the largest guild in District 12 is the Jasmine Guild, led by a man from Gatling City, a ruthless individual who rose from the slums. They primarily deal in slaves and the pelts of magical beasts. And their leader is a primary-level gold warrior, yet to awaken any bloodline power, surrounded by over 100 bronze warriors and more than 20 silver-level warriors. The second is the Cuckoo Guild, led by a fallen noble from the Falcon Royal capital. The third is, holding the 1,000 PUK fairy banknote, the young thief was exceptionally cooperative with Loren's inquiries, providing meticulously detailed answers while summarizing key information about the scale, strength, background, and assets of the merchant guilds in District 12. The thoroughness of the intelligence prompted Loren to regard him with renewed interest, even considering whether to hire him for a few more days. As a well-informed individual could save him considerable time, the thief continued to provide information. Loren began to form a general understanding of his next target. District 12, this area lay between the noble district and the slums, predominantly inhabited by commoners lacking any significant background, often bullied by nobles while simultaneously oppressing the impoverished. Most merchant guilds operating in District 12 were devoid of substantial backing, primarily dealing with the remnants left by the noble class, existing in a precarious balance of power. Loren took the collection of information very seriously, even questioning the coachman about various details. However, his demeanor only intensified Fiyana's belief that he was indeed planning to extort those guilds. After all, why else would he only seek out guilds without backing? Yet, having promised to refrain from interfering in Loren's affairs, she could do little more than observe with a detached gaze. She was a guardian, not a caretaker. If Loren chose to be reckless, it was beyond anyone's control. The uneven cobblestone road echoed with the crunching sound of gravel being crushed beneath the wheels, and after approximately 20 minutes, the carriage gradually came to a halt on a dimly lit street. "My lord, we have arrived at District 12. Chapter 7. Turning the tide, the carriage halted before a manor protected by towering walls, which bore sharp spikes to deter intruders, resembling a fortress more than a mere estate. The scent of jasmine wafted through the air from within the walls. Gazing ahead, the solid, semicircular gates of the manor were intricately carved with exquisite griffin reliefs. As they disembarked from the carriage, the diminutive thief grinned nervously, saying, "My lord, this is the Jasmine Guild, the largest in District 12. Loren nodded slightly. "Go and inform their leader to come out and greet us." The young thief hesitated, glancing between Loren and the coldly composed Fiyana before finally mustering his courage. "My lord, the Jasmine Guild engages in a portion of the slave trade, and their guards are notoriously ruthless." Before he could finish, Loren waved his hand dismissively. "Go on." With a wry smile, The thief dared not speak further, his expression tinged with trepidation as he approached the door to announce their arrival. The guards visibly recoiled upon hearing that a noble was visiting. Nobles of the Silver Moon Kingdom were not to be trifled with. Each one was a powerful figure in their own right. They were well aware that the Jasmine Guild had previously offered a hefty sum to visit a baron, only to be denied entry, as the small thief relayed the message to the guards. Loren turned to the icy girl at his side and spoke in a low tone. Fiyana, once the Jasmine Guild sends someone out, please project an air of platinum-level authority to intimidate them. Tonight, I only need you to accomplish this task. I will handle the rest. Initially, Fiyana intended to refuse, asserting that as a member of the Violet Flower family, she would never assist him in extortion. Yet, gazing into the depths of Loren's serious black eyes, something within her softened inexplicably. After a long moment of contemplation, she eventually nodded coldly. Once the news of the noble's visit reached the manor, it immediately caused a stir that in an instant, the estate buzzed with activity. Before long, the massive 5-meter-tall gates creaked open, pushed aside by several high-ranking bronze warriors, and a middle-aged man, dressed in lavish yet somewhat disheveled attire, emerged with a throng of followers. Upon seeing the dignified Loren and the ethereal beauty of Fiyana, their expressions shifted to one of uncertainty as they drew closer and recognized the noble emblem embroidered on Loren's robe. Their faces transformed in rapid succession. Initially, they had feared he was a charlatan. Otherwise, why would a noble visit them at such an hour? However, it was now abundantly clear that this was no ordinary situation. Impersonating a noble was a capital offense, and impersonating one bearing a noble emblem was tantamount to a death sentence. Only nobles of count rank and above were permitted to wear such insignia. Although the Jasmine Guild was somewhat impoverished, they had no standing against a noble of this caliber. Coupled with Loren and Fiyana's extraordinary presence, the leading middle-aged man was momentarily awestruck, taking several deep breaths before managing to approach with a forced smile. He placed his right hand on his chest and bowed respectfully. "Good evening, esteemed noble sir, that I am Robert, the leader of the Jasmine Guild, and I extend my greetings to you." Loren nodded slightly. The information provided by the thief indicated that the leader of the Jasmine Guild was a primary-level gold warrior, a tough character who had clawed his way up from the slums with decent combat capability. Furthermore, the Jasmine Guild boasted over 100 bronze-level and more than a dozen silver-level guards. Yet none of them had awakened their bloodline powers. With Fiyana standing guard, even if they all attacked together, they would be no match for her. Loren regarded the throng of over 30 individuals with a calm demeanor, his voice steady yet resonant in their ears. "I am Loren Grant. Good evening, Leader Robert." His words were few, yet they prompted a collective gasp from the assembled crowd, their eyes filled with astonishment. There is only one noble with the surname Grant in the Silver Moon Kingdom. The Violet Flower family? That ancient, high-ranking noble lineage? To think a descendant of such noble blood would come to Dekel City. Isn't the Violet Flower family based in the Silver Moon royal capital? Loren paid no mind to the gasps of the crowd. As words settled, Fiyana unleashed a surge of deep white energy, as if flames had ignited upon her form. In that moment, she resembled a dragon awakening from slumber. The air thick with an oppressive aura. The members of the Jasmine Guild drew in sharp breaths, their faces stricken with horror. Awakened? An awakened platinum powerhouse? How could such a terrifying guardian accompany a descendant of the Violet Flower family? A platinum powerhouse is already terrifying enough. Now there's an awakened one. With just one person, they could likely obliterate our guild. Overwhelmed by the terrifying presence, the crowd instantly lowered their heads, their composure shattered. Fortunately, Fiyana's aura dissipated almost as quickly as it had appeared. Once she reined in her energy, the elegant and striking Loren offered a faint smile, fixing his gaze upon Robert, the leader of the Jasmine Guild. "Perhaps, Leader Robert, you might wish to invite me to sit within your manor." At this, Robert finally regained his composure, hastily plastering a conciliatory smile upon his face. "Yes, yes, please, esteemed Lord Loren." He deftly ushered Loren into the estate. Though the crowd behind him wore smiles, their eyes betrayed an unmistakable fear as they regarded Loren and Fiyana. They were high-ranking nobles, after all. How could they afford to offend such figures, in the presence of someone akin to a dragon? They felt no honor, only trepidation and unease. The Jasmine Flower Chamber of Commerce is no small establishment. Before it lies a vast garden adorned with exquisite sculptures and clusters of rare blossoms, complemented by fountains and artificial hills, creating an ambience of opulence befitting the stature of merchants. Upon traversing the garden, Loren and Fiyana were ushered into the grand hall. Inside, a long, oval wooden table dominated the room, surrounded by over 20 fully armored warriors standing vigil in the corners. Beyond the hall, a throng of over 100 individuals gathered, each gripping weapons tightly, their muscles tensed as if they were not facing just two people, but rather two fire-breathing dragons. "My lord Loren, please take a seat." Robert cautiously gestured for Loren to sit at the head of the table. Although Loren exhibited no malice, prudence was wise in the presence of such an eminent figure, compelling Robert to serve him with utmost care. "That I in this world, governed by the nobility, merchants hold little standing before their aristocratic counterparts." Once seated, Fiyana stood calmly behind Loren, maintaining a measured distance and remaining silent. The diminutive thief, though merely a guide, found himself at a loss due to Loren's silence, and could only lead him to the hall. Fortunately, this fellow possessed enough self-awareness to discreetly position himself aside, listening intently without daring to reveal himself. "Robert, do you know why I have come to the Jasmine Flower Chamber of Commerce today?" The elegantly poised Loren uttered a phrase, and in an instant, the atmosphere within the hall became palpably tense. All eyes were fixed on the imposing youth seated at the head, as the next words he uttered could very well determine the fate of the Jasmine Flower Chamber of Commerce. In the realm of the powerful, a single utterance can seal one's destiny. Descendant of the Zijingwa family, he was indeed a most esteemed figure. Chapter 8. Turning the tables amidst the frozen atmosphere. Robert cautiously regarded Loren, his expression a mask of concern. "I have never had the honor of meeting you, my lord Loren. The Jasmine Flower Chamber is but a small enterprise, and in recent years has been operating at a loss that I wonder what wisdom such a divine figure as yourself might impart." Loren regarded the obsequious Loren with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. The essence of commerce lies in the exchange of resources, whether they be goods, labor, influence, or even power. While he possessed no goods, labor, or influence, he carried with him the identity of a descendant of the Zijingwa family. This, indeed, was the most precious commodity. The exchange of power for benefit is an immutable rule that has persisted throughout history. Without exception, Loren chose not to respond directly, instead shifting the topic. "Robert, are you familiar with the concept of a frontier lord?" Robert's gaze sharpened, laced with suspicion. "My lord Loren, have you perhaps become a frontier lord? The scion of the Zijingwa family. Inheriting anything would surely be preferable to becoming a lord who faces the relentless threat of bloodthirsty marauders in the endless wasteland, a position where one's life could be lost at any moment." Loren smiled. "My ancestors achieved monumental feats. How could I, in good conscience, hide in the capital, living off their glory?" His words bore a conviction that stirred a flicker of interest in Fiyana's eyes, though she quickly dismissed the thought, reflecting on his recent actions. "You are indeed worthy of being a descendant of the Zijingwa family. Such magnanimity is admirable." Regardless of Robert's inner thoughts, his expression remained solemn. As if he genuinely believed in Loren's words, he quickly shifted the dialogue. "My lord Loren, I hold immense respect for nobles like you, who, despite possessing endless wealth, choose to forge their own path. Although the Jasmine Flower Chamber has faced losses for years and lacks resources, if there is any task you wish us to undertake, we will do our utmost." Compared to his initial probing, Robert's second inquiry was strikingly forthright. Amused internally, Loren's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Slightly raising his head, he regarded Robert with a standard noble's posture, looking down upon him. "There is no need for such subterfuge, Robert. How much is the Jasmine Flower Chamber truly worth? It hardly qualifies as a matter of interest for me." His words, though blunt, provided Robert a modicum of relief. The status of a descendant of the Zijingwa family was indeed so exalted that he had no ulterior motives concerning the Jasmine Flower Chamber. But what, then, was the purpose of his visit? Robert's intrigue deepened. Loren fixed his gaze upon the seemingly innocuous, yet seasoned old hand before him. I have come today to bestow upon you a monumental opportunity. Robert's lips twitched. Could such good fortune truly fall to him? However, he refrained from denying Loren's request, managing a nervous smile. My lord Loren, I fear we may not be worthy of your attention. The Jasmine Flower Chamber has suffered continuous losses for 3 years and lacks the capacity. Loren dismissed Robert's lament. Any chamber of commerce that could thrive in the border city of Gatling was far from naive. Only the shrewd survived, while the foolish had long been eliminated. His penetrating gaze fixed intently on Robert. The calmness of his tone belied the immense temptation embedded within his words. Robert, I intend to establish a Chamber of Commerce alliance in Gatling, managed by the Subduing family. All participating chambers will enjoy privileges under the auspices of the Subduing family that I do not require shares from the chambers. I merely ask for an annual membership fee of 5 million puker. You should be aware that the trade tax for a duke is merely 10%. And once under the protection of the Subduing family, you will no longer need to pay tribute to any other nobles. Boom! The proclamation resonated within the hall, causing all present to widen their eyes in disbelief as they regarded Loren. What did he just say? An alliance of chambers, allowing them to operate under the name of the Subduing family. According to the Silvermoon Kingdom's regulations, nobles could reduce their commercial taxes in accordance with their rank. Dukes pay only 10% of the normal commercial tax, while marquises pay 30%, earls 50%, viscounts 70%, and barons 70%. The commercial taxes in the Silvermoon Kingdom were notoriously high, with ordinary goods incurring a tax of 20%, while certain lucrative industries, such as the slave trade, faced an exorbitant 60%. If they could operate under the name of the Subduing family, normal goods would only incur a mere 2% tax, while the high-profit industries would only incur 6%. Who could resist such temptation? Robert's claim of losses within the Jasmine Flower Chamber was mere pretense. The heavy taxes they faced annually were indeed a reality. Moreover, aside from taxes, he had to pay a substantial sum to nobles for protection, meaning that while the profits were considerable, the remainder was scant. If they truly received the protection of the Subduing family, would they not immediately rise to mastery, as long as they were not exploited and could pay fewer taxes? Robert had absolute confidence that within 3 years, he could expand the Jasmine Flower Chamber tenfold. His heart raced with excitement, nearly reddening his eyes, and he anxiously regarded Loren. My lord Loren, you jest with us, do you not? An annual fee of only 5 million puker for membership? We can place the chamber under the name of the Subduing family without relinquishing our shares. While 5 million puker was no trifling sum. Historically, even if they possessed 50 million or 500 million, the Subduing family would have no interest in them. Although high-ranking nobles enjoyed certain tax exemptions, the king had enacted laws to limit their scale, preventing unlimited expansion. Most nobles already had their own chambers, preferring to monopolize the profits. Why would they share with outsiders? Ordinary barons and viscounts had numerous chambers clamoring for registration, let alone those under the family name of a duke. The two concepts were not comparable. Loren nodded indifferently. Indeed, my lord Loren, why would you not seek collaboration with the larger chambers? Though Loren's price was 5 million, Robert recognized that this was entirely justifiable, and if Loren sold the quota to a larger chamber, he would likely receive even more. For a moment, he could hardly believe that fortune would fall upon them. Chapter 9. Securing a strategic advantage, larger chambers? Loren chuckled. Most of those with substantial power have nobles supporting them, and they already possess fixed partnerships. Collaborating with them would merely be gilding the lily and would not significantly impact affairs that in fact, their strength could potentially constrain me. Moreover, my elders have taught me to cultivate goodwill. There is no need to create conflict with other nobles. Furthermore, my elders have devised a plan to evaluate my capabilities. What accomplishment could surpass rising from obscurity? Trust me, Robert, the collaboration with smaller chambers is a choice I have considered thoroughly. Otherwise, it would not have come to the Jasmine Flower Chamber. After a brief pause, he shifted the conversation, his tone laced with endless temptation. Once you join the Subduing alliance, free from the burden of exorbitant taxes, the Jasmine Flower Chamber could potentially quintuple or even decuple in size within 3 years. Capable of employing thousands and becoming a formidable force in commerce to that point, should you wish. You could even venture into the endless wasteland to establish a frontier, claiming your own territory and attaining the lofty status of nobility. His incendiary words sent pulses of excitement through many in the room that T.O. become a noble. The notion echoed like a spell within their minds. Nobility, as the ruling class, represented the ultimate aspiration for many. Just as the avaricious dream of vast wealth and the power-hungry aspired to titles of lordship in this world, nobility was synonymous with authority. There was no greater title to hasten one's heartbeat. Behind him, the silent Fiyana observed the transformation of the atmosphere within the room, instinctively turning her head to scrutinize Loren. The confident and assured negotiating demeanor of this valiant young man stood in stark contrast to the hesitant state he had displayed before the nobles just yesterday. How could one individual undergo such a monumental change in such a brief span of time? Robert, upon hearing this, was filled with a swirl of complex emotions. Any sizable commercial guild would naturally seek to affiliate with a noble. Despite the considerable fees involved, this arrangement not only provided protection, but also offered substantial tax reductions, making it hard for anyone to remain indifferent. Previously, the Jasmine Guild had sought noble patronage. Yet none had deemed them worthy, a bitter truth only the affected could truly comprehend, and as thoughts raced through his mind, Robert had begun to form a tentative judgment. My lord Loren, I have every confidence in you. However, if we agree to join your commercial alliance, how can we ensure that our interests are not encroached upon by other allies? Loren, noticing Robert's interest, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. I shall sign a contract with you in the name of the Subduing family, and it will be duly registered at the municipal hall in Gatling City. Trust me, the reputation of the Subduing family far surpasses the sum you might offer. Furthermore, our initial contract will be set for 1 year. Should you find it unsatisfactory or your interests compromised after that period, you may withdraw at any time without incurring any exit fees. The alliance is structured loosely, and I shall not impose any obligations upon you. However, one stipulation remains, should I require certain goods. You must prioritize selling them to me, provided the prices are comparable. That I hope you understand that my intent in forming this alliance is to facilitate the development of my territory, rather than merely to amass wealth. Upon hearing this, Robert felt his earlier apprehensions dissipate. With the protection of a platinum-level guardian and Loren's remarkable demeanor, everything he presented was nothing short of impeccable, fitting for a scion of high nobility. Even if he harbored doubts, could someone capable of commanding a platinum powerhouse truly be so invested in orchestrating a scheme against their modest guild? It seemed implausible. After all, such a being would not stoop to such trivial machinations. After a moment of contemplation, Robert found himself struggling to justify any reason not to collaborate with Loren. Yet his inner caution prevented him from immediately acquiescing, that he turned to glance at his companions from the Jasmine Guild, seeking their opinions. However, upon observing their eager faces, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Each member of the Jasmine Guild seemed more animated than the last, already swayed by Loren's words, as if they could hardly wait to embark on this partnership. These foolish swine, Robert cursed inwardly, realizing he could rely on no one but himself. Esteemed Lord Loren, your terms are exceedingly generous. Were the Jasmine Guild solely my venture, I would likely accept your proposal without hesitation. However, as this guild is a collective endeavor, I must confer with the stakeholders. Might we provide you with a response in 10 days? Loren raised an eyebrow, his expression cooling as he rose, casting a disdainful glance upon the astute leader of the Jasmine Guild. You may come to the Wandering Inn in the city center before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Beyond that hour, the Jasmine Guild will forfeit its eligibility. After a brief pause, he added coldly, Robert, understand this. It is not I who seeks your collaboration. Rather, I am offering you the opportunity to ally with me. If my territory were not suffering from an assault by bloodthirsty invaders and in dire need of funds, do you truly believe you would have the privilege of standing here, conversing with me? What is the Jasmine Guild in this grand scheme? With that, he waved his hand dismissively, not even glancing back at Robert as he turned and departed. The room fell in a stunned silence. None had anticipated that the amiable Loren would so swiftly reveal his disdain, leaving no room for further discussion. Just as the others contemplated pursuing him, Fiyana, following closely behind Loren, cast a cold glance back at the assembly. The chill in her gaze sent shivers down their spines. A stark reminder of the platinum-level power she possessed. Once Loren's silhouette vanished, voices of regret filled the room, yet none dared to chase after him. "President, why did you not accept Lord Loren's offer?" "Alas! Such a missed opportunity." "No, wait, we can still approach him tomorrow morning." Upon hearing the complaints around him, Robert nearly erupted. He turned to face them, his voice booming with exasperation. "Get out of my sight. Where were you when it mattered? That was a 5 million joining fee. The Jasmine Guild barely profits over 200,000 a year. How could we afford such a risk? And to trust without investigating his background?" At last, the room fell silent. After leaving the Jasmine Manor, Loren swiftly concealed his earlier arrogance, returning to the calm demeanor he had maintained before. He glanced back at the open doors of the Jasmine Guild with a bemused expression. His tone casual, yet resolute. "Secure one alliance, and await their arrival with funds by tomorrow morning. It is time to prepare for the next." His negotiation strategy was not particularly complex, consisting of 3 stages. First, leveraging the esteemed status of high nobility and Fiyana's formidable influence to seize the initiative. Second, enticing them with the allure of tax exemptions and protection. And third, applying pressure through departure, prompting swift decision-making. With such an enticing offer laid before them, it was inevitable that doubts would arise in their minds. Yet, once he left without hesitation, they would undoubtedly reflect on whether they had erred. And the clear time constraint would impose significant psychological pressure upon them. When the Jasmine Guild came seeking him once more, his leverage would only increase. Each step was intricately linked, without any one component. Today's plan could falter. He possessed numerous methods for generating profit, yet all required considerable time for execution. With only 3 days allocated by the system, utilizing his noble lineage was undoubtedly the most efficient approach. One's identity and connections constituted a part of their power. To proclaim a desire for self-reliance while shunning assistance was merely a sign of naivety, or the folly of sheltered individuals unacquainted with the harsh realities of the world. This realm was one of interdependent networks, and having traversed the treacherous landscape of commerce, Loren had long since flushed away his youthful naivete. At this moment, Fiyana experienced a tumult of emotions not unlike that of the Jasmine Guild. Watching Loren's retreating figure, her blue eyes revealed an unmistakable complexity. Were it not for the unchanging aura of his soul, she might have suspected he was possessed by a malevolent spirit. She had initially believed Loren's visit was aimed at extortion, yet the outcome had taken her by surprise. The stark contrast made it difficult for her to accept the transformation he had undergone. How could such a near-perfect execution of strategy emerge from the timid and hesitant boy she had known? After a prolonged silence, Fiyana could no longer suppress her curiosity. Why not seek collaboration with the larger guilds? With the backing of the Zijingwa family, I cannot believe they would dare to challenge you. Loren paused at her words, turning to regard the poised young woman with a smile. Smaller guilds like Jasmine are far easier for us to manage in our current state of destitution. Partnering with larger guilds would likely lead them to uncover our vulnerabilities, and entanglements often breed complications that I abhor trouble. Thus, the optimal strategy is to invite those with sufficient strength yet manageable influence to join us. This will significantly increase their reliance on us, enhancing the value of my bargaining chips. Unlike larger guilds, we risk becoming expendable. Moreover, in Decal City, we lack substantial connections. Having compliant guilds to assist us will save considerable time and effort. And once our territory expands, can these smaller guilds truly maintain their independence? His tone remained calm, yet it betrayed an unmistakable ambition that he desired far more than outsiders could fathom. His deep-set eyes, imbued with a hint of weariness and an uncanny ability to perceive the hearts of others, paired with his strikingly handsome visage and graceful, noble demeanor, lent Loren a unique charisma that quickened the pulse. Fiyana gazed at Loren, momentarily entranced by his captivating presence, realizing that she was witnessing a side of him she had never encountered before. Chapter 10. Rare Occupations, my lord, Master Loren. Just as Fiyana was lost in thought, an urgent voice broke through, and the previously diminutive thief rushed to their side. Brimming with excitement, Loren, in a good mood, regarded the young thief whom he had rewarded with 1,000 PUK coins and asked, "What is it?" Had it not been for the precise intelligence provided by this individual, he would not have felt such confidence tonight. "I will guide you. The next guild is located in another section of the street." "Very well, lead the way." The thief, buoyed by Loren's affirmative response, nodded enthusiastically. Upon realizing Loren was not as unapproachable as he had imagined, he took a deep breath, as if steeling himself for what was to come, and boldly stepped forward, proclaiming, "My lord Loren, my name is Arnold. I have just learned of your establishment of a territory in the endless wasteland, and I wish to pledge my allegiance to you, to become your most loyal subordinate." Upon finishing, he knelt on one knee, anxiously gazing at Loren. Loren was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered someone so eager to bow and submit. His initial instinct was to wonder who has sent this individual as a spy. After pondering for a moment, he recalled a similar experience from his past life, where underperforming adventurers often sought the patronage of nobles for better opportunities, a common occurrence indeed. Furthermore, with his esteemed status, this individual was practically gaining a significant advantage. Noticing the other's anxious yet hopeful expression, Loren spoke slowly. "Tell me your reasons, Arnold." Seeing that Loren did not outright reject him, Arnold let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly replied, "Because you are a descendant of the Zijingwa family, of noble lineage, worthy of anyone's loyalty, that if you value me, I am certain I will attain a future 1,000 times better than my current plight. Moreover, your generosity in hiring a mere thief like me speaks volumes of your character." As he observed Loren's indifferent gaze, his heart sank and his anxiety deepened. In a moment of desperation, he recalled the intelligence Loren had inquired about earlier and swiftly shifted his approach. "My lord Loren, as the lord of the frontier, having just arrived in Gatling City, your sources of information within the city must be limited. Coincidentally, I have joined a small gang of over 20 thieves. Though the gang is not particularly strong, it excels in information gathering. I am willing to leverage this gang to collect intelligence for you." Loren regarded the clever thief with a bemused expression. "Well done, young man. You are broadening your path." His flattery was commendable, and now he presented his own value, demonstrating a grasp of the essence of negotiation. Curiously, he employed his eye of truth to assess Arnold's attributes. Arnold level, bronze beginner bloodline, human awakened, loyalty, 65 description, an inconspicuous thief. Perhaps capable of dispatching 3 with a stray brick from above. The attributes were dismally low, yet intriguingly, he possessed a loyalty of 65 even before pledging himself. This fellow seemed to hold some potential after all. "You are quite astute, Arnold." The indifferent tone caused Arnold to hold his breath, his hands instinctively clenching into fists, his gaze fixated on Loren with a mix of trepidation and anticipation, akin to a defendant awaiting their verdict in a courtroom. He understood that the young man before him, who commanded the Jasmine Merchants Association, would soon determine his fate. "Your choice today will undoubtedly become the proudest decision of your life, one that your descendants will cherish." Loren's expression turned serious. "I accept your fealty. Now swear to me in the most devout manner." Arnold. Upon hearing this, Arnold felt an overwhelming surge of exhilaration wash over him, his blood rushing to his head with joy. From this day forth, he would serve as a subordinate to the descendant of the Zijingwa family. By the goddess above, I praise you. Arnold suddenly knelt on one knee, placing his right hand over his chest, his head bowed low as he trembled with humility. "I swear by my soul, I, Arnold, shall remain eternally loyal to Lord Loren, dedicating my life to safeguard your honor." The moment his words echoed in the air, Loren sensed a wisp of spiritual energy emanating from Arnold, which was then absorbed by the system in that instant. Information surged from the system, and he realized that Arnold had officially become a member of the Grey Eagle territory. After the oath, Arnold felt a jolt in his mind, as if he had undergone an indescribable transformation. When he next looked at Loren, his eyes brimmed with respect and adoration. Observing Arnold's gaze, Loren employed his eye of truth once more to his astonishment. Arnold's loyalty had soared to 80 points, indicating a high level of allegiance. "Arnold, I am in need of a pair of eyes. From this day forth, the intelligence operations within Gatling City will be your responsibility. You must understand that a bronze-level thief holds little value to me. But a thief who controls a wealth of information is indeed invaluable. As Loren's words concluded, the system notification chimed. Ding, you have recruited a thief. You may now promote your subordinate. Available rare occupations. Bloodthirsty assassin, C level. Shadow thief, B level. The world of Nor had 5 primary occupations: warrior, mage, knight, archer, and thief. These were considered the standard roles. Beyond these, numerous advanced and rare occupations existed, often endowed with exceptionally unique abilities, highly coveted by adventurers. Rare occupations also varied in tiers. The higher the tier, the more powerful the skills and abilities acquired. Loren had not anticipated that his newly recruited subordinate could be promoted so swiftly, and he felt a surge of delight. Meanwhile, Fiyana observed Loren's beaming smile with a hint of displeasure. Was he truly so exhilarated over the recruitment of a mere bronze-level thief? Had she not witnessed such enthusiasm when she became his protector? With a disdainful huff, she held her head high, her long neck resembling that of a swan-esque grace. Arnold, witnessing Loren's expression, felt deeply moved. He had not expected Lord Loren to be so elated by his acceptance. At that moment, a thought arose within him that it would be worth dying for Lord Loren, and his loyalty surged to 85 points. Taking a few deep breaths, Loren finally regained his composure, glancing at the 2 individuals beside him, whose expressions were starkly contrasting. He pondered what had gone awry. Let us proceed to the next merchant association. Without further ado, he climbed aboard the carriage that had been waiting for them. Although he was eager to witness Arnold's promotion, he deemed it inappropriate to do so in the bustling streets, as any commotion could lead to complications. Moreover, tonight's objective was to amass wealth. Other matters could wait until later. With the foundation laid by the Jasmine Merchants Association, they felt a sense of assurance. Under Loren's adept guidance, they effortlessly traversed 3 merchant associations. However, they were unable to visit the 5th, as the president was out on business. Leaving no decision-maker present, Loren did not dwell on it, opting to return as night fell. Upon their return to the Wanderer's Inn, the dwarven crafted clock struck 11:30 on the 3rd floor. The candles infused with beast oil illuminated the room brightly. Loren sat alone at a round table, while Fiyana and Arnold stood nearby. Fiyana chose not to sit with Loren out of disinterest, whereas Arnold refrained from doing so out of trepidation. Having witnessed Loren's formidable prowess, Arnold's loyalty had now ascended to 89 points, filled with admiration as he fervently praised, "Lord Loren, your negotiation skills are truly formidable. Those merchant associations will likely be waiting at your doorstep by dawn." Upon hearing this unabashed flattery, Loren could not help but smile. Negotiation is a zero-sum game. Whoever holds the initiative can reap greater rewards that we possess scarce resources, and they are irreplaceable, allowing us to maintain the upper hand. Had time not been pressing, and I not required a substantial sum to sustain my territory, they would never have settled for such a paltry price. However, the modest initial fee has its advantages. Come next year, when others see the profits garnered by joining the association, who would not covet it? When the time comes for the second round of recruitment, those associations will undoubtedly double their offers. By then, this qualification will not be attainable for a mere 5 million. Arnold hesitated for a moment before quietly inquiring, "Lord Loren, why do we not establish our own association?" Loren chuckled softly. "Establish our own association? We lack the funds, the connections, and the energy. What could we possibly use to build it? You must discern the priorities of our situation. An association is not something we can manage at this moment. What is a zero-sum game?" A flicker of confusion crossed Fiyana's eyes as she listened without interjecting. After hearing Loren's explanation, she subtly nodded in acknowledgement, though her expression remained as cold as ever. The disappointment Loren had caused her was far too great. Her biases could not be dispelled by a mere handful of incidents. After a lengthy discussion, Loren chose not to linger on the matter. The bait had been cast. At least 3 associations would likely respond by morning. When the time came, millions in funds would arrive, and the rewards from the demonic bloodline task would be activated in advance. With wealth and strength, he would possess ample confidence to face the blood moon on the final day of this month. The development of his territory would finally be set on the right path. As his thoughts raced, he turned his gaze towards the slight figure of Arnold. Contemplating the system's promotion function, he felt a surge of inspiration. Arnold, I never stint on rewarding my subordinates. Achievements must be rewarded, and failures must be penalized. You have rendered sufficient service today, and now I shall grant you a reward, a rare occupation. Upon hearing this, Arnold trembled, disbelief washing over him as he gazed at Loren, his excitement causing his eyes to redden. That a rare occupation. Loren paid no heed to his reaction and continued. I currently possess 2 rare occupation promotion options. The first is Bloodthirsty Assassin, endowed with formidable assassination abilities, capable of delivering a lethal blow. The second is Shadow Thief, enhancing stealth capabilities, allowing one to come and go without a trace. You may choose one rare occupation to promote. The prospect of a rare occupation was already astonishing. Yet he was presented with 2 choices. Lord Loren, are you truly intending to bestow upon me a rare profession? In the realm of noir, rare professions are predominantly monopolized by the nobility, making it as arduous for common folk to transition into one as it is to amass a fortune of millions from scratch. Yet here he was, a humble thief recently aligned with Loren, receiving such a remarkable boon. Praise the sun. Praise the earth. Praise Lord Loren. Chapter 11. The transition effect. Fiyana, upon hearing Loren's words, appeared somewhat taken aback. Her gaze turning sharply towards him, as if it were a dagger, her brows furrowing in confusion. How could she have been unaware that the Bougainvillea family possessed the rare professions of Bloodthirsty Assassin and Shadow Thief? To her knowledge, the Bougainvillea family had only 2 transition methods for rare professions. One was of the warrior class, and the other was the snow dance swordsman, the very profession she had transitioned into. Transitioning into a rare profession was not something to be taken lightly. It required exceedingly stringent criteria. Among the 200 individuals who had transitioned alongside her into snow dance swordsman, only 12 had succeeded. The elimination rate was nothing short of staggering. This bronze-level thief, able to transition into a rare profession. Seemingly perceiving Fiyana's bewilderment, Loren chuckled. This is a fortuitous opportunity, and it is perfectly normal for you to be unaware. Fiyana's expression turned icy, and with a huff, she refrained from further inquiry. Everyone has their secrets. Loren's statement left her with no grounds to question him. Meanwhile, Einar, who had been listening, was unperturbed by these matters, his eyes gleaming with desire. Lord Loren, if it is possible, I wish to transition into a shadow thief. Hearing this, Loren couldn't help but chuckle. The fellow was clever, yet clearly not one to court danger, for the bloodthirsty assassin was a profession that danced on the brink of death. Fortunately, all he required from Einar was intelligence gathering, not a warrior on the battlefield. Kneel, and I shall grant you power. Einar nodded excitedly, promptly dropping to one knee before Loren, his gaze filled with anticipation. The cold and aloof Fiyana, witnessing this scene, wore an expression of astonishment. Kneel, bestow power? Wasn't the transition to a rare profession something earned through arduous training? This felt more like a jest, just as she was engulfed in disbelief. Even questioning whether Loren had been deceived, she observed Loren placing his hand upon Einar's head, that in an instant, a myriad of chaotic colors erupted from his palm, surging into Einar's being. Fiyana? What on earth was happening? At that moment, Einar felt an overwhelming influx of information flooding his mind. How to conceal his form, how to harness his newfound powers, how to mask his presence, how to track. The techniques pertinent to the Shadow Thief were rapidly assimilated, leaving him with the vague sensation that he had undergone years of training somewhere. Subsequently, Einar's aura began to shift gradually, from initially imposing to eventually dissipating entirely, until he seemed to vanish from existence. Had it not been for the visible evidence, one might have doubted Einar's very presence, that Fiyana's previously indifferent expression was now one of sheer astonishment. Her enchanting blue eyes fixated on Einar, her mind swirling with incredulity. How could this be possible? A rare profession could be directly imparted to another. She felt as if the values and perceptions she had cultivated over 20 years were crumbling before her eyes. Observing Loren, who appeared unfazed by the incredibility of the situation, she was further confounded. Surely, she must be imagining things, surely. After a moment, as she watched Einar with his eyes tightly shut, Loren gradually withdrew his hand. Catching sight of Fiyana's astonished countenance, a smile emerged on his face. Surprised, Fiyana furrowed her brow. her expression returning to its icy demeanor, and she chose not to respond. Was the ability to directly transition someone into a rare profession not astonishing enough? What could possibly elicit genuine surprise? This was something even extraordinary or legendary beings could not achieve. This man was undoubtedly trying to provoke her. Approximately 10 minutes later, Einar began to awaken upon opening his eyes. The slender thief's body instinctively bent low, his gaze sharpening like that of a predator, as his presence vanished entirely. Only upon seeing Loren standing by the window did his expression soften, a smile returning to his face as he stepped forward, exclaiming, "Lord Loren, I am grateful for your gift. I have mastered the techniques of a shadow thief. You are truly magnificent. I have never witnessed such a unique transition method. Praise you, my lord. You shine brighter than the sun above. Your radiance will illuminate the earth." The flattery poured forth from Einar like an unrestrained torrent, causing Loren's lips to twitch with discomfort. Must it be so overt? Could he not be a tad more subtle? The Eye of Truth activated. Einar level. Bronze beginner bloodline. Human bloodline, awakened, profession. Shadow thief, B class. Profession skill. Concealment, B class, allowing complete invisibility. Upon reaching platinum level, concealment will render the user as nothingness. Enabling passage through walls. Loyalty. 89 description. A human possessing commendable thieving instincts. Perhaps he can pilfer from others while they slumber. Loren regarded Einar's attributes with a nod of approval. Transitioning into a rare profession had directly granted him a B-class special skill. No wonder rare professions were so coveted. Lord Loren, I have acquired a powerful stealth skill that allows me to completely suppress my presence. Einar exclaimed excitedly. With a slight movement, a unique power enveloped him, and before Loren's eyes, he vanished from the room. Fiyana, observing coldly from the sidelines, narrowed her eyes, her tone laced with astonishment. A platinum-level thief skill? Advanced concealment? The stealth skill of a lowly thief was nothing more than a mere jest, merely allowing one to hide within the shadows. Only upon reaching the platinum level could one attain true invisibility, completely obscuring their form. Yet, Einar was merely a bronze beginner. The gap to platinum was vast. A TO master, such a high-level stealth skill at this stage was a testament to the rarity of his profession. However, this only intensified the peculiar turmoil within Fiyana. She cast a glance at the composed Loren, her heart swirling with unnameable feelings. Reflecting on her own journey, she had endured years of relentless training and hardship to transition into a rare profession, facing countless trials and tribulations before finally succeeding. Now, a mere thief, by simply aligning with Loren, had effortlessly acquired a rare profession, and the process had been astonishingly smooth. The contrast was stark. Fiyana took several deep breaths. Struggling to quell her tumultuous emotions, gazing at the imposing Loren with a complex mixture of admiration and envy. What other secrets could this man be concealing? Chapter 12. Fiyana's frustration once Einar revealed himself. Loren nodded in satisfaction. The professions in the noir world may lack extravagant skills, yet each possessed its unique significance. The shadow thief's special skill was concealment, a trait that would only strengthen as Einar progressed, ultimately allowing him to become nothingness, traversing walls with ease. Even without the high damage of a bloodthirsty assassin, this skill was invaluable for ambushes or information gathering. He observed Einar's newly acquired prowess. Loren began to ponder deeply. His own profession was that of a swordsman. Though not a rare profession, it significantly surpassed others of the same level when combined with the bougainvillea breathing technique. Furthermore, the bougainvillea breathing technique came with 3 formidable combat skills. The first could be learned at silver level, the second at gold, and the third at platinum. He had already mastered the first skill, Steel Break Slash, S-Class, which allowed him to concentrate his mental energy into a single explosive point. Steel Break Slash enabled him to unleash damage near that of a gold-level fighter, resulting in a truly explosive output. At present, his combat prowess was such that he could contend with not only silver beginners, but even those newly entering gold. His sole weakness lay in its lack of sustainability. With his current bloodline power, he could only unleash it 3 times before succumbing to weakness. Lord Loren? Einar's calls finally roused Loren from his thoughts. Glancing at the anxious figure before him, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Where do you reside now?" Aenir promptly replied, "Lord Loren. I live across from the orphanage in the 19th district." Loren's brow furrowed. "You weren't deceiving me when you said you were going to deliver bread to the orphanage." Aenir shook his head. "I was raised in the orphanage. Those children are truly unfortunate." "So you have been supporting them all this time?" "Lord Loren, it is within my means to do so." Aenir spoke earnestly, his gaze pure and clear. Every month, the Blood Moon Day was a catastrophic disaster. This world was not lacking in orphans. Loren was momentarily taken aback, his gaze softening as he regarded Aenir, but he had not anticipated that this slender, clever thief would possess such benevolence. Regardless of his motives, such actions were deserving of respect. "Very well. Go deliver your bread and return tomorrow morning." It was already quite late. Although he had many inquiries for Aenir, there was no rush. Aenir nodded gratefully, taking up the large bag of black bread from the corner before exiting the room. Once the sound of Aenir's footsteps faded down the stairs, Fiyana, who had remained silent and observant, finally spoke, her voice cold. "You are just letting him leave like that. Are you not concerned he won't return tomorrow?" Upon hearing this, Loren turned to glance at the icy girl, offering a nonchalant smile. "Not coming back. Where else could he possibly go? I never worry about things that will never happen. 99 points of loyalty is not a jest." "Naive." Fiyana's eyes narrowed, her tone laced with anger. "That thief has only been with you for a few hours, and you don't even know where he lives, let alone his family background or experiences. You so recklessly bestow upon him a profession of utmost rarity. How benevolent of you, noble lord. What kind of normal person would act in such a manner? Is this not childish?" Her previously budding opinion of Loren had diminished significantly. While there were occasional flashes of brilliance, he remained that same mediocre individual overall. Upon hearing her sharp words, Loren's lips twitched. This girl had not only saved his life, but had stood by him during his darkest hours. This morning, she had even taken all her savings to support him, and her strength was of platinum caliber. He found himself too weary to argue with her. After all, he couldn't reveal the system to her. He closed his eyes, seeking solace in silence. Witnessing his silence, Fiyana's expression grew colder. Before today, Loren had treated her with great respect, valuing her suggestions even if he chose not to heed them. However, after discovering him hiding away in tears this evening and angrily reprimanding him, it seemed he had undergone some transformation, that he had never treated her with such indifference before. Grinding her teeth, she thought, "This man holds a grudge." After a prolonged silence, her curiosity got the better of her. "Loren, how can that rare profession allow someone to change jobs without training?" Loren raised an eyebrow, noticing the curiosity in her eyes, and smiled. "Girls are much cuter when they're a bit dim. Why concern yourself with such matters?" "Me?" Fiyana felt she might explode with rage, wishing to draw her sword and cleave him into countless pieces. Is that even a human thing to say? She gritted her teeth and forced out a few words from her throat. "Dare you say that again?" Loren chuckled coldly, standing his ground. "Oh, I wouldn't dare." Fiyana's face darkened, feeling that this rascal would eventually drive her to her demise. With a cold glare, she stood up and exited. The door slammed shut with such force that it shook his bed. Dust cascaded from the ceiling as Loren chuckled, feeling a momentary sense of relief. However, joy is often fleeting. Once the room fell silent, he gazed around the empty, unfamiliar space, and his expression slowly shifted. Rising to the window, he peered through the glass at the streets of Dekel City illuminated by streetlights, the unfamiliar scene stirring a wave of emotions within him that in that moment. He felt as though he had become an outsider to this world. The comforts of computers, phones, and Wi-Fi would no longer be his, and he might never see his mother or sister again. The weight of the day as toil bore down on him. He could only imagine how his mother and sister would weep upon learning of his drunken stupor. They were his dearest kin. After a long while, he was roused from his reverie by the sound of a neighboring guest returning and closing their door. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to suppress his melancholic thoughts. "Mother, regardless of what the future holds, I will persevere. Little sister, I hope you won't bring shame upon your brother and will take good care of our mother." Whispering these thoughts, his gaze gradually regained clarity. and the valiant youth within him re-emerged. He turned to wash up and soon fell into a deep slumber. Tomorrow promised a confrontation, and upon awakening, he could look forward to collecting his earnings. May all proceed smoothly. Chapter 13. The Awakening of Arnold, Part 1. After leaving the Wanderer's Inn, Arnold made his way lightly towards the 19th district. The inn was situated near the city center, while the orphanage lay in the slums, necessitating approximately an hour-long trek. However, exhilaration buoyed his steps, quickening his pace. Today's experiences felt like a dream. Originally, he was to accompany an adventurers' party outside the city to hunt magical beasts. But when a key member of the party was unable to join last minute, he had no choice but to return. Yet, unexpectedly, during his return journey, he encountered Loren. Following that, he had experienced a series of fantastical events. He had now transitioned into a rare profession. Although still merely at the bronze beginner level, he felt confident that his combat prowess had increased by at least 50%. After all, it was a rare profession, graciously bestowed upon him by the great Lord Loren. That trust instilled in him unwavering resolve. He would not hesitate to give his life for Lord Loren if necessary. Following Lord Loren, I will surely earn more money, allowing the orphanage to take in more children. It must be so. With a foolish grin, Arnold was filled with anticipation for the morrow, aware that this man had altered his fate, even transforming the destinies of dozens of orphans at the orphanage. Tomorrow will surely be better. Let us do our best, Arnold. In a state of excitement, Arnold hastened his pace considerably to 1 o'clock in the morning. Upon returning to the 19th district, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Outside the orphanage, where few would venture, a group of over 10 thugs was loudly clamoring. The dilapidated walls of the orphanage stood about 2 men high, with chunks of plaster peeling off, threatening to collapse at any moment. The gate was wrought iron, affording a clear view of the interior. As Arnold approached, he witnessed several strangers brazenly capturing children within the orphanage. The air filled with the cries of distressed youngsters. One thug, in particular, laughed heartily as he kicked a 5- or 6-year-old girl to the ground, leaving her hand bloodied from the rough floor. Witnessing this scene, Arnold's eyes widened in fury. "You bastards!" He charged forward, bellowing in outrage. "What are you doing?" At this sudden outburst, silence fell over the scene, and the group of thugs turned to face the diminutive Arnold. Far from being intimidated, they erupted into laughter. Just then, a burly man covered in tattoos, with 2 prominent scars on his face, emerged from the orphanage. That he held a small girl, her hands and feet bound, and a rag stuffed in her mouth. Tears streamed down the girl's face, leaving trails in their wake. Upon seeing Arnold, she began to cry even harder, but the rag muffled her sobs, tugging at his heart. The tattooed giant casually tossed the girl to the ground, then took a few steps forward, looking down at Arnold with a mocking gaze. Look who we have here. Is this not the illustrious Lord Arnold? TSK, what is this? Did you not rummage through trash bins for a meal today?" The other thugs roared with laughter. "Lord Curl, is this the thief you wanted to recruit? Can this scrawny body withstand even a single punch? Ha ha ha. I'll bet he could take maybe 2. Get lost, kid. This isn't place for you to meddle." Arnold, witnessing the small girl on the ground, weeping and unable to voice her despair, felt his rage swell to a nearly uncontrollable level. Yet, the presence of the over 10 thugs felt like an insurmountable chasm, rendering him powerless to protect the orphanage that held all his hopes. He forcibly suppressed his fury, recalling the memories he had inherited upon his job change today. With his body slightly bending, resembling a drawn bow, the dagger strapped to his thigh was unsheathed, its cold blade glinting ominously. Fixing his gaze on the burly tattooed man, he spoke with chilling resolve. "Curl, the orphanage is not a playground for your wild gang. Do you think Deckle City lacks a city defense force?" Such blatant abduction of children from the orphanage was something the municipal government of Deckle City would never tolerate. He could not believe the military would turn a blind eye to this. Yet, the thugs erupted into even more raucous laughter upon hearing his words. The tattooed Curl sneered, fixing his gaze on Arnold. One sentence from him caused Arnold's expression to shift dramatically. "Do you think I would dare come here without the military's permission? They're just children. What do you intend to do with them?" Arnold could no longer contain his rage, his heart aching as he watched the usually obedient little ones being bound and looking at him with tear-filled eyes. Pleading for help. What do we want? You talk too much. Curl snarled with a grin, waving his hand, prompting his comrades to laugh as they raised wooden clubs and charged at Arnold. Each child was worth 10,000 pucks, with 32 orphans. That amounted to 320,000. With such wealth, he could develop in the commoner streets and never return to this wretched slum, filled with filth and garbage, utterly devoid of value. Did this contemptible thief wish to thwart his future, looking for death, take him down, and hang his head at the entrance? Arnold's heart trembled at the sight of the approaching thugs, the instinct for survival urging him to flee. He was merely at the bronze beginner level, while Curl, the leader of the Wild Dog Gang, was at the advanced bronze level and on the brink of silver, not to mention he had over 10 black iron and 3 or 4 bronze beginner level lackeys. If he engaged them head-on, he would surely perish today. Yet as he looked at the small girl on the ground, her tear-filled eyes pleading for help, his heart twisted painfully that he clenched his fists tightly, as if trying to squeeze blood from them, veins bulging on his face, his eyes widened with anguish, his body trembling uncontrollably. The flames of fury ignited within him completely. Lord Loren, I apologize, but I can no longer heed your commands. A multitude of tear-streaked faces halted him in his tracks, and with a resolute stance, he cast aside his inner cowardice, gritting his teeth and charging toward the crowd. After taking 2 steps, his form quickly became ethereal, vanishing from the view of the ruffians. Shadow thief be-level skill, stealth. The enraged ruffians, rushing forward, suddenly froze. When did a bronze-level thief gain the ability to completely conceal their presence? Was this a jest? Just as they stood dazed, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. The ruffian at the front was gushing blood from his neck. Spraying several feet high, he collapsed, lifeless in that moment. Having slain an enemy, Arnold inexplicably felt a surge of energy coursing through him, as if his strength had significantly increased. What is this? Arnold pondered, but clearly, no one would provide answers at this moment. Following the death of the first ruffian, the others glimpsed a faint shadow retreating. The limitations of stealth. Any significant movement would reveal one's form. The ruffians, witnessing their comrade's demise, erupted in rage. How dare that damn thief? Charge! He can't remain hidden for long. I will crush his skull. Chapter 14. The Awakening of Arnold, Part 2. After Arnold took down one of them, the ruffians were thoroughly infuriated. About a dozen of them roared as they surged toward the direction of Arnold's concealment. Though they were not highly leveled, their existence in a world of extraordinary power endowed them with a certain ferocity, especially when confronting those they deemed weaker. Capitalizing on the element of surprise after his sudden attack, Arnold refrained from pressing forward. Instead, he began to retreat, utilizing the advantage of his ability to remain hidden, preparing for a kiting strategy. However, the moment he turned, a wooden stick hurtled through the air. Arnold could not evade in time and was struck on the thigh, stumbling and nearly falling. The shadowy image formed by his stealth abruptly solidified, making him more discernible. The ruffians, faced with this brutal reality, rejoiced, seizing the opportunity as they charged in. There was no time left for him to escape. Gritting his teeth, Arnold resolved not to retreat any further. Hearing the cries of the children in the orphanage, a fierce pang gripped his heart, and an uncontainable madness surged within him as he charged straight into the throng. Death with it. I, Arnold, am no coward. I shall not flee. The two sides collided in an instant. Whoosh, a wooden stick swung toward Arnold's head with ferocity. Arnold ducked just in time to evade this lethal blow, seizing the opportunity to charge forward, his dagger slashing out. The attacking ruffian felt a sudden chill at his throat, followed by a spray of blood that filled the air as excruciating pain coursed through him, draining his strength. Thud, the second one fell. After slaying another foe, Arnold sensed another surge of energy flowing into his body, his strength once again amplified. This is not an illusion. Arnold's spirit trembled. Amidst this seemingly fatal struggle, he finally glimpsed a sliver of hope. Lord Loren, should I survive and return, I will repay you with my very soul. The street was dimly lit. Although Arnold's skill had begun to reveal his form, due to his overt actions. He remained elusive, making it difficult for his adversaries to discern his next move. Most of these ruffians were merely Iron Tier and lacked professional training, granting Arnaud a rare opportunity for survival. After dispatching 2 foes, Arnaud gained a newfound understanding. So this is what it means to be a shadow thief, to traverse the shadows and commit murder. The enemy to his right launched an attack while another advanced with a blade. Yet a gap lay before him. Dodge, shift, turn, leap, thrust. The third ruffian clutched his throat and collapsed to the right. An opportunity presented itself. Arnaud felt as though he had entered a unique state. His perception and agility had drastically heightened. In that moment, he seemed to embody the very essence of the Reaper in the night. The glint of his dagger shone like snow. The 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th foes fell in rapid succession. In the blink of an eye, Arnaud had dispatched half of the 14 ruffians, leaving only 7 standing. The once enraged and frenzied ruffians now gazed at the corpses on the ground, their spines chilled with dread. How could this lowly thief possess such formidable power? As Arnaud's understanding of the shadow thief deepened and his strength surged, the tattooed man, Curl, who had been observing the battlefield coldly, sensed something amiss. To snuff out a threat in its infancy, that was the second rule of survival in the slums of Decal City. There was no time to waste. Leaning slightly forward, he bent his powerful legs, then exploded forth with tremendous force, causing the very earth to tremble beneath him. Warrior skill. Charged at Curl's massive form, surged toward Arnaud like a cheetah, just as Arnaud's blade was poised to pierce the throat of the 8th ruffian. Sensing the overwhelming aura bearing down upon him, Arnaud's face paled. He sought to withdraw, but there was no time to retract his dagger. But Curl's formidable, bull-like fury collided with Arnaud. The bronze tier thief was sent flying like a severed kite, blood spewing from his mouth as he fell to the ground, drenched in a rain of crimson. Yet, in that final moment, his dagger still managed to slice through the throat of that ruffian, claiming yet another life. Bang after being hurled several meters away, Arnaud crashed heavily to the ground. Producing a dull thud, he felt at least 4 or 5 ribs shatter, the searing agony in his chest driving him to the brink of madness. Is this your strength? Truly pitiful to the point of being laughable. Thieves were inherently ill-suited for direct confrontation, and low-tier thieves ranked at the very bottom among all professions. Curl, as a high-tier bronze warrior on the cusp of silver, found it all too easy to brutally slaughter a low-level thief. Observing Arnaud, who had sustained such grievous injuries yet remained silent, Curl's gaze softened slightly. Not bad, you're quite the man. Having spoken, he turned to stride toward the orphanage, and after taking a few steps, coldly remarked, "Dismember him and feed the pieces to the dogs. I loathe hard bones." A discarded thief could be dealt with by any Iron Tier warrior, but he needed blood to placate his subordinates. The ruffians, who had recently been terrified by Arnaud's ability to kill with a single strike, felt a wave of relief wash over them. Their initial terror now transformed into a frenzied rush toward Arnaud, seemingly intent on repaying their fear in kind. Arnaud lay on the ground, the cold, hard earth pressing against him. Pain coursing through his body, he fixated on Curl's retreating figure, his heart sinking with each step closer to the orphanage. No, this cannot continue. Driven mad by excruciating pain, Arnaud, in that moment when the tattooed Curl stepped into the orphanage's entrance, felt something within him shatter, as if something was about to erupt forth. This was the place where he had grown up. The children he had personally rescued from the outside. This was his home, the sanctuary he vowed to protect with his life. How could he fall here? Lord Loren is still waiting for him. The children need him. Arnaud, rise! The fierce desire to survive and the will to live overwhelmed the agony in his body. As the ruffians were about to reach him, Arnaud felt a dormant power within him begin to awaken. Unbeknownst to him, the last adversary he had slain was a bronze tier, and in that very moment, the foe's heartbeat ceased, at this time, hidden in the shadows 100 meters from the orphanage's entrance. A cool and ethereal figure observed the unfolding scene with quiet intensity. Witnessing Arnaud's willingness to fight to the death for the sake of the children, the icy glint in the girl's blue eyes softened somewhat. Loren's not mistaken about you after all. As Arnaud was knocked to the ground and the situation spiraled toward chaos, the slender fingers of the cold figure grasped the hilt of her long sword at her waist. Without his permission, You filth are unworthy to take the life of his subordinate. Just as she prepared to intervene, her gaze sharpened, for she noticed that the fallen Arnaud had risen once more to AT that moment. A layer of bronze energy enveloped him, burning like flames. Bronze intermediate, awakened bloodline power? For Lord Loren, for those innocent children, kill! With a chilling whisper, the fallen thief vanished from sight. The cool, ethereal figure stood still, silently witnessing the ensuing bloody carnage. She bore witness to the birth of a resolute warrior. Chapter 15. A small fortune delivered to your door. Perhaps it was due to exhaustion from the previous night, or perhaps because of his weakened state. Loren slept soundly until the break of dawn, only roused by a knock on his door. As he slowly awakened and opened his eyes, he was taken aback to find someone at his bedside. Upon recognizing the visitor, he let out a sigh of relief, yet did not offer her a warm reception. Fiyana, are you not aware of the propriety between men and women? If I were to sleep naked, wouldn't that be taking advantage of me? Moreover, I've locked the door. How did you get in? Hearing such shameless words, Fiyana's eyelids twitched, her morning cheer instantly shattered, resisting the urge to kick this rogue. She replied coldly, "The Merchant Guild is waiting for you in the hall." The Merchant Guild? What chamber of commerce? You! Fiyana was infuriated that it was only then that Loren regained his senses, realizing that a small fortune had come knocking at his door. The thought of swiftly completing the system task and awakening his demonic, noble bloodline instantly lifted his spirits. With a light cough, he said with a hint of a smile, "Please step outside. I need to get dressed." "Of course, if you don't mind, you may stay." Fiyana shot him a cold glance before turning to leave. This guy had become increasingly irritating since she scolded him yesterday. Bang as dust shook loose from the ceiling once more. Loren chuckled heartily. He truly disliked having someone around who perpetually wore a sour expression. After dressing, a dashing, elegant young man, strikingly handsome and seemingly ethereal, emerged in the room, instantly brightening the atmosphere. Loren descended to the grand hall. He noticed Arnold stationed at the entrance with a dozen guards, while a few merchants in splendid attire were seated inside. The moment Loren laid eyes on Arnold, he sensed something amiss. A palpable aura of bloodlust surrounded him, and his presence had undergone a transformation, as if he had suddenly grown stronger overnight. However, before he could scrutinize further, the merchants beamed with radiant smiles upon seeing Loren, approaching him with enthusiasm. "Good day, esteemed Lord Loren." Loren withdrew his puzzled gaze, nodding slightly in acknowledgement of their bows. With a rather impassive expression, he looked down upon the guild leaders, embodying the essence of high nobility. Their trepidation grew as they noticed his demeanor, their smiles becoming even more exaggerated. 1, 2, 3 for, Why is there an extra person? Loren mused, lounging leisurely at the wooden table, eyeing the unfamiliar merchant with a prominent belly. Robert, the president of the Jasmine Chamber of Commerce, hastily introduced him. "Lord Loren, this is the president of the Blackstone Chamber of Commerce. Carly has heard that you wish to form a chamber alliance and is quite eager to witness your brilliance. He admires your decision to forsake the comforts of your family to embark on this venture." This flattery was utterly shameless. Even Fiyana, observing coldly from the side, felt compelled to scoff. What brilliance! He couldn't even defend his own territory. It was one thing for others to falter, but it was utterly disgraceful for a scion of the Subduing family to lose his land. Loren nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed. I appreciate honest individuals." Fiyana immediately felt the urge to bury her face in her hands. After the pleasantries, Loren refrained from idle chatter, his expression turning solemn. "I contemplated through the night. The Subduing family holds a prestigious legacy. Collaborating with a group of small chambers may tarnish the family's reputation. While my territory has been breached and funds are desperately needed, I cannot wager the family's honor." A collective gasp echoed in the room. Could it be that this man intended to backtrack? The chamber heads exchanged anxious glances. They had deliberated extensively prior to this meeting and had dispatched personnel to investigate Loren's recent activities in Green City, confirming his identity multiple times. However, the 5 million in funds was merely a year's membership fee, a burden they felt acutely. Although the tax exemptions might yield greater profits, those were future gains. Immediate finances were still lacking. They had resolved to negotiate a lower price, ideally reducing it by 1,000,000 or two. But now, Loren threatened to withdraw, crushing their hopes of bargaining, that if he deemed their chambers too insignificant to collaborate with. Discussing prices at this juncture would be tantamount to courting disaster. After much deliberation, Robert, the president of the Jasmine Chamber, rushed to speak. Lord Loren, we completely understand your concerns, but all of us are sincerely eager to collaborate with you. We have thrived in Decker City for quite some time, establishing ample commercial channels that if you permit us to join your alliance, we can rapidly expand and provide you with significant value. Did you not mention that your elders wish to see you grow from the ground up? We will wholeheartedly support your territorial development. This strategic retreat allowed Loren to seize the initiative. He found their words amusing, yet maintained an expression of being swayed. Is that so? Upon witnessing his demeanor, Robert sighed in relief, hastily adding, absolutely. With our 5 chambers as your subordinate guilds, we can procure ample resources for you at a low cost with just a word from you that you're unfamiliar with the area and will require assistance from some chambers. Loren nodded, feigning hesitation. Then does the membership fee need to increase a bit? The chamber heads felt as if their hearts were bleeding. They had initially hoped to negotiate a lower price. They exchanged glances. And Robert, with a wry smile, quickly interjected, Lord Loren, 5,000,000 is already the most reasonable price. Think about it. This is our first collaboration, and we have yet to gain any benefits. The outcomes remain uncertain. If merely reducing taxes guaranteed success, there would not be so many bankrupt nobles each year that if the price is set too high, we cannot bear it. Surely, you do not wish to see us go bankrupt after paying the membership fee, as that would undoubtedly affect your family's elders' perception of you. Loren appeared to be swayed at last. After a prolonged contemplation, he slowly nodded. Since you are so earnest in your desire to collaborate, I shall acquiesce. After all, it is merely a year. If the partnership proves unsatisfactory, we can discuss it then. Furthermore, I currently lack the manpower to manage the initial setup of the Subduing Chamber Alliance. We will handle that. Such trivial matters should not burden you. Rest assured, the personnel for the Alliance will be sourced from the slave market, and the contracts will be delivered to you. And the membership fee, you need not worry. Once the Alliance is registered in Decker City, we will promptly provide it to you. Fiyana, observing Loren being cajoled by the chamber heads into finalizing the agreement, wore a peculiar expression. She found it hard to believe that Loren would even consider abandoning the formation of the Alliance. His pockets were empty, and his territory awaited his return with a substantial influx of resources. How could he afford to relinquish that? However, after he uttered that seemingly casual remark, the negotiations progressed far more smoothly than she had anticipated, leaving her both astonished and incredulous. Loren had undergone a remarkable transformation since her scolding yesterday. Could it be that my reprimands have such an effect? Fiyana mused to herself, contemplating whether to try scolding someone again that night, her gaze inadvertently drifting toward Arnold, who was stationed at the inn's entrance. Arnold abruptly sneezed, a chill running down his spine, and he quickly scanned the surroundings. After confirming there was no danger, he resumed his vigilant watch. Chapter 16. Lord Loren, you are a good man. Loren's strategy of retreating to advance had directly altered what should have been a morning filled with verbal sparring. The seasoned chamber heads found themselves subdued. Unable to move, he maintained firm control over the negotiations' tempo, meticulously implementing his ideas one by one, in order to swiftly finalize the agreement and prevent Loren from reconsidering. The chamber heads were exceedingly cooperative, disregarding many negotiable minor conditions. For instance, they would provide funding to rent a manor in the city as the Subduing Chamber Alliance's headquarters and procure the necessary management personnel. Should Loren require any supplies, they would sell them to him at cost and assist in transporting them to his territory, but a comprehensive cooperation agreement comprising over 30 clauses was established 2 hours later. The terms were inscribed on paper, and Loren and the 5 chamber heads each signed their names, with Loren affixing his family crest as well. Once everything was finalized, a collective sigh of relief resonated in the room. Loren felt quite pleased. This venture had garnered a total of 25 million in membership fees, securing funding for the development of his territory at least for the next 3 months. He need not worry. The 5 chambers of commerce were equally elated. Having signed the contract, they no longer had to fear Loren retracting his earlier commitments. Over the ensuing year, they would enjoy the privilege of conducting business at a lower tax rate. Moreover, once the alliance was established, they would be under the protection of the Zijingwa family, allowing them to expand freely. Both parties emerged with gains and were exceedingly satisfied with the collaboration. When Fiyana received the cooperation agreement that Loren had instructed her to file away, she was momentarily dazed upon seeing the figure of 25 million PUK. Just yesterday, Loren had been a noble seeking support from the Zijingwa family, rejected and reduced to tears on the floor of his room. And now, in the span of a single night, he had conjured up 25 million, that although the successful collaboration stemmed from his noble lineage as a descendant of the Zijingwa family, was not that identity a manifestation of his own strength? Was it truly wise to abandon his noble status to wallow like a mud-stained adventurer for just a few hundred PUK? Moreover, it was clear that Loren was the one who had expedited the agreement's conclusion in a mere night. If one were to switch individuals, even if the counterpart's status surpassed that of Loren, these astute merchants would likely take a week or two, dispatching someone to the Falcon King's capital to ascertain the situation before they would be willing to part with their funds. Yet, when faced with this extraordinary youth, those shrewd merchants found themselves with little room for resistance, firmly grasped in his control that Loren's precise manipulation of human emotions expedited their collaboration to a mere overnight affair. In just this single day, Loren had astonished her more than the 2 months they had spent together. No, during those 2 months, there had been no astonishment, only disappointment. The girl's frosty demeanor softened considerably, as if a glimmer of hope rekindled in her eyes. Perhaps everything still held promise. After the agreement was signed, they proceeded to the city hall for registration. Following this, the Merchant Association would receive special documentation, allowing them to present it during tax inspections to obtain corresponding tax reductions. Of course, this registration required the presence of a noble, and as a direct descendant of the Zijingwa family, Loren possessed 5 tax exemption quotas for merchant associations, which he utilized all at once this time. Once the registration was completed, the association's tax-exempt status would be reported to the Noble Elder Council, which updates the list of noble merchant associations bi-weekly, disseminating it to various territories within the Silvermoon Kingdom. Thus, a nationwide tax exemption registration would be accomplished. The procedure for canceling the association's registration mirrored this entirely. Clop, 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 clop. 6 carriages, driven by their respective coachmen, made their way to the city hall. Within the central carriage, Loren and Fiyana sat in the compartment, while Arnold remained seated with the coachman, just as he had the previous night. It was only at this moment that Loren had the opportunity to scrutinize this transformed figure. The thief now exuding a palpable scent of blood. True I. Arnold level. Intermediate bronze bloodline. Human bloodline, B grade. Awakened bloodline talent. Breath concealment, B grade. When silent, his presence is exceedingly low, allowing him to evade ordinary perception. Profession, shadow thief, B grade. Professional skill, concealment technique, B grade. Render himself completely invisible. Upon reaching platinum level, this technique will turn him into nothingness, enabling him to pass through walls. Loyalty. 92 description. A human with commendable thieving talent. Perhaps he can pilfer something while others slumber. Had Arnold truly awakened? Moreover, his awakened bloodline level was B-. Such potential could eventually elevate him to platinum level. Yet, Loren was left pondering what had transpired the night before. Subconsciously, he opened the system panel, bringing forth several notifications he had overlooked due to slumber. Ding, your subordinate Arno has slain an enemy bronze, gaining 1 point of soul power. Ding, your subordinate Arno has slain an enemy silver, gaining 5 points of soul power. Ding, aside from these messages, the soul power panel, previously of no known utility, had risen to 32 points, which left him contemplative. Soul power seemed to be anything but simple. Arno, why did you suddenly advance to intermediate bronze? It appears your bloodline power has awakened. Are you not inclined to share what transpired last night? Arno had returned home just before dawn, and upon his appearance that morning, he bore an aura of lethal intent. Loren examined the frail figure, pondering whether he had been cornered in a narrow alley by several brutish men with peculiar proclivities, and in a fit of rage, Arno had successfully activated his bloodline power, ultimately claiming one of their lives? Upon hearing this, Arno turned his head, his eyes filled with gratitude and reverence for Loren. Lord Loren, this is all your reward. What does this have to do with me? Loren replied, utterly perplexed. Subsequently, Arnold recounted in detail the events that unfolded at the orphanage the previous night, concluding with fervor, "With each enemy I slay, I feel myself growing stronger. Had it not been for your reward, I fear I would have been cast into the sewers to be devoured by rats. It is your radiance that illuminated my path, allowing me to awaken my bloodline power at a critical moment. It is your gaze that watches over me from afar, preventing me from losing my fighting spirit in the face of defeat. Your trust has bestowed upon me boundless strength, enabling me to confront formidable foes with courage. Praise the greatness of you. I shall remain eternally loyal to you, my master." Loren's lips twitched in response to the effusive flattery, realizing that Arno had indeed killed his enemies and gained this enhancement through the system's leveling feature. "Are you certain that slaying an enemy grants you power?" "Indeed, my lord Loren, I am certain. This must be your magic, for I knew you were no ordinary noble." Observing Arno's near-manic state, Loren's lips once again twitched. After regaining his composure, he felt a pang of reflection. This world was undeniably chaotic. Even in a highly sensitive location like an orphanage, there were those audacious enough to brazenly abduct children. What has become of those children? How do you intend to care for them? Arno's earlier excitement faded significantly upon hearing this. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and replied, "Lord Loren, they have no family in this world. Each one is a child I brought back from the streets, so I hope to continue caring for them. Of course, you need not worry too much. They will beg for food, and I will arrange for the older ones to work in shops. There will always be a way for them to survive." Always a way to survive. Loren mulled over this statement, his gaze softening considerably. "Once the merchant alliance is established, let us find a new place nearby to settle those orphans that I will arrange for someone to teach them literacy. And they may remain with the association to assist." A tremor coursed through Arno's heart, and his nose tinged with a sudden acidity. This thief, who had endured broken ribs without a sound the previous night, now had red-rimmed eyes. His voice quavered with emotion. "Thank you for your kindness, Lord Loren. You are the finest person in this world. What on earth? A man bestowing upon me the label of a good person." Loren shot him an exasperated glare before leaning back in the carriage, lapsing into silence. The previously icy expression of Fiyana softened slightly upon hearing Loren's words. This man was not entirely without merit. Yet, recalling how Loren's demeanor had soured after she chastised him yesterday, the flicker of warmth she felt was promptly cast aside, and she turned her head away, refusing to look at him further. Loren cast a bewildered glance at Fiyana, perplexed by her accusatory demeanor despite not having exchanged a word with her, and he dismissed the matter, closing his eyes to rest. Years of navigating life's tumultuous waters had taught him never to ponder what girls were truly thinking. For sometimes they themselves could not fathom their own thoughts. They longed for understanding, yet often did not comprehend their own desires. Chapter 17. The Awakening of the Demon Duke Bloodline upon confirming the successful establishment of the Merchant Alliance at the City Hall. And after the 5 association heads received their respective tax exemption documents, Loren immediately acquired 20 million in funds, deposited into the Fairy Bank, readily accessible at any time. The remaining 5 million belonged to the Jasmine Merchant Association, which engaged in a degree of slave trade. Loren required a batch of enslaved soldiers to replenish the manpower lost after an assault on his territory. Thus he did not demand payment. Chairman Robert was a shrewd individual and readily acquiesced. The moment Loren stepped out of the city hall, a system notification promptly chimed. Ding task. First bucket of gold completed. Reward. Activate the Demon Duke Bloodline. Would you like to claim it? Seeing the system notification, a radiant smile spread across Loren's face. The Demon Duke Bloodline. This formidable trump card was finally on the verge of awakening. A sense of anticipation clawed at him, and he firmly refused several invitations from the association heads to join them for drinks and watch cat maids perform, hastily returning to the inn with Fiyana. Their behavior elicited knowing smirks from the heads. In a frenzy to return, Loren instructed Fiyana and Arno, amidst their quizzical expressions, to prevent anyone from ascending to the 3rd floor, then firmly shut the door, sitting on the bed that he summoned the system. Ding, detecting that the Demon Duke Bloodline has not yet fully awakened. Rewards have been distributed. Would you like to activate it? The dormant Demon Duke bloodline was one of Loren's greatest assets. Demons, terrifying beings dwelling in dimensional planes, were ruled by the Demon Dukes, endowed with incredible talents and potential. Once activated, the extent of the enhancement was unimaginable. However, Loren hesitated. Activating the Demon Duke bloodline within Decker City could potentially expose him. Given the demon's notorious reputation among humans, that it would be a miracle if he could walk 3 streets without attracting attention. Seemingly sensing his apprehension, the system transmitted a message into his mind. Upon activation of the Demon Duke bloodline, the human bloodline would be preserved, allowing for a seamless transformation of form. Loren rejoiced at this revelation. Indeed, the system that had consumed a divine essence to activate was extraordinarily competent. Confirm activation. In the very next instant following his confirmation, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his veins. Some long-dormant power was stirring. It felt as if thousands of ants were gnawing and tearing at his flesh from within. The exaggerated agony of 1,000,000 ants devouring his heart caused Loren's already pale complexion to turn ghastly white. Surely, this pain surpasses even that of a shattered egg? The muscles of his body began to twitch uncontrollably, and the once remarkably handsome features became rigid and contorted. The energy coursing through his veins was tearing apart his muscles and shattering his bones. Loren, gritting his teeth, felt waves of terror crashing over him. Several times, he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. After his body was ravaged by the energy within his veins, the muscles and blood vessels would often heal rapidly, emerging more resilient, akin to cotton transforming into steel. Simultaneously, Loren's eyes gradually shifted from black to a blood-red hue. An aura of malevolence began to rise within the room. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Loren had lost all sense of time. The excruciating pain within his body dulled his consciousness. It felt as though a century had passed, endless and seemingly never-ending. Just as his will was on the brink of collapse amidst the agony, the system's activation sound finally rang out. Ding! Activation of the Demon Duke's bloodline successful. Bloodline inheritance acquired. Demon breathing technique. The horrific pain in his body swiftly dissipated, replaced by a sensation of comfort akin to soaking in a hot spring. As every muscle relaxed in that moment, Loren could not help but let out a soft moan. Was the relief following such suffering not too delightful? The weakness within him vanished rapidly, supplanted by a formidable strength, an unprecedented sense of power and fulfillment, that he even felt capable of shattering a city wall with a single punch, suppressing the urge to test his strength against the wall. He mentally summoned his attributes, which materialized before his eyes. Loren Grand Identity. Lord of the Grey Eagle Territory, descendant of the Gatling family lordly talent. True Eye, allows observation of subordinates' loyalty. Level, Silver Beginner Bloodline. Gatling family bloodline, a grade. Awakened, traits, mental resilience, a grade. Significantly enhances mental strength, immunity to second circle mental spells. Demon Duke bloodline, S grade, awakened, traits. Demon physique, S grade, greatly enhances strength and constitution, immunity to lethal poisons, instant death skills. And curses, cultivation technique. Gatling breathing technique, S grade, advantages. Primarily focuses on mental cultivation, significantly enhancing mental strength and resilience. In the later stages, immunity to mental impact from spellcasters, capable of unleashing immense power when paired with corresponding skills. Disadvantages: insufficient physical training. Full exertion may cause considerable bodily harm. Innate skill: steel shattering slash, S grade, concentrates all mental energy to unleash a powerful strike. Storm slash, S grade, learnable at golden level. Armor breaking, S grade. Learnable at platinum level. Demon breathing technique, S grade advantages. The pinnacle of demonic cultivation techniques, substantially enhances physique, strengthens the body, and ultimately allows for limb regeneration. Significantly increases resistance to magic. With inexhaustible strength. Disadvantages: post-cultivation. One can no longer learn spells. Prone to berserk and bloodthirsty states, requiring immense mental control. Innate skill: Demon Frenzy, S grade, greatly enhances physical qualities, but induces an overwhelming desire for battle and slaughter, with a risk of losing control. Superb Recovery, passive beginner, increases injury recovery speed by 5 times. Stamina Recovery, passive beginner, Enhances stamina recovery speed by 5 times. Magic resistance, passive, beginner. Reduces damage from second circle and below magic by 50. And by 10 for above second circle magic. Upon reviewing his attributes, Loren's expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. Was this the will of destiny? The greatest flaw of the Catlia breathing technique lay in its exclusive focus on mental strength. Neglecting physical training, while it could unleash tremendous offensive power, it lacked endurance. Now, with the awakening of the Demon Duke bloodline, this deficiency was directly compensated for. Furthermore, the innate demon breathing technique also enhanced physical prowess. More importantly, the demon breathing technique demanded exceptionally high mental strength. Otherwise, it risked losing control. Was this not precisely the function of the Catlia breathing technique? The bloodlines could complement each other, and so could the breathing techniques. This sensation was akin to a partner hesitant about potential pregnancy, suddenly discovering an unopened seal on the bedside. Such an exquisite coincidence. Loren felt a power surging within him, like molten lava. Nearly groaning aloud, that he sensed his combat prowess had multiplied several folds. Activating the system right from the start and awakening 2 of the most elite bloodlines, coupled with his noble status and ownership of a territory. This was an exceptionally strong beginning. Nevertheless, he mused, this pain was bearable. He could endure even more. Loren erupted into laughter. Moments later, as if recalling something, he scanned the room and noticed a mirror placed in the corner. Approaching the full-length mirror, he was met with the image of a perfectly sculpted young man, his features reminiscent of a master craftsman's finest work. With striking brows and captivating eyes, the most arresting aspect was his blood-red irises, clear as rubies. This should symbolize the evil of a demonic eye, yet combined with his nearly flawless appearance, it exuded an alluring charm that quickened one's heartbeat. The noble elegance he once possessed was now tinged with a hint of wickedness and allure, compelling one to steal a glance at a figure of formidable beauty infused with an air of menace. I feel as though I have arrived in the wrong place. Should I return to Earth? The young ladies I know would surely go mad. Loren lamented, feeling out of place. With a mere thought, the blood-red hue in his eyes gradually faded, and the malevolent aura surrounding him returned to normal. The elegant and handsome High Noble re-emerged. Loren sighed in relief. The system was indeed reliable. However, once he regained his composure, he fell into contemplation. Although the system had activated and the Demon Duke bloodline exceeded his expectations, granting him immense power, he was still faced with pressing issues. How to confront the blood-red day, how to survive in the endless wasteland, and how to deal with the demon sovereign who continually sought godhood. After taking several deep breaths, his deep, dark eyes glinted like a sharpened blade, keen and captivating. The future may be fraught with tribulations, yet he would undoubtedly carve a path through the thorns. A month from now? No, 24 days hence, the blood-red day will descend once more. During this time, I must gather sufficient strength to combat the upcoming wave of bloody taint. Decker City has a slave market. The hundreds of pioneers in the past were purchased there. I still have 25 million, enough to acquire a batch of elite slave soldiers. Now, my greatest trump card, aside from awakening dual bloodlines, lies in the formidable system upgrade functionality that I can easily purchase a group of low-level soldiers of bronze and silver grades and elevate them to golden and platinum levels. Chapter 18. The slave market having determined his next objective, Loren stepped out of the door, calling for Fiyana and Arnold. Upon seeing Loren, Fiyana's brow furrowed. She sensed that Loren had changed, yet she could not articulate how. Arnold, prepare the carriage and call Robert. We are heading to the slave market. Loren's calm voice interrupted Fiyana's thoughts. Yes, my lord Loren. Arnold respectfully replied before promptly leading the way. The girl pondered Loren's back for a long while without grasping the reason. So she decided to let it be. The 3 set off once more. Arnold, however, could not shake the feeling of an instinctual fear emanating from Loren, as though he were not a mere man, but an ancient dragon, sending chills down his spine. After awakening the bloodline power, his senses became sharper, and an unease cloaked his heart. The carriage arrived at the Jasmine commerce amidst this strange atmosphere. Robert, just returned, was beckoned by Arnold to join Loren on their way to the largest slave trading market in the northern region of the Silvermoon Kingdom, the First District. Decker City lies within the endless wasteland, allowing for the capture of various beings such as orcs, half-orcs, dungeon dwellers, and lizardmen. Thus, the slave trade in Decker City has always thrived. Lord Loren, if you need to purchase slaves, it is more advantageous to do so in the name of the Catlia family under the Lord's authority. The Lord controls the largest slave trading channels, and given your status, they will certainly present the finest slaves on the carriage. After hearing Arno's words, Loren nodded slightly. Let us first visit the Jasmine commerce, and if nothing suitable is found, we shall consider other options. Have the prices of slaves changed? Arno shook his head. Due to the flourishing slave trade, coupled with the proximity to the endless wasteland, the source of slaves, the prices in Decker City are considerably lower than those within the Silvermoon Kingdom. What are the prices? Black iron grade slaves are approximately 20,000 pukers each, bronze grade around 50,000. Silver grade between 150 to 200,000, while golden grade is roughly 2 million, and for platinum grade, Arno hesitated, stealing a furtive glance at the expressionless Fiyana, instinctively shrinking back, and whispered. The strength of platinum-tier warriors is terrifying, making them exceedingly difficult to capture. Thus, their price hovers around 50 million puke. Furthermore, these are merely slaves, yet to awaken their bloodlines. Once awakened, their value often doubles. 50 million for a platinum tier? It can double after bloodline awakening, Loren nodded thoughtfully. The pricing of slaves is intrinsically linked to their strength, which extinguished his notion of directly purchasing several golden tier slaves that he currently possessed 20 million in cash, with an additional 5 million in credit from the Jasmine Guild. Even if he exhausted all his resources, he could only procure 10 golden tier slaves. Converting to silver tier would yield less than 200. It simply wasn't cost-effective that he could not afford to squander all his funds here. After acquiring slaves, he would still need to procure weapons and equipment for them, which would entail another substantial expenditure. Contemplating this, Loren felt a pang of discomfort. He would need to devise ways to generate income, for this 20 million was hardly sufficient. After a little over half an hour, the carriage gradually came to a halt before a grandiose structure resembling a palace. The exterior walls of this edifice were adorned with intricately carved reliefs depicting sky knights battling against griffins and a host of twisted, filthy monsters, exuding an air of ancient grandeur, steeped in the mournful echoes of epic tales. Loren found little interest in the building. Upon disembarking, his gaze primarily roamed the surrounding crowd. Robert took the initiative to introduce, "My Lord Loren, this is the largest slave trading market in the north. A structure that dates back to the founding of Decker City 2 centuries ago. It boasts the most diverse array of slaves. Should you wish, you could even procure sea folk from thousands of miles away, mummies from the golden deserts, or bone dragons from other dimensions. Our Jasmine Guild has a shop within," he added, puffing out his chest with evident pride. Loren found this amusing and chose to disregard him, casting a brief glance at the exotic architecture before nodding slightly. "Lead the way." "Of course, my lord. Trust me, you will find any slave you desire within." Although Loren's demeanor remained calm, Robert's enthusiasm did not wane. He promptly instructed 2 guards to clear a path ahead, ensuring no one would inadvertently bump into Loren. Upon noticing Loren's noble robe and the crest upon his chest, the surrounding crowd immediately parted, faces marked by caution and vigilance, retreating to the sides, not daring to approach that I end this world of stark hierarchies. The noble rulers were figures whom mere adventurers could hardly afford to offend. The slave market was bustling, filled with warriors wielding massive swords, thieves with shifty eyes surveying their surroundings, and sharp-eyed archers bearing longbows. Some of these professionals came to sell tightly bound slaves, while others sought to purchase them. As they delved deeper, Loren discovered that the market was far larger than it appeared from the outside, with shops lined up next to each other. Various slaves confined within iron cages were treated as mere commodities. Their expressions ranged from rage to numbness, indifference to palpable hostility. Occasionally, passing nobles or merchants would take an interest in a particular slave, promptly waving their puke bills to summon the slave owner to bring the slave forth from the cage. The slaves on sale were predominantly orcs and lizardmen. The orcs were robust, possessing the heads of beasts atop human bodies, such as lionmen, tigermen, and werewolves, making them well-suited for combat. The other type bore some beastly traits, such as catmen, who, apart from their long tails and furry ears, were indistinguishable from humans. Besides the orcs, lizardmen were the most numerous. This medium-sized, cold-blooded race was exceedingly unattractive, their gaping maws lined with jagged teeth exuding a nauseating stench. Their rough, gravel-like skin resembling natural armor, and their claws glinting with a chilling menace. The formidable lizardmen could even rend the armor of human warriors with their claws. The Silvermoon Kingdom, bordering the Lizardmen Empire, frequently erupted into warfare, with the endless wasteland serving as another battleground for both sides. These Lizardmen slaves were once subordinates of the Lizardmen Empire's expansion lords, captured and enslaved after their territories were overrun by humans. In addition to these primary categories of slaves, there were also some rarer races such as dwarves, half-elves, medusas from the dungeon races, and minotaurs with blood-red eyes, and many more. There were even bizarre races whose names Loren could not recall. The sheer variety of peculiar races opened his eyes to the wonders of this magical realm. After meandering about, Robert led Loren to a relatively secluded shop, where foot traffic was sparse. "My Lord Loren, this is the shop of the Jasmine Guild." Upon seeing Robert, 10 or so staff members inside immediately exited to greet him. But upon noticing Loren clad in noble attire, they promptly bowed their heads in unison. Trembling and daring not to utter another word, Loren paid them no mind, his gaze shifting to the iron cages flanking the interior. Within the cages were approximately several dozen slaves. Surprisingly, the majority were human, with only 7 or 8 being half-beasts. Noticing Loren's puzzled expression, Robert explained, "My lord, these human slaves were purchased from other cities. Some sold themselves into slavery to survive after their cities fell during the Blood Day. Others were war captives. Do not be deceived by their low capabilities. Each of these slaves possesses unique skills. Among them are tailors, carpenters, and blacksmiths, making them exceptionally suited for your territory. Moreover, due to their limited strength, they are quite affordable, merely 20,000 puke each. There are a total of 67 here, so a round sum of 1 million would suffice." Loren turned to observe the listless slaves, his heart jolting. Is this the true nature of the world? Reflecting on it, he felt a wave of melancholy. Not only in this world, but even in ancient China, many commoners sold themselves into servitude during times of famine. The plight of the lower classes and the nobility existed in entirely different realms. The institution of slavery should have long been relegated to the annals of history. To enslave humanity as mere tools of production is an abominable inefficiency. Loren shook his head, keeping his thoughts unvoiced. Once individuals possess extraordinary power, systems inevitably trend towards extremism, compounded by the monthly pressures of the Blood Day, intensifying this extremism. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to the nearby thief. "Arnold, do you think it feasible to recruit the homeless from within Decker City to populate the territory? Population is the foundation of territorial development. Without it, all endeavors are futile. However, relying solely on purchasing slaves to fill this void necessitates an astronomical sum. How much capital would be required? Buying these few dozen individuals had already cost him over 1 million. We need 30 to 50 billion to sustain the population he envisioned." Arnold's eyes lit up at the suggestion, but soon his expression turned bitter. "My Lord Loren, while Decker City does not lack for homeless individuals, venturing into the endless wasteland to establish a territory is fraught with challenges. Few would willingly risk their lives in a newly established domain. After all, no one desires to seek their own demise. This is why expansion lords often resort to purchasing slaves first." Loren, upon hearing this, did not feel disheartened. After a moment's reflection, he fixed a piercing gaze upon Robert. "Robert, if a high-ranking noble from the Silvermoon Kingdom, accompanied by substantial funds and top-tier platinum warriors, were to venture into the endless wasteland to establish a territory and sought to recruit commoners, how many do you think would be willing to join?" The other's eyes brightened at the prospect. This idea seemed promising. However, their expressions soon shifted as they reconsidered. Moreover, that benevolent noble lord has decreed that all commoners who accompany him shall receive land to cultivate at no cost. And for 2 years, no taxes shall be levied upon them. This ambitious noble, supported by his family, seeks to establish a second-decker city in the endless wasteland, none other than Loren Grant, a scion of the Bougainvillea family. Upon hearing this declaration, Fiyana, Arnold, and Robert stared at Loren in astonishment. Free land and no taxes for 2 years. Robert's voice brimmed with disbelief. My lord Loren, if word of this spreads, it would surely cause a tremendous uproar. Arnold gazed at Loren, his eyes filled with awe. After establishing a territory, the fastest way for expansion lords to acquire funds was through land sales and tax collection. This was the very foundation of territorial development. My lord Loren, such actions run contrary to established norms and logic. The lords provide military protection, while residents offer taxes. This has been an unchanging rule for millennia. Land and taxes constitute the lord's greatest wealth. And once an expansion lord secures their footing, they often choose to sell land within their territory to gain funds. Meanwhile, some nobles or commoners struggling elsewhere opt to purchase land from these powerful expansion lords. Now, Loren's intent to distribute land for free and forego taxes for 2 years directly challenges their entrenched beliefs. Even Fiyana, who typically paid little heed to such matters, regarded Loren with a perplexed expression. Robert couldn't help but interject. My lord Loren, should you pursue this course of action, the territory may well see a prolonged absence of income, and your initial investment may increase tenfold or more. Even if Loren were a descendant of the Bougainvillea family, such radical actions could not be justified. Distributing land to those lowly commoners? By what right? Furthermore, without land, what purpose would there be in aspiring to become a lord of the wilderness? By the gods, it seems that a demon has clouded his vision. Loren gazed in astonishment at the group before him. Could it be that these individuals were unaware that human beings themselves are the most valuable treasure? Currently, the Grey Eagle territory is a blank slate, devoid of anything. What use is there in guarding those lands if no one comes to cultivate them? If one could attract a multitude of residents through the free distribution of land, it would undoubtedly be a vastly superior strategy compared to merely standing by idly. It is only with people that everything else can flourish that is the most crucial means of production. Humans are incomparable to any other resource. As a modern individual, Loren's perspective has long transcended the constraints of this world's entrenched beliefs, while Robert and his companions remain profoundly influenced by the rules established over millions of years in the realm of Noel. Chapter 19, Mission: Conquering the Impossible, a Surge of Battle Spirit. Robert and his companions exerted considerable effort to elucidate the detrimental consequences of Loren's approach, yet ultimately failed to persuade him as they had envisioned. Instead, a few of Loren's remarks left them feeling disoriented, as if the very foundations of their world were shaking. Is it certain that the rules formed over millions of years are inherently correct? What if it is this world that is mistaken? Observing the bewildered expressions of the group, Loren could not be bothered to explain the concept of liberating productive forces that in most instances, when confronted with phenomena they cannot comprehend, people tend to reject rather than accept, striving to maintain the validity of their own beliefs. Such is the frailty of human nature. The subordinates nearby, upon hearing these words, exchanged various glances. Some regarded Loren as if he were a madman, while others contemplated whether to inform their families. If this noble lord were indeed willing to distribute land for free, it would be unwise to pass up such an opportunity. My lord Loren, I trust your wisdom will not lead you astray. We shall refrain from further discussion. In the midst of his inner turmoil, Robert hastily shifted the topic that Loren's ideas were exceedingly radical, challenging the values he had held for decades. Do you intend to purchase all these human slaves? Loren nodded. Have someone assess their capabilities. I will take those with special skills. After speaking, he cast a disappointed glance at the frail half-orcs within the room. Do you have access to strong slaves? Ideally, of bronze rank. Silver rank slaves are priced between 150,000 and 200,000 each, and with all the money he possessed, he could acquire only a little over 100. In contrast, bronze rank slaves are merely 50,000 each, allowing for the potential purchase of 200 or 300 without remorse. Moreover, given time to develop, he could elevate these soldiers to silver and gold ranks. Strong slaves? Robert pondered for a moment before his eyes brightened. My lord, the Lord's Golden Knight Brigade recently went to subdue a dragon and captured a sizable number of Highland barbarians. I've heard that Highland barbarians possess formidable combat prowess. At the same rank, only those who have awakened their bloodline powers can contend with them. They perfectly meet your requirements. He hesitated momentarily. However, those barbarians are fiercely rebellious, as unyielding as stone, making them difficult to subdue. It is said that after being captured by the Lord's Golden Knight Brigade, hundreds of barbarians perished due to their resistance. Loren's interest was piqued. The barbarians, residing in the frigid highlands, are a robust and formidable race, capable of battling tigers and leopards in the snow, wild and frenzied. They view death as a return, reveling in combat and venerating the strong, making them inherently powerful warriors. They align perfectly with his needs. Let us go. Take me to see them. Upon witnessing Loren's eager expression, Robert nodded with a smile and promptly led the way. The silent Fiyana followed closely behind Loren, her keen eyes scanning the surroundings, ever vigilant for potential dangers. However, their group, adorned as they were, deterred anyone from approaching too closely. After traversing through the throngs of people for about 10 minutes, Robert halted in a central area. Before them stood a solitary 5-story stone structure, the largest trading hall within the slave market. Black Feather Commerce. It is said that Black Feather Commerce was named after the first lord of Decker City's steed, a black griffin. Backed by Decker City, Black Feather Commerce has long since emerged as the largest commercial entity in the Northern Territories, dealing in everything from slaves to silks, grains to salt and steel, with traces of its influence in almost every industry. At the entrance of Black Feather Commerce, Loren encountered numerous young nobles clad in noble robes similar to his own, gathered in small clusters engaged in conversation. Among the reception staff, a portly manager, upon noticing Loren's distinguished demeanor, approached him with enthusiasm, but a fleeting glance at the noble emblem on his chest caused the manager to pause momentarily. Why did that emblem seem so familiar? Esteemed noble lord, welcome to Black Feather Commerce. Might I inquire about your needs? We shall promptly arrange for your requirements. Robert, witnessing this exchange, felt a pang of envy. In previous visits to Black Feather Commerce, he had never been received with such respect. Merely catching a glance from the guards had been a remarkable feat. In this juxtaposition, Robert felt the first taste of the comfort that comes with having powerful connections. Instinctively, he straightened his posture, his face reflecting pride. However, Loren had grown accustomed to such treatment and exhibited no reaction. I have heard that the Lord's Golden Knight Brigade captured a contingent of Highland barbarians, and my territory is in need of slaves. Upon hearing this, the portly manager in a tailcoat blinked in slight surprise, his expression turning peculiar. My lord, that group of barbarians is still in confinement. If you desire, I can take you to see them immediately. What Loren did not know was that dozens of other nobles had already expressed interest in purchasing the barbarians. The reason Black Feather Commerce had not sold those barbarians was due to their extreme stubbornness, rendering them nearly impossible to tame, as unyielding and foul as stone. Moreover, they showed no fear of death. Nearly 2/3 of the captured barbarians had already perished without yielding. Interestingly, it was precisely because of the barbarians' obstinacy and fearlessness that many nobles sought to tame them. But the outcome had been disheartening. Every noble that attempted had returned empty-handed. This only served to elevate the barbarian standing, with the younger generation of nobles secretly competing to tame those whom others could not, thus proving their own strength. Today, there was to be a contest among the noble heirs, and the portly manager instinctively viewed Loren as one of them, still smiling on the surface while underestimating Loren internally, considering him just another Navi noble scion. After all, these were barbarians, fearsome warriors who were unyielding and unafraid of death. If even the Lord's Golden Knight Brigade could not subdue them, what could he hope to achieve? Unaware of these convoluted circumstances, Loren had scant sources of information. Arnold was merely a lowly thief, lacking insight into the affairs of the nobility. The group followed the portly manager into Black Feather Commerce. After a series of winding paths, they were led to a spacious outdoor area. The clientele here was sparse, with only a few staff members in uniform bustling about. Numerous iron cages, each crafted from steel as thick as a wrist, were neatly arranged around the perimeter. Only a dragon might possess the brute strength to escape. The number of cages housing slaves was not vast, yet they contained exceedingly ferocious races that in the central area. Before one particular cage, dozens of elegantly dressed young nobles eagerly observed the slaves within. Is this the barbarian captured from the lonely mountain? What an impressive physique! The Lord's Golden Knight Brigade surely cannot match such strength. Look at that barbarian chief. He must stand over 2 meters tall. Resembling a bull. I hear that Acton is preparing to make his move today. Acton is a novice warrior of gold rank. I wonder if he will succeed in taming these obstinate creatures. Guided by the portly manager, Loren approached the cage, and the surrounding chatter piqued his interest as he peered inside. The sight of the silent, seated barbarians captivated him. Strong, exceedingly strong. This was his immediate impression of the barbarians. Clad in garments fashioned from animal hides, their muscular forms stretched the fabric taut, their exposed muscles radiating explosive power, adorned with numerous scars. Their sharp gazes resembled those of hunting wolves, ready to rend their foes into pieces. Based on the 2 barbarians leaning against the cage, it seemed their average height was over 1.9 meters, with the strongest exceeding 2 meters. Filled with curiosity, Loren activated his true barbarian's level. High bronze bloodline. Highland barbarian bloodline. Awakening not yet achieved. Loyalty. -50. Extremely hostile, if possible. They would not hesitate to tear you apart. Bond. Surge of strength. Activates automatically when the number of barbarians reaches 100, granting a 10 increase in strength and unyielding morale. Evaluation. Natural-born warriors. Who revere the strong. Loren's eyes lit up. The barbarians' attributes were quite unique. Their evaluation as natural-born warriors was noteworthy, and they possessed a special characteristic, bond. Exceeding a count of 100 would grant them 2 special traits. They were simply ideal for forming an army. However, the loyalty of these -50 barbarians is not easily dispelled. Just as Loren hesitated, the system's notification chimed abruptly. Ding mission triggered. Conquer the impossible. Defeat the chief of the High Mountain Barbarians, the Golden Tier Warrior. Yas Frost, unawakened bloodline power. Mission reward, gain the loyalty of the barbarians. Loren's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Another mission had been triggered, yet upon discerning the mission's details, his brow arched. Defeating a Golden Tier Warrior was indeed intriguing. This extraordinarily challenging task ignited a growing excitement within him. Battle, battle. His bloodline began to surge. The battle intent coursing through his demonic lineage stirred restlessly. After awakening both bloodlines, his combat prowess had undergone an exaggerated enhancement. Yet the exact extent of this increase remained elusive to this moment. The whetstone had finally appeared. A Golden Tier barbarian. Worthy of being his opponent. A reckless grin spread across Loren's face as he turned to the plump steward beside him. How many barbarians are left? My lord, there are still 120 remaining. I want them all. All of them? The middle-aged man, who should have been pleased, now bore an odd expression. If you wish to purchase them all, it will cost 15 million PUK. Robert beside him widened his eyes. 15 million? Our bronze-tier slaves, only 50,000 each? That price is for ordinary slaves. Barbarians are robust and possess combat abilities far superior to the average person, thus priced at 100,000 PUK each. Moreover, their chief is of Golden Tier. Loren waved his hand, interrupting Robert's attempt to negotiate further. I want them all. The plump steward forced a smile. My lord, these barbarians are extremely stubborn and refuse to submit. The previous noble lords who purchased barbarians encountered rebellion. These creatures will immediately attack outsiders upon leaving their cages. Originally, there were nearly 400 of them, but now only 120 remain. The others were killed during the resistance. Rather than being daunted, Loren's battle intent only intensified. The demon thirsted for combat, yearned for slaughter. The surrounding young nobles couldn't help but chuckle at Loren's words. Surrounded by admirers, a golden-haired noble in his early 20s scrutinized Loren with a discerning gaze. You must have just arrived in Decker City, correct? These barbarians are notoriously obstinate. Only through overwhelming force can they be conquered. If money could solve the problem, we wouldn't have gathered here for so long. He appraised Loren from head to toe, shaking his head. You are merely silver tier. Best not to entertain such thoughts. As an outsider, the barbarians are beyond your reach. Give up. Had Loren been an unaware adventurer, they would have regarded him with indifference, and most watching him become a source of amusement as he walked toward his demise. Yet his noble robe offered a modicum of recognition among these young nobles. At least he belonged to their class. That Loren's lips curled slightly. Is conquering barbarians really that difficult? His calm yet domineering words silenced the air, prompting everyone to turn their heads in unison. In an instant, Loren became the focal point of the crowd. However, most regarded his statement with derision. The curly-haired noble beside the golden-haired one scoffed. That is the most tedious joke I've heard today. A mere silver-tier brat dares to utter such words. Even golden-tier warriors wouldn't be so arrogant. What gives you the right? The curly-haired noble's scornful remarks incited a flurry of chatter among the crowd. All present stared incredulously at Loren, a silver-tier attempting to conquer barbarians that even the Golden Knights had failed to subdue. What an absurd jest! They, who were so formidable, had not succeeded. What was this fellow even worth? As the crowd collectively ridiculed Loren, the curly-haired noble turned to the golden-haired one, grinning. By the gods, I dare wager that if this guy manages to conquer the barbarians, I will eat my own socks. Ha! Believing this outsider can conquer barbarians is akin to believing I could tame a dragon. Chapter 20. Open the cage and let him out. Loren paid no heed to the surrounding nobles. His gaze fixed intently on the plump steward as he calmly stated, "Is there any further issue?" The steward, taken aback, quickly shook his head. "Of course not. You merely need to provide sufficient PUK, and these barbarians will be yours. However, we cannot assist you in other matters. You must transport the barbarians yourself." With those words, he glanced at the dozens of nobles waiting to witness the spectacle, feeling an immediate headache. These barbarians were both foul and unyielding, utterly unmanageable, and they showed no fear of death. Threatening them with mortality and pain would only invite mockery. That if they were easily tamed, Loren would not have been the one to step forward. Loren, utterly unconcerned with the crowd's scrutiny, felt the fervor in his chest surging. The demon's bloodthirst and desire for battle spread like rampant weeds. Battle! Suppressing the overwhelming urge to unleash his battle intent. He approached the iron cage housing the barbarian chief, standing resolutely before it. "High Mountain barbarians, you have been purchased by me. According to the laws of the Subduing Kingdom, you are now my slaves. Now come with me to my territory." Silence ensued. The barbarians within the cage remained as immovable as boulders, cold and silent. They reacted not at all to his words, some even casting disdainful glances at Loren. Their derision akin to a savage bear's contempt for a mouse's bravado. The surrounding young nobles erupted into laughter. Which family scion is this? Truly comical. By the gods, does he truly think he can subdue the barbarians like this? I wager that once he stands before the barbarian chief, he'll be so frightened he'll call for his mother. The mockery from the curly-haired and golden-haired nobles grew more pronounced, and both seemed to regret having spoken, realizing that such a fool was unworthy of their discourse. The rotund steward wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression peculiar, but he had not anticipated Loren would make such an embarrassing move. Truly a typical display of a noble scion. "My lord, perhaps it would be better to reconsider. We have other slaves, all strong warriors." He genuinely felt powerless against these barbarians, whose combat prowess was fierce, and once released from their cage, would recklessly assault the surrounding crowd. For the High Mountain barbarians, death was merely a final destination. Unacquainted with fear, Loren ignored the corpulent steward, his gaze burning with intensity as he addressed the barbarians within the cage. It is said that the High Mountain barbarians are warriors who yearn for freedom, capable of hunting magical beasts barehanded and tearing apart grizzly bears. I admire such warriors. With that, he produced a freshly acquired 20 million PUK, a golden card from the fairy bank, and raised it high for all to see. "I have purchased your ownership from the Black Feather Trading Company. However, brave warriors deserve respect. Today, I offer you an opportunity that if you can defeat me, I shall grant you true freedom. You will be freed from your status as slaves." This proclamation shocked everyone, and even the previously stoic barbarians turned to face Loren in unison. Loren met the sharp gazes of these formidable beings, his battle intent burning fiercely within him. Moments later, the barbarian shifted, and a towering figure, exceeding 2 meters in height with a cross-shaped scar on his face, stepped forward. Amidst a gathering of brutish men averaging a towering height of nearly 2 meters, one particular savage stood out with an extraordinary display of strength. The muscles on his arms appeared almost chiseled to perfection, as if sculpted by a razor's edge, leaving no room for doubt regarding the formidable power that this terrifying life form could unleash with a single blow, perhaps enough to fell a wild bull. Noble of humanity, I am the chieftain of the Frost tribe. I accept your challenge. What manner of combat do you propose? His voice resonated like thunder, and his amber eyes glinted with the sharpness of a hawk. The young nobles outside the cage instinctively recoiled several steps, for even from behind the sturdy iron bars, they felt no semblance of safety, as if the barbarian could effortlessly rend the steel before them, should he be provoked. The oppressive aura stemming from his physique was nothing short of exaggerated. The corpulent steward swallowed hard, his eyes filled with desperation. My lord, perhaps it would be wise to reconsider. This barbarian chieftain bears the blood of the Golden Knights. Moreover, upon his initial imprisonment, he violently tore apart a brown bear that had escaped from its cage. No one can conquer him. Should this foolish noble scion meet his end at the hands of those foul and unyielding savages, he feared he would face dire repercussions. The Black Feather Merchant Guild could lean on the town lord for support, but he would surely become a scapegoat, with the noble's family exacting their vengeance upon him. The steward was engulfed in regret. Had he not been so reluctant to rid himself of these elusive barbarians, he would not have invited such trouble. Loren felt the dormant power within him stirring, his gaze sharp as a blade. To the arena, unarmed, for a free battle. Upon hearing this, Fiyana could no longer contain herself and stepped forward to block Loren's path, her eyes resolutely fixed upon him. I shall fight in your stead. Loren regarded the coolly dignified girl and flashed a radiant smile. Trust me, girl. With that, he waved his hand. Open the cage. Let him out. I have yet to taste the blood of a golden warrior. Chapter 21. The demon Loren, unmatched power, a silver-tier noble, was set to battle against a golden-tier barbarian chieftain, instantly igniting the atmosphere. The corpulent steward was nearly driven to madness, trembling as he bellowed for the deployment of over 100 guards that he originally intended to summon even more, but upon sensing Fiyana's platinum-level aura, he felt a modicum of relief. After several failed attempts to dissuade Loren, he could only steel himself and order the soldiers to unlock the cage. Simultaneously, he commanded those nearby to ready their crossbows, ensuring that if the barbarian chieftain dared to act recklessly, he would be swiftly eliminated. Although golden-tier warriors were formidable, they could hardly contend with an armed force wielding powerful crossbows. His only concern was how Loren would fare in direct confrontation. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, some filled with disdain, others with mockery, and many with indifference, the brawny barbarian chieftain stepped heavily out of the iron cage. The throng surrounding the cage dispersed, leaving ample space for the two combatants to as the chieftain emerged. A palpable tension enveloped the area, for all feared the potential wrath of this savage beast. The chieftain's beast-like musculature starkly contrasted with Loren's relatively slender frame, making the latter appear diminutive in comparison. Here stood a nobleman, raised in luxury, about to duel against a barbarian chieftain who had battled monstrous beasts in the icy wilderness, a spectacle so rare it could be deemed a once-in-a-century occurrence. Moreover, it was astonishing that this nobleman was merely of silver rank, while his opponent was of golden rank. The disparity in their strengths was nearly beyond description. The youthful noble airs around them were flushed with excitement. How intriguing! Simply fascinating! Ha! I wonder how many blows this noble can withstand. This is the first time I've seen someone so brazenly seek their own demise. No one doubted the outcome of this clash, since one had willingly chosen to court death. They were all too eager to watch the spectacle unfold. Fiyana's gaze was icy as she focused intently on the arena, her delicate fingers gripping the hilt of her sword tightly, her platinum-level aura radiating outward. Her body tensed to its utmost. Should any irregularity arise, she would strike like a bolt of lightning. She could not fathom why she had unwittingly agreed to partake in this reckless battle that bordered on suicidal. The conviction reflected in Loren's eyes infused her with an inexplicable strength, softening her initially resolute opposition. Noble of humanity, your courage has earned my respect. You are worthy of knowing my name, Yas of the Frost. The chieftain's deep voice reverberated, once again thickening the atmosphere that a silver-tier human dared to challenge him. While it was a fool's errand, the audacity was commendable that Loren's eyes narrowed slightly. Loren Grant. Yas. Remember this name, for henceforth, the name of Loren shall become your lifelong honor. A hushed gasp swept through the crowd of over 200 onlookers as Loren proclaimed his lineage. A cacophony of disbelief echoing in their midst. The young noble stared at him in astonishment. Grant. It was indeed the Grant name. The curly-haired noble and the golden-haired noble exchanged incredulous glances, both recognizing the shock mirrored in each other's eyes. There existed but one noble family of the Grant name in the Silvermoon Kingdom, the illustrious Purple Magnolia clan, a lineage that had been established since the inception of the Silvermoon Kingdom. To think that a scion of this legendary family would appear in Dekel City, and now he was about to challenge a golden-tier mountain barbarian while being merely silver-tier himself. The steward felt as though his blood had turned to ice. His eyes glazed over as he gazed at Loren, tears threatening to spill. How could he possibly be a descendant of the Purple Magnolia clan? He could not begin to imagine the repercussions of Loren's demise at the hands of the barbarian. No, it absolutely could not come to pass. Suddenly turning to the soldiers beside him, he roared, "Should that wretched barbarian lay a hand on Lord Loren, kill him immediately. Leave no room for mercy. Furthermore, notify the higher-ups right away. Have them send reinforcements. Quickly." Outside the fray, Loren paid no heed to the commotion. After announcing his lineage with no superfluous words, he removed several noble adornments from his waist and cast them aside that he then steadied himself. Legs slightly apart, his body bending like a drawn bow. His gaze locked onto the formidable figure of the barbarian chieftain across from him. Simultaneously, the S-level bloodline of the demon duke within him and the A-level bloodline of the Purple Magnolia heir surged to life, their combined power coursing through his veins like a torrential flood. Yet it was still not enough that a wild gleam flickered in Loren's eyes. Let chaos reign. Activating the demon rampage, S-level, would greatly enhance his physical prowess but posed the risk of losing control. Activation did I end the next instant. The surging power within his bloodline erupted forth like a cataclysmic tide, flowing with the ferocity of molten lava. AS's strength reached a critical threshold, brilliance ignited in Loren's eyes. Now was the moment. With a thunderous crash, he charged at the barbarian chieftain in a frenzy. Simultaneously, the chieftain, as solid as rock, surged forward with equal ferocity. Like a frenzied rhinoceros, the barbarian's terrifying aura was overwhelming. It seemed he could shatter the very walls before him with ease. Each step he took upon the cobblestone ground left spiderweb-like fissures in its wake, with fragments of stone flying in all directions. An utterly exaggerated scene. The chieftain possessed absolute confidence, convinced that this silver-tier human would not survive even a heartbeat longer. He had already envisioned the triumphant return, picturing the grisly scene of his opponent's bloody demise that I in contrast. Although Loren's body blazed with a rich, silver-white bloodline power, his slender form appeared utterly fragile beside the barbarian chieftain. The chieftain's weight was at least 3 times greater than Loren's. This was not a battle of comparable scales, and to the onlookers, the outcome seemed predetermined. Yet against the onslaught of the barbarian chieftain, Loren did not flinch, charging headlong into the fray with equal audacity. The bloodline of the demon duke surged within him, igniting his battle fervor to its zenith. The steel breaker slash S-level could harness all his mental fortitude, converging his entire strength into a singular, explosive force. The final trump card, battle. Before all eyes, the two figures collided with the ferocity of 2 enraged rhinoceroses, crash in that fleeting moment of their intertwining forms. It seemed as if time itself had come to a standstill. The chieftain's previously menacing grin abruptly faltered as he felt an unimaginable force emanating from the seemingly slight Loren. Crack the sound of splintering bones echoed. followed by a searing wave of agony that surged from his chest straight to his mind. The chieftain's massive frame hung, suspended in the air before hurtling backward with greater speed than he had approached, crashing to the ground several meters away. Skidding across the floor, he gouged out a path of 5 or 6 meters, shattering a stone bench before finally coming to a halt in his wake. A bloody trail was left behind. Upon closer inspection, the chieftain's back was drenched in blood, and his chest had caved in entirely. After several futile attempts to rise, he lay unable to get back on his feet. The mountain barbarian chieftain, a golden tier warrior, had been defeated, and the manner of his defeat was as swift as it was shocking. The corpulent steward had covered his eyes in dread at the moment of impact. Already resolved to liquidate his family's assets and flee Dekel City with his kin, for that wretched noble, he was certain, would be reduced to a bloody pulp. Yet, as the earth trembled, a collective gasp of disbelief erupted from the crowd. As if victory and defeat had been decided in that very instant, in utter despair, he relinquished his hold, initially expecting to witness the tragic scene of Loren being smashed into a pulp. Yet, to his astonishment, the sight before him was the barbarian chieftain collapsing on the ground, coughing up blood. Meanwhile, Loren, whom he deemed doomed, stood unscathed. The corpulent steward was momentarily struck by dizziness, his face a canvas of disbelief. Could it be that they had actually triumphed? How could this be possible? That was a golden tier Highland barbarian, his hands stained with the blood of golden warriors. How could he possibly be defeated by a mere human of 17 or 18 years? The surrounding crowd gaped in shock at a silver warrior clashing with a golden one, and the outcome was the humiliating defeat and severe injury of the golden tier barbarian chieftain. What a farce! A golden tier warrior, capable of battling 100 foes, was vanquished by a silver warrior, and in such a manner, as if crushed underfoot, instantly annihilated. The stark contrast of results sent them spiraling into madness. The curly-haired and blonde nobles stood frozen in disbelief, their eyes filled with shock and a struggle to accept the reality that no matter how they wished to deny it, the image of the barbarian chieftain, bloodied and collapsed, relentlessly assaulted their senses. If this fellow can conquer the barbarians, I would willingly consume my own socks. Believing this outsider can subjugate the barbarians is akin to believing I can tame a dragon, particularly the curly-haired noble, recalling his earlier scorn and disdain for Loren, felt as though he had been slapped repeatedly, and the most humiliating part was that he had delivered those blows himself. The blonde noble's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. His lips quivered, wanting to speak, yet unsure how to begin. He wished to leave, but could find no justification. Chapter 22. The Tyrant's Arrival. You wish to concede before I am done with you? A barbarian, in the purest clash of strength, had lost to a human, and his opponent was merely a novice in the silver tier. Humiliated before the eyes of all, a profound shame engulfed the barbarian chieftain's heart. This savage bull gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain radiating from his chest and back, and suddenly sprang to his feet. His bloodshot eyes brimmed with a brutal killing intent, akin to an enraged bull. His ferocity more frenzied than before. Kill! With a thunderous roar, he charged once more at Loren. The barbarian would not retreat. Upon activating the S-tier skill, Demon Frenzy, Loren felt himself ensnared in a peculiar state. The immense power surging within him ignited an insatiable desire for battle, a yearning for slaughter. Bloodlust is the nature of a demon. Even the arrival of angels could not extinguish it. Were it not for Loren's formidable mental fortitude, he would have succumbed to madness, spiraling into an uncontrollable frenzy of slaughter. As he beheld the barbarian chieftain charging at him once again, a fierce fighting spirit surged within him. A wicked glint appeared on his handsome face, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The Dark Overlord had arrived. The enraged barbarian's right fist cut through the air with a deafening sound, its terrifying power capable of shattering a brown bear. Under the scrutiny of the multitude, Loren's gaze was defiant as he met the barbarian chieftain's right fist with his own, a steel-shattering strike. Channeling all his strength through his mental energy, he unleashed a devastating blow. The hidden card revealed. Boom! At the instant of collision, an invisible shockwave erupted. The crowd felt a sudden tightness in their chests, followed by a crisp cracking sound, and then the barbarian chieftain, let out a pained howl, reminiscent of a dying beast. The golden tier savage's arm was shattered in the clash. The tremendous recoil rendered even the silver novice Loren unable to withstand it, and with a crack, his right hand also fractured alongside the barbarian chieftainess. However, unlike the barbarian chieftain, the searing pain in his hand ignited a wrath within Loren, whose murderous intent surged forth in the fleeting moment after the collision. Before the barbarian chieftain could react, Loren let out a low growl. Advancing despite the agony of his broken arm, that he lunged forward. With a thunderous motion, his left hand seized the barbarian chieftain's neck, unleashing a terrifying force akin to a volcano erupting. The barbarian chieftain, in anguish, attempted to retaliate, but a crushing force akin to a mountain collapsing bore down on his neck, causing him to lose balance and tumble backward. Boom! The massive form of the barbarian chieftain was slammed onto the ground by Loren, who held him by the neck with an overwhelming, domineering force. Blood erupted from his mouth in a violent spray, splattering several meters high. The blue stone floor beneath him cracked like a spider's web, fissures spidering outwards. The scene appeared grotesquely exaggerated. Loren withdrew, observing the barbarian chieftain, who, though grievously injured, still struggled to rise. Amidst the agony of his fractured right hand, he bent low and grasped the savage bull's ankle with his left hand. Then, like a spring compressed to its limit, he unleashed an unfathomable force that he lifted the towering barbarian chieftain. Loren swung him around as one might a serpent by its tail, slamming the barbarian chieftain to the ground with brute force. Boom! The blue stone floor shattered. Fragments flew, scattering over several meters. The barbarian chieftain felt a wave of excruciating pain and dizziness wash over him, blood erupting from his mouth once more. Yet his formidable physique did not strip him of his combat prowess. In a rage, he attempted to resist, but the next moment, Loren lifted him again and slammed him down. Boom, boom, boom! Blood and debris exploded into the air, a scene of utter brutality, after a relentless barrage of over 10 swings. The ground within a 10-meter radius around Loren was obliterated, resembling the aftermath of a meteor strike, the fissures resembling a spider's web densely packed. The crowd, witnessing this spectacle, gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape, unable to conjure any emotion beyond sheer horror. Boom! With another thunderous crash, Loren roared, forcefully hurling the barbarian chieftain toward the iron cage. The bloodied chieftain flew through the open gate, crashing to the ground and leaving a gruesome trail behind him. Upon closer inspection, the barbarian chieftain was left barely human, his form a mere shadow of its former self, indistinguishable from a monster. His consciousness had long since faded. Blood continued to pour from his mouth, and after several futile attempts to rise, he lacked the strength to do so, left only with his muscles twitching in unconsciousness. Inside the iron cage, dozens of barbarians stared blankly at their chieftain, immobilized in shock. Their chieftain had been reduced to this state by a mere human, covered in blood, resembling a demon from the abyss. No, he was a demon. Loren approached the open cage step by step, coldly regarding the Highland barbarians. Though he spoke not a word, his presence radiated an icy chill. Seeing Loren advance towards the fallen barbarian chieftain, the barbarians clenched their teeth in fear. "Enough, you demon, we concede." Upon hearing this, Loren halted, casting a gaze filled with regret upon all the barbarians, before a glimmer of desire and madness flickered in his eyes. "You wish to surrender before I am done with you?" With a sinister grin, he charged at the dozens of barbarians within the cage. Like a tiger entering a sheepfold, if a golden tier barbarian chieftain could be crushed under Loren's might, how could this cadre of bronze tier barbarians withstand his assault? Under the influence of his demonic bloodline, Loren descended into madness. Boom crackle! The ensuing scene left the surrounding nobles utterly stupefied that a silver tier youth, merely 17 or 18 years of age, stood invincible, taking down the entire barbarian tribe single-handedly. Indeed, he had toppled an entire tribe with the strength of a silver warrior. In the end, all 50 barbarians within the iron cage lay sprawled, wailing in defeat, none remaining upright. As for Loren, he resembled a war god descending before the twilight of the gods. His noble robe drenched in blood. Blood droplets cascaded from his exquisitely handsome face, even emitting a faint steam. Amidst the horrific carnage lay an allure that was breathtaking, that a tyrant, as Loren stepped over the fallen bodies of the barbarians to exit the cage. The surrounding nobles fell into a deathly silence. The corpulent steward stood with his mouth agape, unable to close it, even oblivious to the drool soaking his chest that a singular thought echoed in his mind. How could this be possible? Those were Highland barbarians, beasts capable of tearing apart magical creatures, who fought barehanded against brown bears. Yet they were utterly incapacitated by a silver-tier human, and dozens of bronze-tier barbarians had also fallen. The younger nobles widened their eyes, their faces etched with disbelief. Could it be that the descendants of the Purple Flower family were all this formidable? By the gods above, they dared wager that this was the most insane spectacle they had ever witnessed. And that individual was the most deranged noble. Henceforth, they must never oppose this demon, lest they be utterly annihilated. The curly-haired and blonde nobles exchanged glances once more, the shock in their eyes unmistakable. Feeling as though they had been dealt a severe blow, such a figure was not one to be underestimated. Even if not a descendant of the Purple Flower family, this youth was worthy of being hailed as a dragon among men, shining with a brilliance that was blinding. The bright moon hung high, casting its radiant light. How could they dare to look down upon one another? If this individual could be scorned, what did that make them? The overwhelming shame nearly compelled both to cover their faces and retreat. The president of the Jasmine Flower Chamber of Commerce, Robert, and Arnold, who had just awakened his bloodline, found their inner anxieties utterly crushed in this moment. Their eyes gleamed with profound admiration. Lord Loren was simply formidable. By the grace of the divine, perhaps they truly were favored by fortune this time. To encounter Lord Loren and to become his subordinates was the greatest stroke of luck in their lives. With this thought, they lifted their heads high, their faces radiating an expression of utmost pride and honor. At that moment, they wished the entire world would know of Lord Loren's victory, and that they were his most loyal subordinates. Among those present, the one most profoundly affected was not the surrounding nobles, nor the corpulent steward of the Black Feather Chamber, and certainly not Robert and Arnold. Rather, it was the greatest guardian of Loren, Fiyana. Her gaze was icy, her body taut with tension, poised to unleash her full strength in a moment's notice. As she beheld Loren triumphantly striding back, bloodied from battle, she felt as though her world had collapsed. What was happening in this world? That was a barbarian chieftain of golden rank. Loren was merely silver rank. To confront a golden rank warrior head-on was a battle that should have been impossible to win. Yet here they were, faced with this extreme reversal of fate. The Loren she had once perceived with clarity now seemed shrouded in an enigmatic veil of mystery. Was this tyrant-like man truly the real Loren? Gazing upon that radiant, extraordinary youth, she found herself lost in thought. Chapter 23. The New King of Barbarians, Lord Loren. This meat is from the body of a unicorn python, priced at 2,000 puke per pound. Rich in potent magical energy. Please do have a taste. This is the meat of a raging giant lizard, 5,000 puke per pound. This is from a cyclopean rhinoceros. This is in the Jasmine Flower Chamber of Commerce. Robert and Arnold, drenched in sweat, brought in various precious meats from magical beasts, while Loren sat pale-faced at the round table, ravenously devouring the food. Plates upon plates of roasted meat vanished, as if into a bottomless pit. His exaggerated digestive capacity consumed the meat in mere minutes, until a servant from the chamber informed Robert that the storeroom was devoid of any more magical beast meat. Only then did Loren pause. Despite having eaten so much, he still felt utterly drained, as though he had endured 10 days and nights of relentless exertion, his body weak and his eyes dimmed, lacking even the strength to stand. Leaning back in his chair, he stared blankly at the ceiling, his voice weak and breathless. When will those barbarians arrive at the Jasmine Flower Chamber? Lord Loren, the steward of the Black Feather Chamber, out of respect for your formidable strength, has specially arranged for a priest to treat those barbarians. They are expected to recover significantly by this evening, at which point they will be delivered. Robert's gaze towards Loren was filled with admiration and reverence. As a warrior of initial golden rank himself, he clearly recognized that if he were to face the barbarian chieftain alone, he would hardly withstand 3 minutes. Yet now, Loren had obliterated the barbarian chieftain with absolute violence, which suggested that dealing with him was merely a matter of raising a hand. the opponent was merely silver rank. His initial respect for Loren's status transformed into a dual admiration for both his identity and strength. In the presence of the powerful, one must maintain a sufficient level of respect. This was the foremost survival rule in the Noah main dimension, an unchanging ironclad law. Feeling the weakness coursing through his body, Loren experienced a sense of disillusionment. To vanquish a golden rank warrior with silver rank power was exhilarating, yet the after effects of utilizing the S-class skill, demonic frenzy, were utterly overwhelming. Coupled with his use of the S-class secret technique of the purple blossom breathing method, steel severance, his exhaustion was further exacerbated. Thus, after his fervor waned, he was carried back that he would be unable to engage in combat for at least 3 days, and to challenge a golden rank warrior in a similar manner would require at least a week's time. Yet all of it was worth it. Ding mission, impossible conquest, completed. Reward, the loyalty of the barbarians has been granted. From this day forth, those robust barbarians would become his weapons in battle. Another revelation from this mission was that the system issued tasks based on his actual condition, rather than randomly, which left him in deep contemplation. The cold and composed Fiyana stood nearby, watching the lethargic Loren with irritation. With a stern expression, she coldly remarked, "Humph. Consider this a lesson for you, that if anything unforeseen happens, let us see how you can indulge in such gluttony." Although she was astounded by Loren's astonishing combat prowess, when this fellow lay limp in her embrace, no words could capture the panic and unease churning within her at that moment. Thus, it was unsurprising that she showed him little kindness. Loren turned to look at the girl suppressing her anger and grinned. "If you had gone up at that moment, I wouldn't have had to exert myself so much. You could have been a bit more proactive in alleviating my burdens." Fiyana was immediately infuriated, nearly bursting with a desire to kick him twice. Who was it that had restrained her from taking action? Who was it that insisted she trust him? This insufferable fool. After huffing in frustration, unable to contain her anger, the girl finally turned away, choosing not to see him any longer. Arnold, observing quietly from the side, feigned ignorance as if he had heard nothing. Once Fiyana departed, he exaggeratedly exclaimed in admiration, "Lord Loren, you were truly magnificent today. Did you not notice how those noble ladies were practically glowing at the sight of you? Surely, by remaining here tonight, you are bound to enjoy a delightful evening. I swear, if I were one of those ladies, I would undoubtedly fall for you." Loren's mood had begun to lift, but upon hearing this, he felt utterly disgusted that he cast a disdainful glance at the scrawny bronze rogue. "Get lost. Go and urge the Black Feather Chamber to deliver the barbarians immediately. If they don't show up tonight, I will make you duel those barbarians one-on-one." Arnold's expression stiffened at the thought of facing those fierce muscle-bound brutes, that he glanced down at his own frail body and instantly shrank back in fear. This was a case of a powerful man locking away a boy. After Arnold hurriedly left, Loren turned to Robert. "When the barbarians arrive, select suitable armor for them. The chamber has people engaged in the trade of weapons and armor." "Correct," Robert responded promptly. "The Blackstone Chamber specializes in weapons and armor that I have already sent someone to notify them, and they will dispatch individuals to measure the barbarians." "What is the current market price for armor?" "Lord Loren, armor is categorized into 5 grades. S, A, B, C, and D. Armor above grade A is considered extraordinary and is extremely costly, while S-grade armor is the stuff of legends and is currently unavailable in the market. Our chamber only has B, C, and D-grade armor for sale. The B-grade armor costs 1 million puke per set, C-grade armor costs 500,000 puke per set, D-grade armor costs 200,000 puke per set. And armor without a grade is approximately 50,000 puke per set." Loren's lips twitched at the information. He had spent 15 million puke to purchase 120 barbarians that in the Jasmine Flower Chamber. He had spent 1 million for 67 human slaves. With a total expenditure of 25 million, he was left with 9 million. Calculating for D-grade armor and weapons, equipping one barbarian would require 200,000 puke. Even if he spent all his remaining funds, he could only equip 45 barbarians. Damn, that was far too few. Loren's eyelids twitched, realizing how quickly the 20 million had evaporated. Equip each of these 120 barbarians with a piece of ungraded armor. And from the remaining 3 million, allocate 1 million for food and other supplies. The remaining 2 million will be kept as reserve. Originally, He thought he could enjoy a windfall of 25 million. But unexpectedly, after a full circle, he found himself back where he started. Understood, Lord Loren. Robert did not dare to say more. Following the scene at the slave market, Loren's prestige was firmly established. He immediately set about arranging for the execution of the order. As he observed Robert bustling about, Loren felt somewhat uplifted. His primary aim in forming the Chamber of Commerce Alliance, beyond generating profit, was to ensure that when situations like this arose, there would be someone to assist him. He merely needed to issue commands, and the chamber members would handle matters efficiently, sparing him extra effort. Moreover, since the procurement of resources came from within the alliance, it ensured that the chamber members benefited, making them more motivated to assist him. Thus, from this perspective, his formation of the alliance was a multifaceted triumph. Not only had he acquired a substantial sum of capital, but he also gained a plethora of manpower and a network of connections through these chambers. Most importantly, while these chambers currently appeared as his collaborators as he grew stronger, they would become additional extensions of his influence. Furthermore, the chambers that joined the alliance appeared to relish this arrangement. Thus, Loren felt quite satisfied with his initial layout in Decker City. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as a stroke of divine inspiration. After resting until evening, a sudden commotion arose in the front yard, followed by a servant reporting, "Lord Loren, the barbarians have been delivered, and President Robert requests your presence." As he spoke, he pushed over a newly purchased wheelchair. In a world fraught with peril, where injured adventurers were common, wheelchairs were not a rarity. Loren waved his hand dismissively. After some rest, he had regained a modicum of strength, with his legs feeling unsteady. He stood and slowly made his way toward the front yard. Moments later, a pallid Loren, looking more one than one who has indulged excessively, made his way to the front yard at that moment. A group of bandaged, bruised savages regarded the slowly approaching Loren with expressions marked by profound complexity. This seemingly fragile demon had single-handedly overturned them all, and in a state that could only be described as silver-grade. The barbarians who dwelled in a harsh land revered only the mightiest of leaders to guide their survival. Thus their veneration for strength surpassed that of other races. Loren, who had toppled them all through the brutal means they most respected, undoubtedly earned their recognition. Previously, those nobles who sought to conquer them had relied on their higher status to impose their will upon the lower ranks, which the barbarians despised, rendering any thoughts of submission utterly absent. Only Loren, this monstrous figure, exceeded all expectations. Loren grinned, addressing the assembly of savages with a smile. "Highland barbarians, from this day forth, you shall become the army of the Great Eagle territory, under my direct command. What of your chieftain?" Upon the utterance of this question, the crowd parted, revealing a towering chieftain, 2 meters tall, whose physique resembled that of a small giant. The chieftain, recently bloodied and barely maintaining a human shape, now appeared to have regained a significant portion of his strength. Evidently having been aided by the priest, Loren, though pale and seemingly on the verge of collapse, possessed eyes as sharp as blades, locking onto those of the barbarian chieftain without flinching. The contrast between their auras suggested that it was the chieftain, robust as a rhinoceros, who was in a position of weakness. The Fiyana's gaze remained fixed on the barbarian leader, her body taut with tension. Should he dare to make an improper move, she would unsheath her sword without hesitation. The two remained locked in their gaze, and the air grew still. After a lengthy silence, the imposing barbarian chieftain slowly bowed his head and, under the watchful eyes of all present, knelt on one knee. "Lord Loren, your might has earned our respect. The Frost tribe is willing to join the Great Eagle territory and become your vassals." In that moment, the 100 or so barbarians also gradually bent their bodies. Kneeling with one knee on the ground, their fists pounding against their chests, the indomitable Highland barbarians, known for their fearlessness in the face of death, now adopted the most humble of postures, submitting to their new king. In this instant, the pale, weakened youth radiated a captivating charisma in the eyes of all around him. Perhaps some individuals are simply born to lead. Fiyana gradually relaxed her grip on the sword's hilt, her icy gaze softening with a hint of warmth. Perhaps her agreement with the Duke of the Azalea had not been in vain. Chapter 24. The reactions of the nobility in Gatling City. The Azalea family truly lives up to its reputation. Perhaps we should distance ourselves from these offspring of the great families from the capital. Too powerful. That Loren Grant is the strongest young man I have ever encountered. It seems unlikely that anyone in Dekel City can contend with him. That barbarian chieftain is of golden caliber. How many have fallen to his might? With the surname Grant, he is truly extraordinary. As the nobles of the Black Feather Merchant Guild dispersed amidst fervent discussions, it became clear to all that the valiant youth would soon achieve renown among the nobility of Dekel City. Not only had he conquered the barbarians whom all the nobles yearned to subdue, but the formidable presence he displayed left them in awe. Many noble women who witnessed the event felt their hearts flutter. His handsome visage, illustrious lineage, and exceptional strength rendered Loren nearly flawless, a perfect embodiment of their dreams of a Prince Charming. That very day, numerous noble women hastily dispatched inquiries to uncover all information regarding Loren, even daring to directly ask their parents about potential alliances with the Azalea family. The admiration for strength is an inherent trait of humanity, and in this chaotic and perilous world, it undoubtedly intensifies. The curly-haired and blonde nobles emerge from the slave market, surrounded by their retinue, their emotions a complex tapestry. The golden-haired noble youth, Enley Stagg, the sole heir of the Stag Marquis of Dekel City, now bore a look of shame. I never believed that the nobility of Dekel City was inferior to that of the capital. But now, I must concede that perhaps there truly is a disparity between us. Reflecting on the valiant youth who had clashed with an entire tribe of barbarians using silver-grade strength, he felt an overwhelming sense of emotion. I cannot fathom why such a remarkable descendant would venture to the north. Suddenly recalling something, he whirled to his retinue. Immediately investigate all that the descendant of the Azalea family has done since arriving in Dekel City. I want every detail. Yes, young Master Enley. After the retinue departed, the curly-haired noble regained his composure, speaking with a hint of reluctance. Young Master Enley, although that individual is formidable, our nobility in Dekel City is not lacking, is it? Among us, the strongest have faced golden warriors while wielding silver power. They simply have yet to emerge from the Lord's Golden Knights. Otherwise, it would surely be the nobles of Dekel City conquering the barbarians. Enley Stagg shook his head. You do not understand. Those who faced golden warriors did so by leveraging the sharpness of their weapons and the resilience of their armor. You could don a full set of A-grade extraordinary armor and wield an A-grade extraordinary sword and still exchange blows with a golden warrior clad in C-grade standard armor. Defeating barbarians is not remarkable. However, clashing with golden warriors renowned for their strength using silver power, and doing so without the slightest resistance from the barbarians, that kind of dominance is something I have never witnessed. His tone grew grave. More critically, he hails from the Azalea family. Do you not comprehend what that signifies? The curly-haired noble paused, then with a defeated demeanor, replied, It means that no one dares to lay a hand on him. With such a terrifying background, as long as he does not act recklessly, it is nearly impossible for anyone to target him. No one wishes to oppose that extraordinary family. The name Azalea has long since merged with the Silvermoon Kingdom, and the North cannot afford to provoke that legendary clan. Enley Stagg nodded. Therefore, do not provoke him in the future. Young Master Enley, I am not that foolish. That individual is anything but human. Why would I provoke him? The curly-haired noble scoffed, recalling the image of the barbarian chieftain reduced to a mass of pulp, shivering at the thought of that tyrant. Enley Stagg nodded, refraining from further comment. When the servants brought the carriage, he parted ways with the curly-haired noble and boarded the carriage alone. The luxurious noble carriage glided smoothly, unperturbed by bumps, and in silence, it traversed towards a grand estate. Young Master Enley, we have arrived home. The coachman elegantly opened the carriage door for Enley, bowing slightly. Hearing the voice, Enley Stagg, lost in thought, returned to reality. Upon disembarking, he walked towards the estate with a distracted air. The opulence of the estate's decor failed to capture his attention. In fact, as he stepped into the central hall of the estate, he nearly collided with an approaching figure. Enley, what are you doing? Startled by the mildly displeased figure before him, Enley quickly apologized. I apologize. Sister, I was just lost in thought. The girl, clad in a flowing white gown and adorned with an elegant bird-feathered hat, her demeanor exuding grace and nobility, relaxed her furrowed brow and inquired curiously, Did you not go to the Black Feather Merchant Guild? Why are you back so soon? Have the barbarians been tamed? Before Emily could respond, a commanding voice resonated from within the hall. Tamed, those stubborn Highland brutes have no bloodline for submission. Even the Golden Knights could not bring them to heel. A bunch of naive youngsters cannot hope to subjugate the barbarians. Enley's face displayed a peculiar expression as he turned to the figure seated in a lavish chair adorned with jewels. Good day, Father. The stag marquis, clad in a black noble attire, nodded, rising to approach the two, his gaze filled with affection for the girl beside Enley. Ivy, if you can reach the intermediate golden level this month, perhaps you may attempt to tame them. While you can vanquish the barbarians now, you are not yet capable of making them submit. Turning to Enley, he chided with displeasure. Enley, abandon your unrealistic fantasies. Do you think the barbarians can be conquered by you? If you do not achieve the intermediate silver level this year, I will personally send you to train in the Lord's Silver Knights. Enley, his expression conflicted, shook his head. Father, I wish to join the Silver Knights tomorrow. Both the noble girl and the stag marquis were momentarily taken aback, gazing at Enley with astonishment. What did you say? Seeing their bewildered expressions, Enley's face bore determination. Father, sister, perhaps you were right. I truly need to strive for improvement. The stag family should not decline under my stewardship. The two exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions only growing more astonished. The noble girl, regaining her composure first, fixed her sharp gaze upon him. Enley, whom did you encounter at the slave market? Did those individuals from the Golden Knights emerge? Only those formidable individuals who joined the Golden Knights could have instigated such a profound change in Enley. After all, Enley shook his head, gazing at the two with a fervor he himself had not perceived. Father, the barbarian was defeated by an outsider noble. The Duke of Stag raised an eyebrow, displeased. Though Golden Tier barbarians are formidable, they have yet to awaken their bloodline powers. What is so extraordinary about their defeat? Is this trivial matter truly worthy of such alarm? Enley fell silent for a moment before slowly responding. What if that individual was merely at the initial stage of silver? What? Impossible? Both the Duke and his eldest daughter Ivy immediately lost their composure. The combat prowess of the Highland barbarians, raised in harsh environments, was formidable that a golden warrior who had not awakened their bloodline power would require at least 2 companions to contend with one, and 3 to vanquish him. How could a silver-tier human possibly defeat a barbarian chieftain? The Duke quickly grasped the implication. Could it be that the opponent wielded an extraordinary weapon of a rank or above? Yes, that must be it. An unarmed barbarian could not possibly stand against a fully equipped noble scion, which seemed reasonable. However, just as the two found solace in this excuse for the barbarian chieftain's defeat, Enley's next words rendered them speechless. Impossible? Enley's face shone with uncontainable admiration. Father, sister, what if that individual defeated the barbarian chieftain without any weapons? What if that individual not only defeated him, but did so with overwhelming force, obliterating the barbarian chieftain in a single strike? What if that individual not only dispatched the Golden Tier barbarian chieftain, but single-handedly toppled the entire barbarian tribe? What if that individual were younger than me, no older than 18? Even the Duke, seasoned by the storms of life, found himself astonished by Enley's fervent tone that to slay a Golden Tier opponent with silver strength, and to single-handedly overturn an entire tribe. And all this accomplished by a mere youth of 17 or 18. The mere thought sent shivers through him. This was the true essence of a prodigy among men. Ivy, the pride of the Duke, a genius who had ascended to Golden Tier at the tender age of 25, was equally taken aback. She had never considered that someone could defeat a Golden Tier barbarian chieftain with Silver Tier strength. Moreover, the fact that this individual was so young instilled in her a sense of inferiority, despite her own self-proclaimed genius. Curiosity surged within her for the remarkable individual her brothers so admired. Who was this outstanding figure? This scene was not confined to the Duke's estate. The nobility who had witnessed the events at the slave market were swiftly spreading the news of the descendant of the Zyjing family, who had triumphed over golden barbarians with a silver physique that in an instant, the previously quiet town of Loren became the focal point of countless nobles' attention in Gatling City. Chapter 25. Returning to the territory. New tasks on the 7th of April, year 6120 of the Nor calendar. A convoy laden with food, fabrics, and various supplies, escorted by over 100 burly barbarian guards clad in armor, slowly made its way out of the city. At the center of the convoy, an opulent carriage was drawn by 3 pure white steeds of exceptional quality, flanked by doors adorned with exquisite carvings that exuded elegance and nobility. The spacious carriage could easily accommodate several individuals lying down to sleep. Most striking was the banner emblazoned with the emblem of the Noble Elder Council, a silver crescent moon. Only nobles of count rank and above were permitted to bear the exclusive banner of the Silver Moon Kingdom, a symbol of rarity and prestige. Loren reclined against the soft cotton cushions of the carriage, gazing out the glass window at the street, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. After successfully subduing the barbarians the previous afternoon, the 5 members of the Gatling Merchants Guild had swiftly equipped him with the supplies he desired, 1 piece of armor and ample provisions for each barbarian. Following a night of rest at the Jasmine Merchants Guild, he did not linger in the city, but departed directly with his army and supplies. The Grey Eagle territory awaited its master's return. Outside the glass window, the scenery of this grand northern city unfolded before his deep, dark eyes. The streets of Gatling City, steeped in 300 years of history, were ancient and rugged, flanked by towering obelisks adorned with religious reliefs. Exuding an air of majesty and sanctity, at the intersection stood a bronze statue of a sky knight mounted on a griffin. Radiating a sense of power, Daes's gaze shifted to the pedestrians on either side. He observed that the streets were predominantly filled with adventurers clad in leather or armor, with few commoners in sight. The city guards, clad in sturdy armor, patrolled the streets, occasionally stopping to enter shops for inspections. Some adventurers returning from outside the city carried magical beasts, their expressions exuberant as they engaged in animated discussions. While merchants rushed out from their shops, their eyes alight with interest at the sight of the beasts. Others bore the marks of battle, their faces grim, and some even carried their injured comrades. Their sorrow palpable. The beggars, reduced to a state of destitution, looked at the adventurers with eyes filled with numbness, fear, and pleading, hoping for a few coins or scraps of food. Yet the adventurers hurried past, indifferent to their plight, save for a few young ladies who, upon seeing some of the younger beggars, could not help but offer a few copper coins. Nobles, adventurers, beggars, merchants, city guards. Loren found himself momentarily entranced by the scene before him. As if the familiar yet foreign world was finally unveiling itself to him, a clip-clop, the sound of iron-shod hooves striking the cobblestones echoed crisply as the convoy, flanked by barbarian guards, traversed the lengthy streets and gradually exited the towering city gates. Upon catching sight of the walls of Gatling City, Loren instinctively lifted his head. As the largest city in the Northern Territories, the stone walls towered over 40 meters high, a veritable chasm in this world. Above the walls, watchtowers loomed, rising more than 10 meters high, with menacing siege crossbows gleaming coldly from their firing apertures, ever ready to slay any approaching foes. Even more striking were the enormous magical beasts soaring through the sky, the griffins. These fearsome creatures, with the wings of a hunting falcon and the body of a lion, were currently soaring majestically, casting their shadows upon the ground, darkening the sky. The aerial cavalry had always been the sharp blade of war, the Griffin Legion of Gatling City. Alongside the Golden Knights was the principal reason the city had stood resilient for centuries, that it was hard to fathom what level of power would be required to conquer such a formidable city. The prospect of such a scene filled Loren with yearning. One day, the Grey Eagle territory would surpass even this grand city. As the convoy passed through the city gates, leaving the walls behind, a gentle breeze swept through. However, what should have been a refreshing gust caused him to furrow his brow. The scent of blood, an overwhelming stench of blood, that Loren's instincts kicked in, and he abruptly turned to gaze back at the city walls. He was met with a horrifying sight. Thick layers of blood smeared across the walls, darkening to an almost sinister hue. The claw marks, as if made by ferocious beasts, were densely etched into the stone, resembling the frantic scratches of a knife against wood countless times over. This scene inflicted upon him a profound sense of shock. The blood polluters, those terrifying monsters lurking within the dimensional planes, they would launch assaults on human cities during the Crimson Days. Dekel City, as the largest city in the Northern Territories, faced unimaginable pressure monthly from the onslaught of these blood polluters. The sturdy armored soldiers, the towering watchtowers, the soaring griffins. All of these preparations were for the sake of those dreadful beings. Fiyana, you have fought in the war against the Lizardman Empire, in comparison to the blood polluters attacking the city, which is more terrifying? Loren inquired, his gaze fixed on the girl beside him, whose demeanor was as cold as ice. The Lizardman Empire bordered the Silver Moon Kingdom, and a few years prior, an unprecedented war had erupted between the two, during which Loren's parents had perished. Lizard men. Fiyana's eyes narrowed slightly as memories long buried resurfaced. Her voice low and somber. Fighting the lizard men was to defend the interests of the Silver Moon Kingdom, whereas battling the blood polluters is a struggle for survival. There is no basis for comparison between the two. With that, she fell silent, as those were not memories worth delving into. Loren regarded the girl's expression thoughtfully, sensing her emotions, and chose not to press further. His gaze shifted to the imposing figure of the barbarian chieftain. Yas Frost, ahead of the convoy. Can you train this army within half a month? Fiyana, her mood having softened, shook her head. I am not adept at training armies, and these barbarians owe their allegiance to you. Even if I were platinum tier, their nature would not easily allow them to heed my commands. Their pride is deeply ingrained. Only by truly winning them over can they be made to obey. Loren understood. The strength of the barbarians was undeniable, yet effectively utilizing them would require considerable effort. The convoy traveled at a speed of approximately 10 kilometers per hour, which was not particularly fast. The human physique in the primary realm of Nor was far superior to that of Earth, making this pace merely average. After leaving Dekel City, vast expanses of desolation began to appear. The endless wasteland bore a harsh living environment. The reason so many expansion lords were drawn to cultivate this territory was the abundant rare mineral veins hidden within the land. This is an indispensable and precious resource, essential for forging weapons and crafting armor. Moreover, daily life relies heavily on various utensils made of gold, silver, copper, and iron. Thus, this land has become a coveted battleground for numerous empires and tribes. The barren landscape did not persist indefinitely. After a span of 10 minutes, patches of farmland emerged alongside a small river, where verdant crops bloomed with pure white flowers. Even from afar, the sight was uplifting, as if one were immersed in a sea of blossoms. Is that a blue heart fruit? Roland inquired of the only girl nearby who could engage in conversation. The cold-faced Fiyana initially wished to disregard such a trivial question. Yet the spark of curiosity in his eyes compelled her to respond. As a lord, you ought to familiarize yourself with essential knowledge of your station, due to the presence of the bloody polluters. The primary grain crop in the Noral Plain is the blue heart fruit. Its roots extend approximately 1 meter underground, requiring copious amounts of water for cultivation. Even when immature, it can continue to grow despite the removal of its foliage. This explains why the bloody polluters assault human cities monthly, yet do not cause total crop failure. Satisfied with the resolution of his curiosity, Roland smiled and chose not to elaborate further. Previously a standard noble scion, he was well-versed in certain artistic disciplines, such as the appreciation of elven paintings, but found himself utterly bewildered by matters pertinent to farmers. The journey henceforth was marked by silence. The area surrounding Dekel City, approximately 100 kilometers, was firmly under its control, with frequent sightings of patrolling troops and convoys transporting substantial loads along the roads. Territories and villages built along the rivers were not uncommon, and the fields of blue heart fruits often graced the landscape. However, once the party ventured beyond the confines of Dekel City's jurisdiction, a palpable shift in the environment became apparent. The pathways grew increasingly treacherous, and bandits began to lurk menacingly around the convoy. Nevertheless, most individuals possessed enough discernment to retreat upon spotting the imposing figures of over 100 burly savages that no one wished to engage in conflict with the mountain barbarians, unless prepared to face death. Moreover, this was a noble's caravan. Roland had initially intended to have the barbarians eliminate the bandits to gain experience, but these foes, skittish and evasive, exhibited no desire for combat. The barbarians fled before they could close the distance. And after several such encounters, he lost interest in pursuing these bandits. After dispatching the barbarian chief, Yas, along with a dozen warriors to patrol the vicinity, he hastened towards his territory, while ordinary human bandits dared not attack Roland's convoy. Other races did not share such reservations. Across the endless wasteland, numerous other races coexisted with humanity. Among them, orcs were the most populous, serving as a collective term for all sentient beings exhibiting bestial traits, gnolls. Kobolds, ratfolk, boarfolk, werewolves, tigerfolk, and more. Various orc tribes were scattered throughout the vast expanse. These savage races primarily subsisted through hunting, returning to their territories or seeking refuge in deep, uncharted caves during the blood moon, should outsiders dare encroach upon their lands. They would not hesitate to assume the roles of hunters and bandits. The grand caravan, veering off the main human thoroughfares, became a conspicuous sight upon the desolate plains. Thus, it was not long before an incident occurred. After the convoy passed a small brook, the barbarian chief Yas approached with a serious demeanor to report. Numerous kobolds had appeared in the vicinity, their numbers exceeding 200, that among them there appeared to be a bloodline mage. Upon hearing this, Roland's vigilance was immediately heightened. Kobolds were not particularly fearsome, yet even the most inept spellcaster should not be underestimated. Just as he was about to devise a plan, the system notification chimed in. Ding, mission triggered, Kobold's Watch. Across the endless wasteland exist various orc tribes, among them the kobolds, greedy yet cowardly beings. Once their numbers swell to a certain extent, they become bloodthirsty and murderous. Please defeat the kobolds within 3 hours. Mission reward: Loyalty of the Kobold Bloodline Mage. Chapter 26. Promotion: Barbarian Berserker. Upon seeing the system notification, Roland's eyes sparkled with excitement. Got a mission reward: a Kobold Bloodline Mage. Spellcasters were a rare existence in the Neural Plane, wielding elemental powers that could dramatically alter the course of battle. The largest city in the north, Gatling City, likely boasted no more than 100 spellcasters. The prospect of the reward invigorated Roland, filling him with a sense of anticipation. Given the current circumstances, even without initiating an attack against the kobolds, they would inevitably turn aggressive once their numbers grew sufficiently that a convoy laden with supplies was a tempting target. Roland's keen gaze meticulously surveyed his surroundings as he pondered deeply. When the convoy reached a relatively flat meadow, he resolved to halt the march, dismounting from his carriage with weary legs to summon all the barbarians. Yas the Frost, the name of the barbarian chief, was a figure of remarkable stature, so much so that Roland often thought he should be called brute or giant, even if he were not of golden caliber. Roland believed this man could fell a bison with a single punch. Before Roland could issue his orders, the robust barbarian chief eagerly volunteered for the task. Lord Roland, those despicable kobolds are pitiably weak aside from their numbers. Just give the command, and I shall lead the Frost tribe to trample them. Yas's voice resonated like thunder, his amber eyes gleaming with frigid malice. A barbarian hailing from the snowy highlands. The instinct for battle was deeply ingrained within him. How dare a bunch of feeble kobolds provoke them? It was a death wish. Roland nodded. There's no need for haste. They are merely a horde of kobolds, easily dealt with. Having spoken, he cast his gaze over the muscular figures, each robust as a calf, their armors straining against their bulk. I have gathered you here for the purpose of class advancement. Class advancement? Yas was taken aback, somewhat perplexed. Lord Roland, is class advancement not supposed to require training? Do we still have time for that? Only Fiyana's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. She had witnessed how Roland facilitated the class advancement of Arnold, the bronze thief. That a peculiar thought crossed her mind. Could it be that he possessed rare classes beyond just thieves? Roland's countenance grew solemn. Upon awakening my bloodline power, I uncovered an unprecedented special talent. I can bestow rare classes upon you through my bloodline strength. Moreover, upon receiving my blessings, you will gain an unparalleled talent, eternal slaughter. With each enemy you slay, you shall grow ever stronger. These subordinates were living beings, not puppets. The system's monster-slaying upgrade feature had already been validated with Arnold the Thief. Once the barbarians engaged in battle, they would certainly sense something amiss within themselves, even without Roland's explanation. Thus, he chose to lay it bare, subtly reframing the concept as his own talent. leading them to associate their potential for growth with his greatness. After all, talents are beyond reasoning. They simply exist or they do not. Without waiting for the stunned barbarians to inquire further, he silently opened the territory panel and located the status of the mountain barbarians. Mountain Barbarian 120. Possible class advancement directions. 1. Wolf Cavalry C-Class. Requires taming of wild wolves. Upgraded unit. Blood Wolf Cavalry B-Class. Ultimate unit. Bloodthirsty Wolf A-Class. 2. Barbarian Berserker C-Class. Upgraded unit. Barbarian Storm Warrior B-Class. Ultimate unit. Barbarian War God A-Class. Following the recruitment of the barbarians, the system offered 2 comprehensive rare classes, both of which were formidable. He was particularly drawn to the Wolf Cavalry, as their strength as the kings of land warfare was indisputable, with upgraded units possessing boundless potential. However, the challenge lay in the requirement to tame wild wolves before pursuing this class. Initially, he had planned to address the barbarians' class advancements upon returning to the Grey Eagle territory, but circumstances had shifted, necessitating an immediate enhancement of their strength. Otherwise, as the Cobalts continued to amass, he would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. Although Fiyana was present to oversee matters, sheer numbers could overwhelm even a platinum-level warrior. If they opted for a direct confrontation, the bronze-level barbarians would likely sustain substantial casualties that he could not bear to witness such an invaluable force suffer heavy losses before they even had a chance to grow. Such sacrifices would be utterly meaningless. Moreover, the barbarian berserker was undeniably potent, albeit lacking the mobility of the wolf cavalry. All of you, kneel before me. Now, I shall bestow upon you unprecedented power. After being dominated by Roland's unequivocal authority, the general loyalty of the barbarians surged above 70, and they executed commands with remarkable efficiency. Under the leadership of their chief, Yas, they collectively knelt, their gazes fervently fixed upon their new king. Observing this, Roland summoned forth his silvery bloodline power, which flared to life, enveloping him in a blazing aura that accentuated his martial prowess. With a mere thought, he opted to advance all the barbarians to the status of barbarian berserker. Ding, do you wish to promote the mountain barbarians 120 to barbarian berserker? Confirm, commencing the transition of professions. At that moment, all the barbarians felt a jolt in their hearts, swiftly inundated with a torrent of information on how to fight, evade, and coordinate with their comrades. Simultaneously, a formidable power began to awaken within their very bloodlines. And a skill known as Berserk flashed into their minds. According to legend, the dog-headed people possessed a faint draconic bloodline, with an exceedingly slim chance of awakening. Yet upon awakening, they could inherit the spells embedded within their lineage, becoming powerful bloodline mages. And Sim Lizardclaw was that fortunate one. He received a precious spell inheritance on a night fraught with thunder and lightning. Upon becoming a bloodline mage, his first act was to slay the chieftain of the Lizardclaw tribe with a devastating fireball. Thus, he ascended as the new chieftain, the great chieftain Sim. Praise the goddess of magic that he relished this title. Though he had only acquired 2 bloodline spells, he remained invincible within the Lizardclaw tribe, for he wielded the power of the divine. Indeed, the dog-headed people believed that magic was the very essence of divine power. Armed with his awakened spells, Sim Lizardclaw led the Lizardclaw tribe to conquer 4 or 5 surrounding dog-headed tribes, swelling their ranks from mere dozens to nearly 600, establishing themselves as the largest tribe in the region. Yet at that moment, Sim heard exhilarating news. A caravan laden with food and treasures was traversing through his territory. How could the ambitious great chieftain Sim let such a plump lamb escape his grasp? He aspired to be the mightiest spellcaster of the endless wasteland, even dreaming of founding a nation for the dog-headed people, where perhaps he might one day be hailed as His Majesty Sim, the Great Sim. And so, he would embark on his path of conquest, starting with these wretched humans. Great Chieftain Sim, those foolish humans have halted. They are kneeling before a human noble, seemingly plotting some conspiracy. At that moment, a dog-headed warrior, clutching a wooden staff, cautiously approached, raising his head in reverence to report to the entranced Sim Lizardclaw, who was lost in visions of the future. Draped in a black cloak stolen from another dog-headed stronghold, the wind rustled the fabric as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of undeniable swagger that, of course, Sim preferred to consider it the demeanor of a ruler, and he took great satisfaction in this. Do they not intend to pass through the valley ahead? What do these foolish humans intend to do? He had originally planned to use their numerical superiority to besiege the human caravan within the valley. But it seems circumstances had shifted. The reporting dog-headed warrior immediately donned a sycophantic grin. Great Chieftain Sim, perhaps we need not exert ourselves so. You need only display the power of the divine, and none shall withstand your majesty. All enemies shall be consumed in the flames of fury. Sim nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the great dog-headed ones are favored by the gods. We are the true masters of this land. Since these foolish humans have no intention of passing through the valley, gather everyone and let us slay them upon this grassland. With a wave of his hand, the nearby dog-headed warriors immediately blew their tooth-shaped horns. The peculiar sound of the horns roused the dog-headed ones lying in ambush among the tall grass, their throaty growls resonating like beasts preparing for a hunt. They yearned to rend those accursed humans apart, to plunder their wealth, seize their women, and claim everything as their own. Chapter 27. Ascending to a new class. Storm warriors. The horn of the dog-headed ones echoed like the wails of dying wild dogs, sending shivers down one's spine. Loren reigned in his bloodline power and instructed the drivers to arrange more than 20 carts into a semicircle. The transitioning barbarians positioned themselves at the opening of the semicircle, while the human slaves brought by the Jasmine Guild leaned against the inner perimeter. This way, they only needed to defend the front while assigning a few to monitor the rear, thus safeguarding their precious personal assets valued in the millions. The long howls from the dog-headed ones instilled terror and unease among the crowd, particularly causing the women to scream in panic, resulting in a chaotic scene. Silence. Everyone be quiet. A cold voice stilled the tumultuous crowd as if a pause button had been pressed. They turned their fearful gazes toward Loren. Loren had no inclination to soothe these individuals, instead focusing on Fiyana, who stood protectively by his side. Among those dog-headed ones is a bloodline mage. You must restrain your aura and seize him the moment he appears. Loren felt no concern for the ordinary dog-headed ones, compared to the barbarians. The timid, dog-headed folk were utterly pathetic that it was the spellcaster that warranted his vigilance that on the battlefield, mages were the primary targets to neutralize. Allowing them to unleash their powers unchecked was utterly unacceptable. A silver-tier spellcaster could wield influence at critical moments that even a platinum-tier warrior could not match. Those who commanded elemental forces were not to be underestimated. Fiyana had once suffered greatly against a spellcaster while battling lizardmen, rendering her exceedingly cautious of such foes. Yet her worries lay elsewhere as she hesitantly glanced at Loren, whose pallor suggested he could be toppled by a gust of wind. Your safety, fear not, as long as you can capture that bloodline mage. This battle shall conclude. Loren's gaze fell upon the barbarians on the verge of awakening, his confidence unwavering. Ding the barbarian berserker has successfully transitioned. Ding Yas frost level has reached gold tier, gaining further comprehension during the transition, and has ascended to the rank of barbarian storm warrior. Just as the system notification rang out, the 120 barbarians opened their eyes simultaneously. These robust figures surged with an overwhelming aura, akin to a tempestuous tsunami arising from the depths of the ocean. Their eyes glowed like embers engulfed in flames, radiating intense heat and explosive force. Loren erupted into laughter, his gaze landing on the most formidable of the barbarians. Chief Yas frost level, gold intermediate bloodline, barbarian bloodline, awakened, loyalty, 90 class, barbarian storm warrior, B tier, class skill, berserk transformation. B tier the angrier one becomes, the greater their combat prowess and recovery ability. Bond, barbarian might, automatically activates when the number of barbarians exceeds 100, increasing power by 10, morale never falters. Evaluation, a natural warrior with immense potential. Gold tier can advance to storm warriors. Does this imply that barbarians can automatically ascend to the second tier class upon reaching gold tier? The class skill gained upon advancement, berserk transformation, becomes stronger the angrier one is. This skill bears an uncanny resemblance to Earth's Hulk. Loren was exceedingly pleased after reviewing Yas's attributes. This individual had attained an unimaginable enhancement. Lord Loren, I feel immensely powerful, exceedingly powerful. Yas, rising to his feet, his scarred visage brimming with excitement, once again knelt before Loren in fervent gratitude. Thank you for your grace, my great master. Strength was the currency of survival in the wasteland. Loren had bestowed upon him formidable power, a debt of gratitude that weighed heavily for the strength-driven barbarians. The other awakened barbarians also knelt in fervent appreciation. Thank you for your grace, Lord Loren. Loren surveyed the scene. The loyalty of these barbarians had surged above 80 points for most, with two even matching Yas's 90, that the impact of this transition on the barbarians was indeed extraordinary. Barbarian level, Bronze Advanced Bloodline. Highland Barbarian Bloodline, Awakened Loyalty. 80 class, Barbarian Berserker, C tier, class skill, Berserk. C tier activate inner strength, significantly enhancing power and recovery. Once Berserk fades, a day of weakness ensues. Bond, Barbarian Might, activates when the number of barbarians exceeds 100, increasing power by 10. Morale never falters. Evaluation, a natural warrior, revering the strong. Though the berserk state of a typical berserker was not as potent as the storm warrior's furious transformation, combined with the barbarian's physique, the explosive power unleashed was undeniably formidable. Just then, the eerie horn echoed again from the grass. Accompanied by the low growls of beasts, the dog-headed ones could no longer suppress their impatience and greed. They were poised to strike. Despite feeling drained, Loren's battle fervor surged within him. Demons were never a race inclined towards peace. Slaughter was eternal. Prepare for battle. The command, laced with murderous intent, abruptly shifted the atmosphere of the field. The barbarians, thoroughly subjugated by Loren, immediately brandished their short-handled axes, their gazes fixed upon the quivering yellow grass encircling the caravan. Their faces contorted with fierce bloodlust. How dare a horde of dog-headed ones challenge the great barbarians? Truly a quest for death. Amidst the rustling sounds and the deep growls of beasts, the grass was finally parted after a few breaths. Kill! A throng of roaring dog-headed ones surged forth. Standing upright, the dog-headed creatures were approximately 1.7 meters tall, with robust legs and hyena-like heads, their jaws agape, drool dripping from their maws. Their sharp teeth and claws were as keen as razors, capable of rending a warrior's armor asunder. The sheer number of them formed a tide, their eyes filled with brutality and avarice, chilling the heart. Though the dog-headed ones appeared terrifying, they faced an even stronger force of barbarians. Clad in armor and wielding formidable axes, the barbarians tower at an impressive height of nearly 2 meters, their physiques as robust as young bulls. Hundreds stand resolutely, resembling an impregnable fortress, impervious even to a tempest of blades. The dog-headed creatures, emboldened and fearless in the face of the formidable barbarians, charged with gaping mouths lined with sharp fangs, their eyes glinting with a ferocious and avaricious gleam directed towards the convoy. Divine favor surely blesses them. The great chieftain will lead them to annihilate these foolish humans. Long live the dog-headed creatures. Dog-headed creature level. Intermediate bronze bloodline. Unawakened dog-headed bloodline loyalty. -100. They will not hesitate to tear you apart. Bond. Overwhelming numbers. Morale is boosted when outnumbering the enemy by more than double. Description. A common life form on the endless wasteland, they thrive on overwhelming the few with their multitude. Upon examining the attributes of the dog-headed creatures, Loren's expression turned to one of astonishment. No wonder the notoriously timid dog-headed beings of the endless wasteland appeared so ferocious. Their bond of overwhelming numbers was simply extraordinary. Within mere breaths, 4 to 500 snarling dog-headed creatures surged forth from the underbrush. The sheer number, a multitude surpassing their own, emitted a low, ominous growl that sent chills down one's spine. That Loren's gaze darted among the charging dog-headed creatures, seeking the bloodline mage. However, to his surprise, despite the apparent advantage, the dog-headed spellcaster was nowhere to be seen. Loren raised an eyebrow, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Everyone, heed my command. 20 barbarians led by Yas shall guard the convoy. The rest, launch an immediate assault. Yas carved through them. His commanding tone ignited fervor among the barbarians. Battle was an instinct etched into their very bloodline. Barbarians never retreat. Chief Yas roared, leading the charge. His brawny form surged forward towards the dog-headed creatures a mere dozens of meters away, his ferocity reminiscent of a raging bull. Behind him, 100 barbarian berserkers followed their chief into the fray, their furious roars echoing across the battlefield. The ground trembled beneath the onslaught of the berserkers. The first battle of Loren in this world had commenced. Chapter 28. Third ring spell. Bloodthirsty sorcery emerging from the underbrush. The dog-headed creatures appeared as a dark mass, bearing their gory maws filled with sharp, blood-stained fangs, their throats emitting bestial roars as they charged forth with brutal intent. From above, the scene resembled two spears entwined in a deadly embrace, the barbarians and dog-headed creatures clashing fiercely. The ferocious barbarian chief Yas was the first to breach the enemy lines. A snarling dog-headed creature attempted to slash at Yas's throat with its claws the moment they met. Yet in the next instant, it was as though a bull had collided with it. The impact sent the creature soaring several meters away, crashing violently to the ground, blood erupting from its mouth like a fountain. Upon closer inspection, its ribcage had shattered completely, leaving it lifeless on the spot. The bronze-tier dog-headed creatures posed no barrier to this raging bull. Yas, undeterred, continued his relentless advance into the throng of dog-headed creatures. Crunch, crunch, his terrifying strength obliterated 12 dog-headed creatures before he finally halted. Blood dripped from him, the warm liquid rising in misty tendrils. The image of this war god reborn was mesmerizing. Golden barbarian warriors, fearsome indeed. Yet the dog-headed creatures struck head-on, did not falter. The scent of blood only heightened their resolve. They let out furious roars, charging in unison towards the barbarian. Seeing this, Yas's lips curled into a sinister grin. The feral golden barbarian brandished his massive axe, embarking on a gruesome slaughter of the surrounding dog-headed creatures. The massacre was overwhelmingly one-sided. The bronze and silver-tier dog-headed creatures fell like lambs before Yas's slaughtering blade. This was a pure killing machine, truly deserving of the name barbarian. Yas's combat prowess was terrifying, and those who followed him into battle were equally fierce. Violence was the most fitting descriptor for this horde of wild bulls, faced with a horde of dog-headed creatures averaging no taller than 1.7 meters. The barbarian berserkers, standing at 1.9 meters, armored and wielding massive axes, charged into the throng like tanks among sheep. Splatter, blood sprayed, and flesh was flung about. The frenzied berserkers paid little heed to the dog-headed creatures' attacks, their axes cleaving through the ranks with reckless abandon. How could dog-headed creatures of the same tier compare in strength to the barbarians? Moreover, the disparity in equipment only exacerbated their plight. Mere moments of contact saw dozens of dog-headed creatures slain, while the barbarians suffered only a handful of light injuries. After the initial clash, the morale of the barbarians surged visibly. Such immense power! I have grown stronger. Kill! After dispatching the dog-headed creatures, the barbarians distinctly felt their strength augmenting. Indeed, just as Lord had proclaimed, slaying enemies granted them power. The sensation was akin to a devil's temptation, driving them to the brink of madness. With bolstered spirits, the barbarians launched an even fiercer assault. In an instant, the battlefield was awash in blood and bodies. Loren, orchestrating the chaos, felt a surge of delight as the system's notifications rang out incessantly amidst the slaughter of dog-headed creatures. Ding, your subordinate has slain a dog-headed creature, bronze. You gain 1 point of soul power. Ding, your subordinate has slain a dog-headed creature, bronze. You gain 1 point of soul power. Ding, your subordinate has slain a dog-headed creature, silver. You gain 10 points of soul power. Ding, your subordinate. With each enemy slain, the soul power column on his attributes panel surged upward. Though he was still uncertain of the precise utility of this soul power, it did not dampen his exhilaration. His intuition whispered that the more he accumulated, the better. Yet, thanks to the overwhelming numbers, the dog-headed creatures, despite facing such terrifying assaults, did not crumble, but rather fought back with stubborn resilience. However, against the newly transformed barbarian berserkers, even the most tenacious resistance seemed futile. Just as the tide began to favor the barbarians, a powerful surge of magical energy erupted from the underbrush behind the dog-headed ranks. The next moment, a fireball the size of a head shot through the blue sky, trailing a long tail of flame as it sped towards the battlefield with lightning speed. The searing heat made the skin of all present feel scorched. A spellcaster, with the barbarians' alarmed cries. The hidden dog-headed spellcaster finally revealed itself. The fireball traveled too swiftly for the combatants to evade, in the heart of the battlefield. A tremendous explosion erupted with a thunderous roar that a wave of scorching heat swept through. Carrying dirt and debris in its wake, that a 30-meter radius was engulfed in flames. The acrid stench of singed hair mingling with the scent of blood pervading the air. 7 or 8 barbarians caught in the blast were hurled away like straw, crashing to the ground and losing their fighting capability. In contrast, 20 or more dog-headed creatures, lacking armor, suffered an even grimmer fate, incinerated to death by the flames. The previously one-sided battle shifted dramatically with the intervention of the dog-headed bloodline mage. The atmosphere thickening with tension as the frenzied barbarian killers momentarily faltered. The once unyielding morale of the dog-headed creatures soared. The power of the divine. The great chiefs had struck. They knew victory would ultimately belong to the mighty dog-headed beings. The dog-headed creatures in the rear opened their gaping maws, howling joyously towards the heavens, while those at the forefront launched a more frenzied counterattack against the barbarians. With their overwhelming numbers and fluctuating morale, the tide of battle, which had seemed so favorable to the barbarians, now found itself in a stalemate. The situation grew increasingly dire. Observing the devastation wrought by the fireball, Loren's expression sharpened. Is this magic? Its power rivals that of heavy artillery. The surviving barbarians who had been struck by the magic owed their survival to their robust physiques and their distance from the explosion's epicenter. Should the enemy be granted the opportunity to unleash 4 or 5 more spells, the outcome of the war could very well remain uncertain. Spellcasters, the most fearsome, possess the ability to alter the course of battle. His gaze shifted to the side where Fiyana, her eyes narrowed and sharp as a hawk's, stood. This dog-headed bloodline mage is formidable. The power of the fireball must exceed that of an ordinary second-ring spell. We cannot afford to delay. Her eyes glinted with lethal intent. Fiyana, neutralize it for me. Additionally, if it is safe, capture it alive. I require it. The system's quest reward hinged on this bloodline mage, and the power of the magic unleashed far surpassed the memory of second-ring spells, heightening its value in Loren's eyes. Should Fiyana, in her wrath, slay the mage, it would be a grave loss. The cool and composed Fiyana gripped her cross-shaped longsword tightly, casting a deep glance at Loren. Stay safe. With those words, she surged forth like an arrow, her form exuding a domineering yet graceful aura as she sped towards the direction where the fireball had just been cast. The platinum-tier swordswoman unveiled her might for the first time before Loren. The moment Fiyana engaged the dog-headed creature, a blinding flash of sword light erupted. Subsequently, blood gushed forth from the opponent's neck, adding a harrowing hue to the azure sky at that moment. The resplendent flower of death began to bloom. In the presence of the girl, the act of killing transformed into an art form. Bloody, yet beautiful, and no mere goblin could impede her ethereal and graceful figure. With each step, she claimed a life. Her swiftness in dispatching goblins surpassed even the frenzied warrior Yas, the snow dance swordswoman, a paragon of technique. Fiyana stood in stark contrast to the barbarian chieftain Yas, the storm warrior, with a mere dozen breaths. The girl vanished into the underbrush, leaving behind a gruesome trail littered with the corpses of goblins. This sword, unmatched in sharpness. Yet, just as Fiyana entered the thicket, an even more potent surge of magical energy erupted. A delicate rose-hued mist enveloped the undergrowth instantaneously. Following this, the nearby goblins, upon contact with the pale, red magical energy, began to voraciously absorb it. Their eyes turned blood-red, and their muscles visibly swelled. Once the rose-hued energy was entirely consumed, a horde of blood-eyed goblins, exuding a feral and frenzied aura, emerged, terrifying and ghastly. The barbarian chief Yas, witnessing the spectacle, let out a furious roar and lunged forward, his massive axe cleaving down upon one of the blood-eyed goblins. He had no faith in magic. He only trusted the heft of his axe. The barbarian, Unyielding, with a sickening sound, the goblin barely had time to react as the sharp axe severed through its shoulder, nearly cleaving it in twain. Yet the bloodline goblin seemed devoid of pain. Rather than collapsing from such a grievous wound, it clasped desperately onto the axe, its maw filled with razor-sharp fangs aimed to bite Yas's wrist. In that fleeting moment, 7 or 8 blood-eyed goblins surged forth, forcibly restraining him. Their claws and teeth tore at his body with wild abandon. The robust barbarian chief let out a thunderous roar, yanking the axe free with a swift motion, cleaving through several goblins in an instant. Blood sprayed high into the air. Yet, the situation spiraled beyond control that in mere moments, Yas found himself submerged in a tide of blood-eyed goblins, their numbers overwhelming him. A golden tier warrior possesses immense strength, a true conqueror of hundreds that in ordinary circumstances, Yas could slay countless goblins of this relatively weaker race with ease. But now, confronted by these enhanced, death-defying blood-eyed goblins, his composure began to fray that if even the golden tier Yas felt this strain, the other barbarians were under even greater duress. The blood-eyed goblins, unacquainted with pain or fear, clung to life even when grievously wounded. With their numerical advantage, the count of injured barbarians began to rise sharply. Observing this from the rear, Loren steadied himself against the cart, his frail form trembling as he furrowed his brow. Third-tier spell, Bloodthirsty Arcana. That goblin spellcaster has awakened a third-tier spell. What cursed fortune is this? That is a third-tier spell? All barbarians, heed my command. Group yourselves in tens, gather with the nearest comrades, and collectively confront the enemy. Though the barbarians were indeed strong of body, their initial chaotic skirmish devolved into disarray, lacking any semblance of coordination. They had managed to dominate through sheer physicality, yet the shifting tides of battle thrust them into a defensive posture. The advantage of high loyalty meant Loren's orders were swiftly executed. The barbarians promptly gathered around their allies, and with the aid of comrades, the situation stabilized almost immediately. Yet, at that moment, a fireball, larger than before and searing hot, erupted from the brush, detonating next to a group of newly assembled barbarians, instantly downing several more. Damn, that accursed spellcaster. Loren could not restrain his expletive. The sudden assault infuriated him. Not only was it devastating, but it also severely dampened morale that in a fit of fury. He commanded, "All barbarians, go berserk!" The barbarian frenzy would leave them weakened for a day. He had hoped to avoid invoking it, but now he could no longer contain himself. Were it not for his current exhaustion, he vowed he would have personally ensured that spellcaster's head adorned a goblin's posterior. Chapter 29. This Demon. Activate Frenzy. Upon Loren's command, all barbarians immediately unleashed this newly acquired super skill. The burly barbarian berserkers roared with fury, their already formidable physiques swelling further, towering from heights of 1.9 meters to 2 meters. Their presence was nothing short of savage. The barbarian chief Yas, even more exaggerated, invoked a B-class skill, Furious Frenzy, growing from 2 meters to a staggering 2 meters. He appeared as a small giant, his muscles visibly bulging, terrifying and awe-inspiring. After Yas entered a frenzy, he resembled a tightly coiled spring, thrusting his arms apart and sending the relentless blood-eyed goblins flying. Seizing the brief respite, he withdrew his long axe from the ground, grinning menacingly at the approaching goblins. His waist twisted like a top, and with a violent spin, he unleashed a fearsome force, with a sickening sound. The strength from his waist transferred through his arms into the long axe, which swirled like a tempest. With another sickening sound, over a dozen goblins were cleaved in half, blood spraying profusely, their remains shattered. The area was instantly cleared. By this point, the unranked armor Yas wore was riddled with claw marks, and the armor on his arms and chest had been shredded. Great swathes of scarred muscle were exposed, warm blood dripping onto the ground. This barbarian bull now resembled a vengeful god of war. Yet, the intense pain radiating from his body only fueled Yas's rage further. How could a great barbarian be pushed to such depths by a horde of filthy goblins? They must be exterminated. In a frenzy, his strength surged anew, and this bull of a man bellowed as he charged into the goblin ranks, This time, his brutality multiplied several-fold, whether enhanced by bloodthirsty arcana or merely ordinary goblins. All fell before the might of his axe. Even those not decimated by the axe were obliterated in his wake. The gruesome spectacle showcased the terrifying prowess of the barbarian storm warriors. Yas was formidable, and the other berserkers were no less so. After entering a frenzy, their eyes were bloodshot, surpassing even the blood-eyed goblins in ferocity. Ruthless and deranged, they showed no mercy in an instant. Goblins fell like wheat before the scythe. The battlefield was once again dominated by the barbarians. Just as the conflict intensified, a furious roar and the explosive sound of magic erupted from the brush behind. Moments later, a cool figure emerged from the undergrowth, boots trampling upon goblin skulls as they swiftly entered the fray. Drawing attention was the figure holding a goblin cloaked in black. The bloodline mage has been captured. All cease resistance. The icy voice resonated across the battlefield, causing the goblins still engaged in battle to turn abruptly towards their chief, Simclaw. The captured bloodline mage let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Release me! Release the great chief, Sim! Quickly! Save me! Everyone, save me!" Seeing this, the surrounding goblins erupted in fury. "Damn human! Seeking death! Kill her!" Provoked by such stimuli, the goblins descended into unprecedented madness, abandoning their foes to charge at Fiyana, vowing to rescue their chief. Yet how could a platinum-tier warrior be hindered by a horde of bronze-tier goblins? With a clang, Fiyana's sword danced like a dragon, its blade glimmering like frost. Wherever her graceful form traversed, the goblins fell, clutching their throats in agony as they collapsed. The Grim Reaper's scythe was mercilessly reaping souls at that moment. This platinum warrior tore through all opposition with an unyielding ferocity, breaking free from the encirclement of goblins and returning to the front of the caravan. Then, under the gaze of all, she cast the captured bloodline mage at Loren's feet. Her tone frigid. "His magical powers have been sealed by my strength. He cannot cast any spells for the time being." Loren did not even glance at the bloodline mage at his feet. Instead, he offered Fiyana a faint smile. "Thank you for your efforts." With that, he shifted his attention to the prostrate goblin mage. The bloodline mage, having endured several stabbings, was still wailing, his heart brimming with hatred. This accursed human noble dared to harm the great chief Sim. Unforgivable. Sensing the mage's wrath, Loren's lips curled into a defiant grin. With a somewhat unsteady gait, he stepped forward, snatching the cross-shaped sword from Fiyana's grip, and approached Simclaw without uttering a word. Without a hint of hesitation, he planted his right foot upon the goblin's wrist and thrust the sword downwards. With a sickening sound, blood sprayed forth. "Ah!" Accompanied by a cry of pain, the blade pierced through Simclaw's palm, pinning him firmly to the ground. "Now, I will speak. You will listen. Speak even a single word more, and you shall die." The indifferent words doused the furious Simclaw in icy dread, causing him to shudder, his spine chilled to the core. This demon, lying on the ground, Simclaw found Loren's boot resting ominously before him. He strained to lift his head, yearning to discern the visage of Loren, who stood upon his wrist. Yet upon meeting those icy eyes devoid of any human emotion, a wave of indescribable terror surged from the soles of Simclaw's feet to his very mind. He would die. Indeed, he would perish. He would stake his soul on the certainty that if he uttered a single word, this accursed nobleman would ruthlessly take his life. The dread of death enveloped him, snapping him back to reality from his fury in an instant. Loren had not wasted a breath on this knoll, stating coldly, "Order your subordinates to cease their resistance and kneel in surrender." No. How could the great knoll chief ever capitulate? He instinctively wished to counter, but the emotionless gaze bore into him, the blade still quivering as it pierced his palm, the searing pain electrifying his nerves. A flicker of struggle crossed his eyes. Crack at that moment, the boy, more fearsome than any demon, crushed Simclaw's wrist beneath his foot. The exaggerated agony of shattered bone piercing through flesh drove him nearly to madness. Then, in the next heartbeat, the adversary grasped the hilt of the crossed sword, seemingly intending to draw the blade. Simclaw trembled in pain, this scene shattering his very soul. The foe meant to unsheath the sword and slay him right here. No, the illustrious chief Sim could not meet his end in this place that he aspired to establish the Knoll Kingdom. He longed to become the great King Sim, that he could not die here. He must not die. I will speak. I shall say anything. Noblemen, do not kill me. The excruciating pain and the specter of death obliterated Sim's frail will. Loren swiftly withdrew the sword embedded in his palm, then gestured for the nearby barbarians to lift Sim Claw. The terrified Sim was hoisted by two burly men, scarcely daring to meet the eyes of the demon before him. Defeated by Fiyana, he felt anger, yet proximity to Loren instilled overwhelming fear that it was a primal, instinctual dread, as if he faced an extraordinarily malevolent being. I command you, as chief of the Claw tribe, to immediately cease resistance. All members of the Claw tribe, surrender at once. You damned bastards, drop your weapons and reclaim the Claw. In a desperate attempt to convey his own merit to Loren, the terror-stricken Knoll spellcasters shouted with fervor. Those Knolls, still fighting fiercely, striving to rescue their great chief, were struck dumb, incredulously gazing at Sim, that he surrendered. Their chief, the very embodiment of divinity, has surrendered? Chapter 30, Dragon Blood Knoll, Ding Task. The Knoll's espionage has been completed. Reward. The loyalty of the Knoll bloodline mage has been granted. Please claim it. The first war of Loren in this world concluded with the surrender of the bloodline mage, Sim Claw. Following Sim's furious command for them to surrender, the high morale of the Knolls visibly crumbled. That I end this ebb and flow, the berserk barbarians were driven into a frenzy. Had Loren not intervened in time, there would have been no survivors on the battlefield. However, as a result, he found himself with over 100 captives. Before long, the battlefield was cleared. The berserk barbarians, resembling deflated balloons, leaned on one another for support. Their arms, which clutched battle axes, trembling uncontrollably. The combat prowess gained through their berserk state could be described as exaggerated. Yet such power came at a cost. The prolonged weakness following the frenzy rendered this skill unsuitable for regular use. Nevertheless, despite their physical exhaustion, the spirits of these hulking figures remained remarkably high, even bordering on euphoric. After the battle, every warrior felt a surge in their strength. Living atop the frigid mountains, the barbarians, having battled ferocious beasts and contended with brown bears for sustenance, were acutely attuned to their own power. Even the slightest enhancement was perceptible. Moreover, this particular enhancement was strikingly evident that post-battle assessments revealed that 10 high-ranking bronze barbarians had ascended to the initial stages of silver. This raucous band of brutes howled with excitement, their gazes towards Loren filled with fervent admiration. This was the strength bestowed by their new king. Hail the goddess! Hail Lord Loren! With the war concluded, attention turned to the aftermath. Loren, dragging his weary body, approached the front of the convoy where the injured were being tended. That I in this clearing lay nearly 40 barbarians. Their armor bore the charred scars of flames, and the bloodstains had dried to a dark hue. Some wounds, torn by claws, still oozed, revealing glimpses of white bone. The air resonated with anguished wails. All the barbarians bore wounds to varying degrees. Yet those struck by ordinary gnolls would recover with a few days' rest, thanks to their robust physique. However, the state of those affected by magic was dire. The elemental power devoured their life force, rendering ordinary healing methods utterly ineffective. That Loren's expression was as frigid as ice, a palpable aura of menace coalescing around him. These barbarians were the foundation of his strength. Standing nearby, the Knoll bloodline mage, Sim Claw, keenly sensed the chilling glimmer in Loren's eyes, trembling as fear consumed him. Strangely, Sim Claw felt only anger in the presence of the barbarian chiefs Yas and Fiyana, both formidable beings of gold and platinum ranks. Yet facing Loren, who displayed not an ounce of rage or displeasure, he was overwhelmed by an inexpressible terror. It was the fear of an inferior life form confronting a superior one, emanating from the very depths of his bloodline. What is their condition? Loren turned to the barbarian chief beside him, his tone devoid of emotion. Lord Loren, their bodies have suffered from elemental energy damage. If we do not purge those extraordinary forces, I fear. Yas's robust frame was etched with anguish, though the barbarians feared not death. None wished to witness their comrades fall before their eyes, especially at the hands of lowly gnolls. Such a fate was utterly unacceptable to the proud barbarians that Loren's gaze shifted to the cowering Simclaw, a mere shadow of his former self, and he spoke coolly. You should possess the means to cleanse the elemental powers within them. Am I correct? Simclaw trembled, summoning the courage to meet Loren's gaze. His expression one of utter despair. Why yes, my lord. I should be able to do so. Loren nodded and gestured to Fiyana. Assist him in unsealing his powers. Fiyana regarded Simclaw varili. Stay behind me. After instructing Loren, she stepped forward, her platinum energy erupting like flames, enveloping Simclaw in an instant. Moments later, a faint white energy emanated from the gnoll bloodline mage, dissipating into the air. His magical power was restored. Just as Sim felt the flow of magic within him, a sharp sword was pressed against his neck, the cold touch of metal sending shivers down his spine. The Fiyana's tone was icy. Do not attempt any tricks. Gnoll, I have slain more spellcasters than you could imagine. Sim's expression stiffened, and he fell silent. Under the vigilant eyes of others, he shakily approached the injured. Esteemed lady, I require the use of my magic. Very well. Upon receiving her consent, Sim sighed in relief as magical energy surged forth, a scarlet fire elemental power beginning to coalesce. After a few breaths, the elemental force enveloped the area within several dozen meters. The injured barbarian warriors on the ground suddenly cried out in unbearable agony. Yet after a fleeting moment of suffering, the elemental power that had been consuming them dissipated entirely. The once near-death warriors regained a semblance of vitality, their breath stabilizing. Loren immediately activated his true eye to inspect them. Barbarian level, high bronze status, severely injured slightly. These 30 or so individuals, once on the brink of death, though still not fully recovered, had returned to a state of severe injury, their lives now preserved. Loren exhaled in relief. As long as they did not perish, the resilient barbarians would soon be back on their feet. With the barbarians out of danger, Loren's spirits lifted considerably, and he reopened the system panel, finally in a position to review the task rewards earned from defeating the gnolls. Gnoll bloodline mage Simclaw. With a hint of curiosity, he activated the true eye. Simclaw level, initial silver bloodline, dragon blood gnoll, B grade, awakened, loyalty, 0, may betray at any moment, bond. Gnoll bloodline mage, when the number of gnolls around exceeds 100. Magic recovery speed increases by 30, spell power increases by 20. Evaluation. He has mastered powerful spells from his bloodline. The meager dragon blood within him enhances his spell potency. Loren felt as if he had been blinded by the brilliance of revelation. A dragon blood gnoll? Gazing at the quivering fool before him, draped in a black cloak, his expression was quite the spectacle, and no wonder this individual's spells were so formidable. It was truly extraordinary. Any life form associated with a dragon, a naturally transcendent species, would undoubtedly be exceptional. The kobold is exceedingly fortunate. Glancing at the massive hole created by magic in the distance and the 30 or so barbarian corpses strewn across the ground, his eyes narrowed slightly. That a bloodline mage endowed with the essence of dragons, possessing mastery over 2 formidable spells, this task's reward is nothing short of extravagant. Setting aside the fireball, a second-tier spell, the third-tier spell, bloodlust, capable of significantly enhancing the combat prowess of hundreds of kobolds, can only be learned by a high-ranking golden mage. Just this single spell renders the kobold immensely valuable. That in the realm of Nor, spellcasters are exceedingly rare, often regarded as an elusive pinnacle of power. Among this limited population, those who command spells of 3rd tier and above are even fewer, let alone a crowd-enhancing spell like Bloodlust. Typically, such enhancement spells are reserved for platinum mages. Golden high-ranking mages merely touch the threshold of learning them. Now, this kobold capable of wielding Bloodlust becomes his subordinate. In essence, does that not equate to possessing a platinum mage? In Decker City, hiring even a silver-level spellcaster incurs exorbitant costs, let alone those of golden or platinum caliber. The entire city likely harbors no more than 10 platinum mages. For a moment, Loren felt a surge of elation. However, why was this kobold not yet pledging allegiance? After contemplating for a moment, a thought struck Loren. the system indicated that he needed to accept the kobold himself. Casting a dispassionate gaze toward the kobold mage, he spoke with an emotionless tone. "Sim Lizardclaw, you led your subordinates to assault my caravan, resulting in considerable casualties. Now, in the name of Lord Greyhawk, I shall pass judgment upon your transgressions. Fiyana, seal his powers." Fiyana nodded, once more using her platinum-level energy to bind Sim Lizardclaw's magic. Loren stepped forward, retrieving the long sword from Fiyana's grasp, the blade resting against Sim's neck, his face awash with panic. The cold touch of the blade sent shivers through Sim, rendering him weak-kneed, his gaze toward Loren filled with terror. What did this tyrant intend to do? Loren's voice was icy. "Following my judgment, it has been confirmed that you and all kobolds have committed unforgivable crimes. You now face two choices. First, you may submit to the territory of Greyhawk, becoming my subordinate and atoning for your sins. Second, I shall sentence you to death, to be executed immediately." Sim gazed into Loren's unwavering eyes, his heart collapsing to know he could not perish here. He had a future ahead, having merely awakened his bloodline a month ago. He did not wish to die. Did not wish to die. "No, great noble lord. I am still of use. You cannot kill me. Cannot kill me. I am willing to serve you. I choose option 1. Option 1. I wish to become your subordinate. I am a mage. There are many spells yet to awaken within my bloodline. You must believe me. I am still of value to you." His stammering voice was filled with urgency and panic, fearing that Loren might casually command the sword to slice his throat. Yet his frantic struggles were futile against the grip of the two barbarian guards behind him. Loren nodded slowly, turning to Fiyana. "Is he speaking reasonably?" Fiyana's face remained icy, yet she felt a strange sympathy as she glanced at the frantically pleading kobold mage, whose face was filled with a desperate desire for a kind word from her. This scene felt oddly familiar. Hadn't the merchants who came to the inn that morning seeking his collaboration experienced something similar? Chapter 31. Return to Greyhawk territory. The spells of bloodline mages are inherited from their lineage. Some mages indeed acquire more spells from their bloodline as they ascend in rank or with the passage of time. This kobold spellcaster can unleash third-tier spells. His talent is commendable and holds certain value. Fiyana's cold voice was like celestial music to Sim Lizardclaw, instantly filling him with gratitude. He then cast a pitiful glance at Loren, fearing to hear any further pronouncements of immediate execution from this tyrant, that Loren's expression was indifferent. Yet he found amusement within. Each race possesses its vulnerabilities, and the weakness of kobolds lies in their inherently fragile resolve. Barbarians may face death without fear, choosing to resist to the bitter end. However, for kobolds, death is an unfathomable nightmare. Hence, strategies against them need not be as intricate as those employed against barbarians. One plays the role of the benevolent, the other the tyrant, directly shattering the kobold's will. Moreover, the power of the system was intertwined within. Sim Lizardclaw, how many spells do you currently possess? How many times can you cast them? My lord, 2, 1 second-tier spell, Greater Fireball, and 1 third-tier spell. Bloodlust, that I can cast 3 Greater Fireballs and 1 Bloodlust. Are you certain that your bloodline still harbors unawakened spells? The faint tone exerted immense pressure on Sim. Yet he perceived a slight softening in Loren's demeanor, prompting him to hurriedly reply. Indeed, great lord, I can sense that there remains untapped power. I am certain I can awaken new spells. I am willing to serve you with my very soul, becoming your most capable subordinate. Loren glanced at him. You are somewhat clever. I shall grant you an opportunity. Now, have all captured kobolds kneel before me and pledge loyalty, proving your capability and worth. The territory of Greyhawk has no need for the worthless. The weak are unworthy to be my subordinates. Sim Lizardclaw possesses a unique bond. Kobold Bloodline Mage. When the number of kobolds around him exceeds 100, his magic recovery speed increases by 30% and spell potency rises by 20%. This bond can only be activated in conjunction with kobolds. Furthermore, with Greyhawk territory currently in ruins, a significant workforce is required. Thus, he intends to subjugate these kobolds, compelling them to dedicate all they have to Greyhawk. Captives acquired through warfare are far more satisfying than those bought with coin, at the very least. There is no monetary loss, and should they perish, one would not feel sorrow. Believing he had attained survival through his efforts, Sim now felt a surge of excitement. "My lord, I am willing. These wretched scum. Only by submitting to you will they find their true place. Great One, you should have long governed the Lizardclaw tribe. Whoever dares to defy will swiftly taste the sting of magic." Sim Lizardclaw gritted his teeth, roaring with fervor. In his view, he had been bestowed with divine power, having ascended to a higher kobold status, far beyond the lowly kobolds. Thus he reveled in the insults that Loren's lips twitched in irritation. This fool was truly something else. Exasperated, he remarked, "I grant you but 10 minutes. Should you fail to demonstrate your value, I shall have you hang from a tree." Without further ado, he turned and returned to the carriage, leaving behind the barbarian chieftain Yas and a group of towering, menacing barbarians coldly observing Sim. Sim felt as though he might wet himself, that if he dared to make any move of resistance, those damned barbarians would likely tear him to shreds in an instant. At this moment, he came to realize that being beside that tyrant was the safest place to be. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, trembling, and began chastising the kobolds bound by ropes. Inside the carriage, Fiyana regarded the striking young man, whose transformation was nothing short of extraordinary. With a complex expression, she voiced her greatest curiosity. "Loren, why have you changed so drastically recently?" Loren withdrew his gaze from the window, turning to the girl beside him, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Because of you." Fiyana's heart skipped a beat, her face instantly flushed. She felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. How could this rogue speak such words to her? Just as she was about to erupt, Loren continued with a gentle tone. "Because you entering the room with that 500,000 PUK has allowed me to recognize myself, reclaim the pride of the Zijingwa family, and begin to attempt to view problems from a different perspective. So far, it seems to be quite successful." He even winked at her. What was that gasp for? After several deep breaths, Fiyana still could not regain her composure, coldly snorting as she turned her gaze to the outside, wishing to avoid seeing this increasingly insufferable fellow. Loren chuckled softly, choosing not to say more, his gaze continuing to observe Sim Lizardclaw's actions through the carriage window. With Yas, the barbarian chieftain, present, he felt no concern that the kobold might escape. That it was unclear what Sim had conveyed to the other kobolds. But soon, they all stood up, trembling, and under his guidance, they approached Loren's carriage, kneeling with both knees on the ground. "Great Lord, Sim Lizardclaw of the Lizardclaw tribe, leads all kobolds in submission to you, requesting to join Greyhawk territory and become your most loyal servants." The burly barbarian chieftain Yas scoffed disdainfully at these spineless kobolds. In his view, aside from this spellcaster, all other kobolds should be hanged. Barbarians held no regard for associating with the worthless. "Ding the kobold chieftain, Sim Lizardclaw leads the Lizardclaw tribe to pledge allegiance to you. Do you accept?" Upon hearing the system prompt, Loren chose to accept, yet he did not exit the carriage. He gazed down upon the crowd through the transparent glass window. "Yes, divide the barbarians and the goblins into 10 equal groups, with each group of barbarians overseeing a group of goblins, while you personally supervise the goblin mages. Once the formation is organized, set forth immediately to return to the territory. Sim, manage these goblins well. Should any unrest arise among them, I shall hold you directly accountable. Do not let me down." Upon hearing Loren's words, Sim's face instantly lit up with ecstasy, for his life had been spared. "Thank you for your mercy, great master." Rising to his feet, he cast a disdainful glance at the demoralized goblins. "You wretched fools! Whoever dares to defy the Lord shall meet their end by my own magical hand." The remaining goblins wailed, too terrified to retort. Sim, being a divine emissary, held a position among the Claw tribe that rivaled that of a deity. Who would dare to oppose him? Once the goblins were dispersed under the watch of the barbarians, they were destined to cause no further turmoil. The procession soon set forth again. The 30-odd severely injured barbarians were carried alongside human slaves in carts, while those that could not fit were placed on makeshift stretchers, borne by the goblins. Notably, after subjugating the goblins, the caravan's pace had not only been maintained, but significantly accelerated, as these keen-sensed creatures could detect the scent of enemies. thus averting numerous troubles that on the evening of the fourth day since leaving Dekel City, April 11th, Loren finally returned with the caravan to the Grey Eagle territory, a land that wholly belonged to him. Gazing at the distant walls on the horizon, a complex emotion flickered in Loren's dark, profound eyes, one that would be difficult for outsiders to decipher. Here, everything would begin anew. The future would unfurl from this very place. Chapter 32. The current state of the Grey Eagle territory. Loren's impression of the Grey Eagle territory had long been anchored in the memories of its former self. Its geographical position was exceedingly advantageous. To the left lay a slender lake, approximately 500 meters wide and over 50 meters deep, serving as a natural moat. To the right towered mountains that soared over 2,000 meters, their sheer cliffs resembling blades, making passage for birds nearly impossible. They formed an ideal protective wall. Thus, with a lake to the left and mountains to the right, the Grey Eagle territory was ensconced within a narrow corridor of over 200 meters in diameter that as long as a wall were erected at the front. It could completely isolate itself from the outside world. However, even with such fortifications, the Grey Eagle territory could only be deemed defensively robust but developmentally lacking, hardly a desirable locale. The crucial aspect was that behind the Grey Eagle territory lay an expansive plain, approximately 30 kilometers in both length and width. Enclosed by mountains, access to this plain was limited to the lake and the front. In other words, as long as he fortified the front and prevented enemies from launching assaults over the lake, he would possess a secure rear that if this land were fully developed, it could sustain hundreds of thousands of lives, brimming with potential. The former lord had recognized this and spent over $1 million to purchase the territory's information from the adventurers who approached him with the offer. Yet this was merely information from his recollections. It was only upon witnessing the territory with his own eyes that Loren came to understand that this land, which he now claimed as his own, was far from the perfection he had envisioned. Desolation was the most immediate impression it left upon him. The Grey Eagle territory had once had a master, but had since fallen into neglect. Although the former lord had made some repairs upon taking possession, the original territory was in shambles. Within a mere month, even the best efforts at restoration had only adorned the ruins with a superficial bloom, proving futile. Moreover, having been breached by the bloody polluters, it now appeared even more dilapidated. The first sight to greet Loren was the territory's walls, adorned with a black banner embroidered with purple flowers, fluttering in the wind. The wall stood about 4 meters high and stretched 200 meters in length. The dark wood used to construct the wall was already covered in moss, with some sections decaying, leading one to question how much longer this wall could endure. Behind it stood 2 wooden arrow towers, each about 7 or 8 meters tall, yet on the verge of collapse and entirely unusable. The wall's crenellations were formed from sharpened wooden stakes, protruding at a 70-degree angle. Though the wall extended 200 meters, approximately 100 meters on either side was sealed off with wood, rendering it impossible for anyone to stand atop. The pointed stakes resembled a line of thorny brambles, sharper than that of a hedgehog. Numerous sharp iron hooks were arranged in the center, stained with blood, clearly indicative of past victories in battle. Thus, should an enemy invade, the defense would only need to cover a mere 100 meters of the wall's front, significantly alleviating the pressure of defense. The Lord has returned. Soldiers stationed atop the wall, peering into the distance, erupted into frenzied cheers upon spotting the caravan that had suddenly appeared in their line of sight. The banner of the purple flower. Though Loren had not been gone long, this land was fraught with peril, and the soldiers left behind were increasingly anxious. Had it not been for their individual prowess, traversing the treacherous wasteland back to Dekel City would have been nearly impossible. Many might have fled otherwise. As the soldiers on the wall shouted in excitement, the entire territory buzzed with activity. The once white mushroom-adorned gates were flung open, and several human soldiers looked on with tears of joy as they beheld the long caravan. "My lord, you have finally returned." Dismounting from the cart, Loren observed the wounded soldiers before him, their arms wrapped in bandages, and raised an eyebrow. After surveying the scene, his gaze fell upon the leader of the human warriors, whose forehead bore an unhealed scar, lending him a fearsome appearance. "Cull, how has the territory fared in my absence?" Cull, the appointed guardian when Loren departed, was the only silver-ranked human soldier in the territory. With a grim expression, Cole replied. "My lord, on the day after your departure, 7 injured soldiers and 13 civilians perished. But I took all the severely injured soldiers with me." Loren's brow furrowed deeply. They were struck by the bloody polluters amidst the chaos. It went unnoticed at the time, and their conditions deteriorated rapidly after your departure. Loren was understandably displeased. Those accursed bloody polluters were truly relentless. Suppressing his rising emotions, he stated blandly, "Gather all troops in the plaza." Without waiting for a response, he led the caravan through the low gate and into his territory, leaving Cole behind, vexed, dilapidation and desolation. That was Loren's first impression of the territory. The walls were crumbling, and the land beyond them was even worse. Upon passing through the gate, they did not immediately enter the residential area, but traversed 100 meters of parched, yellowed grass before reaching the streets. To call it a street was generous. It appeared more pitiful than a slum. A road composed of mixed gravel and mud extended 200 to 300 meters before leading out of the territory that on either side stood lowly structures, the newly built houses made of wood. While the ones constructed from gravel exuded an air of decay, remnants left by the former lord. This broken street not only featured low buildings and uneven paths, but also reeked of a nauseating stench of rot. Enduring the discomfort, Loren's gaze swept through the narrow alleys flanking the street, taking in the litter strewn about and the ubiquitous signs of excrement, his brow furrowing in dismay. This vast territory lacked even a single toilet. The living conditions here were surely inferior to those of the slums in Gatling City. At the guard's behest, all residents of the Grey Eagle territory had gathered along the streets, their eyes filled with trepidation as they regarded Loren and the imposing group of barbarian berserkers behind him. Upon sighting the goblins, chaos ensued, and the crowd instinctively recoiled, their expressions rife with fear of the alien race. Clad in a flamboyant black cloak, the goblin blood mage Sim reveled in the terrified gazes of the crowd, lifting his head with an air of superiority, thinking, how fortunate these foolish humans were to behold the greatness of Chief Sim. The barbarian chieftain Yas, however, remained indifferent, showing no interest in the lives that posed no threat. Barbarians, after all, relished challenges against the strong. The surrounding residents mostly wore ashen faces, their eyes vacant. Many bore wounds akin to those of the soldiers. Yet it would be misleading to refer to these individuals as residents. They were all slaves bought by Loren, his private property. The term resident is reserved for those who enjoy freedom. Their pallid visages, low morale, and shattered spirits painted a picture of utter despair that a true band of broken soldiers. Loren sensed no vitality among them. As if they were mere puppets, the aftermath of the bloody day, when the territory was breached, had inflicted profound damage. Watching the slaves bow their heads in submission upon his arrival, he shook his head in dismay. This situation must change. The stagnant waters of the territory offered no hope, not even for the residents. How could the territory develop in the future? In Loren's silence, the caravan passed through the street, continuing across the desolate grassland for about a kilometer until they arrived at the Lord's Manor. The previous lord had constructed 2 buildings within the Grey Eagle territory, the walls and the Lord's Manor. As one of the only 2 structures in the territory, while it could not compare to the opulence of noble estates in Gatling City, it was still considered decent. The manor was enclosed by a 2-meter-high stone wall. Within the manor, there were spacious gardens both front and back, as well as a warehouse, a well, and a stable. Even a dungeon had been excavated. The main building was a 3-story structure made of massive stones, with the first floor serving as the meeting hall, while the second and third floors housed living quarters, totaling 12 rooms. Though not particularly large, in the endless wasteland far from Gatling City, it could be deemed comfortable. Even luxurious, the caravan, surrounded by the barbarians and goblins, slowly entered the manor. The manor's maidservants and the elderly steward had long been awaiting their arrival. As Loren descended from the carriage, the elderly butler immediately led forth a dozen or so maids to pay their respects. "Welcome home, Lord Loren." Only after the butler spoke did the maids echo his greeting. "Welcome home, Lord Loren." This small gesture clearly delineated the hierarchy among the servants. Loren nodded appreciatively. These well-mannered attendants had been specially acquired from Gatling City and were quite adept in their duties. "There's no need for such formalities." Butler bore. The silver-haired old steward straightened up, responding with utmost respect. "My lord, I have arranged for hot water to be prepared. You may freshen up first, and dinner will be ready shortly." Loren nodded in satisfaction. After several days of travel, nothing sounded more appealing than a hot bath and a good sleep. Then, as if struck by a thought, he turned his gaze to the stoic Fiyana behind him, smiling gently. "Now that we have returned, the territory is secure. With as an attendance, you need not remain in close protection. Go take a hot bath." Fiyana, with her impassive countenance, gazed into Loren's profound eyes, momentarily taken aback. A glance at the brawny ass, resembling a robust bull, elicited no further words from her. She merely nodded and turned to leave. Chapter 33. "My lord, are you perhaps too generous towards my daughter?" Once Fiyana departed, Lade observed the weary barbarian trailing behind and the goblin, who had been running around under the barbarian's orders these past few days. "Bore, send someone to instruct them to unload the cargo from the carriage into the storage warehouse." Ensuring an accurate inventory count, the butler Bore promptly nodded. "Yes, my lord." Take everyone to the back garden with Sim. I will have the kitchen prepare food for you." The eyes of the barbarians and goblins lit up at this announcement, and they erupted in excited howls. After making a few arrangements, Lade's gaze shifted to the group of slaves purchased from the Jasmine Guild. At the forefront of the crowd stood a burly man with a thick beard and a remarkably pure-looking young girl. What drew the most attention was the girl's shyness. She kept her head bowed, unable to meet anyone's gaze, exuding an air of delicate vulnerability that tugged at one's heartstrings. "Den and Ariel, come with me. The others may assist the caravan with unloading. Anyone skilled in cooking can approach Butler Bore to apply for kitchen work." Instantly, 7 or 8 slaves raised their hands eagerly. Surely working in the kitchen was preferable to unloading. Loren nodded, instructing the silver-haired Butler Bore to arrange their tasks. That he then led the bearded man and the exceptionally pure-looking girl to the main hall on the first floor of the manor. As descendants of the Bougainvillea family and high nobility, their residence in the capital of the Silvermoon Kingdom would have been nothing short of opulent. Yet in the endless wasteland, they had to settle for less. The gray walls of the hall were stark and empty, save for a few exquisite art pieces adorning the extinguished fireplace on the right. The only furniture was a 12-meter-long table of natural wood placed in the center. Intriguingly, every meter around the long table was adorned with a carved armchair, arranged with meticulous precision, clearly the work of attentive servants. An oval crystal vase atop the table was filled with a bouquet of blooming white flowers, their faint fragrance wafting through the air, adding a touch of color to the hall's austerity. Loren, indifferent to the decor, stepped towards the head of the table. Before he could pull out the chair, the quick-witted bearded man respectfully assisted him, a broad grin plastered on his face. Once seated, Loren observed the 2 somewhat anxious individuals across from him and smiled. "There's no need for formality. Please take a seat wherever you like." The bearded man shook his head nervously. "Lord Loren, we are grateful for your generosity. It is more convenient for us to stand and heed your teachings." They were merely slaves, while Loren was their master, the sovereign of the Grey Eagle territory. This youth could determine their fates with a mere wave of his hand, and their lives existed on entirely different planes. Loren did not press the matter. In the world of Nor, social hierarchies were glaringly distinct. The notion of equality was unattainable even in the past, let alone in this realm imbued with extraordinary powers. "Den, I have known you for a few days now. Perhaps you would be willing to share your background with me?" Den, the bearded man, though internally anxious, maintained a calm demeanor. "My lord, I am a descendant of a baron from near the putrid marshes of the north. Over a century ago, during the Day of Blood, the bloody contaminators obliterated our family's territory. After losing our lands, our noble title was stripped away. This generation has fallen into destitution, reduced to commoners. The TO escaped the threats. I had no choice but to flee with Ariel. However, a year ago, we were captured by a band of robbers during our flight. They sold us to slave traders, and after several transfers, we ultimately ended up in Decker City." Den's account was straightforward, devoid of any dramatic flair or excessive sorrow, as if the events were hardly worth elaborating upon. Loren nodded. The destruction wrought by the bloody contaminators upon human territories was a common tale in Nor. and one could hear similar stories from any slave. Your past does not hinder your ability to contribute to the Grey Eagle territory. After a brief pause, he added with significant intent, I mentioned to you during our journey that the Grey Eagle territory will be establishing a city hall. Do you have any thoughts on this? Den responded promptly. We will heed your command, Lord Loren. Loren said nothing further, instead turning his gaze to Ariel, the shy girl beside Den. Ariel, what are your thoughts? Upon hearing her name, the girl instinctively tightened her grip on her dress, her face flushing as she timidly lifted her gaze, avoiding direct eye contact. Lord Loren, the Grey Eagle territory is still small. The establishment of a city hall should focus on practicality, and there is no need to create numerous complex departments in the short term. Loren nodded slightly, pleased as he offered Ariel a few more appreciative glances, clad in worn gray clothing with numerous patches. Her expression conveyed a blend of youthfulness and timidity. Her face, not particularly clean, evidently from the rigors of travel, was overshadowed by her strikingly clear, large eyes, which possessed a soothing charm. She exuded the essence of a neighborly girl, her pure demeanor seemingly untouched by the experiences of being sold multiple times by slave traders. Though her beauty did not rival that of Fiyana, she possessed her own unique allure. However, the bearded Den suddenly turned anxious. Hastily interjecting with a forced smile, Lord Loren, Ariel is still young and inexperienced. Please forgive her ignorance. He cautiously observed Loren, fearful that this youth, capable of determining their fates, might take offense. Loren chuckled softly, waving his hand dismissively. There is no need for concern. Ariel's perspective is quite valid. The Grey Eagle territory is still in its infancy. Establishing too many departments would only burden it further. Afterward, he encouraged the girl, whose eyes sparkled with surprise. Feel free to express any suggestions you may have in the future. Do not worry about your father, that if you make a mistake, I will support you. This assurance brought a sigh of relief to Den. Yet he felt an odd mix of emotions. That my lord, are you perhaps too generous towards my daughter? 3 days prior, after the goblins were defeated by Loren leading the barbarians, the caravan continued its journey as usual. However, an incident arose that left him still shaken. Though the captured goblins were under the watch of the barbarians, their careless nature meant they were not overseen meticulously. One particularly disloyal goblin seized an opportunity one night to escape. In its panic, it inadvertently roused Ariel, who was sleeping in the direction of its flight. Upon awakening to the sight of a goblin beside her, Ariel screamed in terror. The goblin, panicked, drew its claws to strike at her throat. Den, awakened by the commotion, witnessed this horrifying scene. Just as despair enveloped him, a brilliant flash of sword light appeared, severing the goblin's claws and ensuring Ariel's safety. The entire caravan was stirred by the commotion caused by this escape attempt. To ascertain the truth, Loren summoned both Den and Ariel. However, the instant Ariel appeared, Den could swear he saw a different glint in the Lord's eyes than As expected. In the following 2 days, both he and his daughter Ariel were repeatedly summoned by Loren, who inquired daily about matters concerning the territory's development. Who would ever consider asking an 18-year-old girl about territorial governance? To Den, this was an obvious indication that the Lord harbored ulterior motives regarding his daughter. This left him feeling anxious yet conflicted. How fortunate it was for his daughter to catch the attention of a descendant of the Bougainvillea family. Yet he knew that such a person would never consider marrying his daughter. Merely being a maid or concubine would be an extraordinary stroke of luck. Yet he found himself without the power to refuse, leaving him in a complex emotional state. That moment, Loren remained oblivious to Den's thoughts. His summoning of the father and daughter was solely due to recognizing their rare talents. Dean Hicks level, Black Iron Advanced Bloodline. Human Bloodline, Awakening Pending, Loyalty. 70, Moderate Loyalty Bond. Father-daughter unity. While working concurrently under the same lord as his daughter, his administrative capabilities will be enhanced. Activating the trait, Meticulousness. The ability to promptly identify and rectify policy errors within the territory. Introduction, a commendable talent in domestic affairs, provided he collaborates with his daughter. While Dean's credentials are impressive, his daughter, Ariel, possesses even greater aptitude. Ariel Hicks level, Bronze Beginner Bloodline. Human Unknown, Awakening Pending, loyalty. 80, high loyalty, bond, father-daughter unity, while working concurrently under the same lord as her father. Her administrative capabilities will be enhanced, activating the trait foresight, the ability to formulate excellent policies with an exceptional level of insight. Introduction, a prodigious talent in domestic affairs, and undoubtedly, if she were to work alongside her father, her excellence would be further amplified. Chapter 34. The Shy Girl, blueprints for the Elemental Tower. Dean and Ariel were serendipitously discovered by Loren upon his return to the Grey Eagle territory as exceptional talents in governance, with the system holding them in high regard. Particularly, Ariel's genius is a commendation that even the platinum powerhouse, Fiyana, does not possess. This shy girl-esque status in his eyes soared dramatically that he later took the time to meticulously search among the slaves. Yet the results were less than satisfactory. Aside from a few capable blacksmiths and carpenters, the majority were merely ordinary individuals. This further accentuated the preciousness of Dean and Ariel as a father-daughter duo. Hence, Loren summoned them daily for discussions. Dean, seasoned by numerous experiences, approached conversations with careful consideration, ensuring he did not offend. Conversely, Ariel had been overly protected by Dean, appearing almost untouched by the harsh realities of a slave's life. Radiating an air of innocence and naivety, despite her superior talent, she still required further nurturing. With this in mind, Loren gazed at the pair and spoke softly. "I shall soon establish a town hall. At that time, Dean, I will appoint you and Ariel as the first officials, responsible for assisting me in managing the territory." A sharp intake of breath startled Dean, his heart racing with uncontainable joy. Yet it quickly morphed into a mask of rigidity and conflict. He was merely an ordinary slave. To become an official in Grey Eagle territory signified an ascension into the ruling class, a liberation from the grim fate of exploitation. The choice between remaining a slave or becoming an elevated figure was a straightforward one. However, what troubled him was the realization that Loren's decision could not solely be due to him. Upon noticing Ariel's beaming smile, he felt a pang akin to having his cherished treasure snatched away. Beep task triggered. Establish town hall. An efficient territory must not lack an administrative system. Please establish the town hall within 10 days and appoint over 5 officials. Task reward. Papermaking technology. Beep task triggered. Repair arrow towers. Arrow towers are the most formidable defensive tools of the territory, the nightmare of enemies. The non-functional arrow towers require restoration. Please ensure their operability within 10 days. Task reward. Blueprints for the Elemental Tower. A hint of delight graced Loren's features. Another task had been triggered, although the reward for establishing the town hall bore no relation to combat prowess. It would significantly enhance the foundation of the territory. In this world, paper is an undeniable luxury, produced in meager quantities, accessible only to the affluent nobility. Even aside from personal use, trading it would provide Grey Eagle territory with an additional source of income. The reward for repairing the arrow towers is even more extravagant. The blueprints for the Elemental Tower, as the name suggests, must surely be a legendary magical construct. This is a world where spellcasters reign at the pinnacle of the food chain. Anything associated with magic is bound to be extraordinary. The mere thought of establishing thousands of mage towers in Grey Eagle territory, unleashing a torrent of magic upon foes, filled Loren with exhilaration. His spirits lifted considerably. "Thank you for your grace, Lord Loren." Ariel's voice, as gentle as a nightingale's first song, resonated with heartfelt gratitude. Loren, gazing at the bashful girl of notable beauty, offered an increasingly radiant smile. "The future development of the territory requires our collective efforts. Ariel, you are someone I hold great expectations for. I hope you can realize your potential and not disappoint me." Without waiting for the blushing girl, unsure of how to respond, Loren turned his gaze to the elderly steward, Paul, who had just returned from behind. "Paul, please arrange 2 rooms on the 2nd floor. From today onward, Dean and Ariel shall reside within the manor." He felt uneasy about their living situation outside, as they were to become core officials in his future territorial management. While Dean was seasoned enough to avoid significant pitfalls, the innocent Ariel was vulnerable and easily susceptible to bullying. Having discovered such top-tier talent, he would be heartbroken should anything happen to her. Upon hearing this, Dean's countenance grew even more conflicted. He wished to voice his thoughts but fell silent, disheartened by Ariel's bashful demeanor. "My lord, could you not be so direct? I am still here." With arrangements for their accommodation within his own manor, the situation was quite overwhelming. However, Dean ultimately lacked the courage to refuse. The choice between continuing as a lowly, subjugated slave or rising to a position of prominence was not difficult to make. When Paul instructed 2 maids to escort Dean and Ariel to the second floor for room selection, Loren finally relaxed, leaning back in his chair and exhaling softly. The establishment of the town hall was not urgent. It only needed to be completed within 10 days, with no prerequisites. However, the repair of the arrow towers required prompt attention, as it was a significant undertaking. The reward of blueprints for the elemental tower was invaluable and could not be forsaken, especially with the impending terror of the Blood Day, a monstrous tide that loomed on the horizon, requiring the support of the arrow towers. Observing Loren's fatigue, the old steward Paul showed great understanding. "My lord, I shall promptly summon 2 maids to provide you with a relaxing massage." He immediately prepared to step out and call for assistance. That Loren's lips twitched. Was this what noble life entailed? "Very considerate of you." "Never mind. I'll address that later. Paul, have the supplies in the warehouse been accounted for?" Paul elegantly turned, a smile gracing his face as he nodded. "My lord, the inventory has been completed, including the 20 carts of supplies you brought back. Our stockpile of blue heart fruits currently totals 40 tons. Based on a daily consumption of 1 kilogram per person, this is sufficient to sustain 500 individuals for 2.5 months. The people in this world possess remarkably robust physiques, making a daily intake of 1 kilogram a reasonable estimate. The blue heart fruit is akin to a potato, cultivated in the fields adorned with white flowers surrounding Decker City, that IT matures every 2 months and can be sown year-round, serving as the primary sustenance in this world. While certain farmers cultivate crops like wheat that yield twice a year, such luxuries are typically reserved for nobility. 40 tons equates to 40,000 kilograms, which, at a daily consumption of 500 kilograms, would last for 80 days. For the next couple of months, Loren need not worry about food supplies. This reassured him, as sustenance is the foundation of all endeavors, with provisions in hand. There is no reason for anxiety. Silently, he opened his attribute panel. Gray Eagle Territory Level. Village Level Lord. Loren Grant. Detailed attributes available. Special attribute. Upgrade. Joining the Gray Eagle Territory's army grants the ability to level up by defeating monsters. The potential level cap is determined by bloodline potential, with higher potential allowing for higher caps. Defensive structures. 1 black iron arrow tower, upgradable to bronze arrow tower. 1 wooden wall, upgradable to gray earth wall. Living buildings. Lord's Manor. Blacksmith shop population, 11067 new slaves, army. Barbarians, 120 individuals, 1 gold, 12 silver, 107 bronze. Human soldiers, 40 individuals, 1 silver, 39 bronze. Goblins, 140 individuals, 9 silver, 131 bronze. Spellcasters, Goblin Bloodline Mage, 1 silver level. Soul Power, 1157 evaluation. In the endless wasteland, only those adventurers dreaming of lordship would establish such a rudimentary territory, perhaps during the next Blood Day. This territory shall cease to exist. The total population of the territory has now reached 478. Although still feeble, it marks a significant improvement compared to a few days prior. However, the barbarians are voracious, consuming food equivalent to 2 to 3 individuals, meaning the available supplies may only support the territory for approximately 60 days. Additionally, it is worth mentioning the seemingly useless soul power, which has accumulated over 1,000 points in recent days. After some contemplation, Loren turned his gaze toward the wrinkled face of Steward Paul. The warehouse must have someone diligently guarding it. No one is permitted entry without my explicit command. "As you wish." "My lord, has Guardcul arrived?" He had ordered all soldiers to gather upon his return to the territory, and considerable time had since passed. "Lord Cull has already led the guard troops to await you at the manor entrance." "Excellent. Let us proceed to see." Upon completing his words, he rose and stepped out alongside the old butler. Arriving at the front of the manor, they beheld a vast expanse of withered, yellow grass, where dispirited soldiers stood in disarray. their armor askew, appearing utterly ineffectual. The guard officer, Cure, whose forehead bore an unhealed scar, approached Lord Loren and respectfully placed his hand upon his chest in salute. "My Lord Loren, the guard troops are assembled and await your command." Loren gazed down at the loosely gathered soldiers. His brow furrowed, that in such a state, they would be ill-equipped to confront the dread of the Blood Moon, let alone face a mere goblin. Compared to the savagery of the barbarians, these soldiers were lamentably lacking. A transformation was imperative. Though his own power had grown significantly in recent days, the relentless pressure of the Blood Moon loomed ever larger with the passage of time. Each month, on the final day, those terrifying entities would emerge from the dimensional void beneath the blood-red moon, unleashing the most frenzied carnage. The memories of those tireless, fearsome, bloodthirsty horrors were a nightmare that none wished to face. The last time the territory of the Grey Eagle had faltered, they could not afford to repeat the past mistakes. The Grey Eagle territory was far too fragile to endure another collapse. This time, he must give his all. The human soldiers were an indispensable force he could not forsake. The Grey Eagle territory had no surplus of soldiers left, even if they were mere remnants. He would forge them anew into weapons. At that moment, the soldiers below sensed an inexplicable surge of formidable energy, instinctively turning their attention to the sole lord of this land. As they perceived the sharp aura emanating from Loren, their hearts quivered. The lord seemed transformed, imbued with authority that commanded reverence. Loren narrowed his eyes slightly, opened the territory panel, and selected the military section. At that moment, the 40 human soldiers were presented with a new panel, class change. Options for human soldiers: Spearman, D grade; Pike Soldier, C grade; Blood Fury Pikeman, B grade; Javelin Thrower, C grade; Raging Javelin Thrower, B grade; Raging Slayer, A grade. The mention of Javelin Thrower caught Loren's attention. The class change path for human soldiers was markedly distinct from that of the barbarians. The Spearman was acceptable, a standard military class, but the Javelin Thrower stirred Loren's enthusiasm. Typically, a complete army would encompass melee units, ranged units, and spellcasters. Ranged units were best represented by archers. However, given the current circumstances, it would be impossible to cultivate archers in the short term. The reason was simple: poverty. There were no soldiers, no equipment. Archers required financial investment, and a longbow was not cheaper than a full suit of armor. The financial state of the Grey Eagle territory was nothing short of abysmal. The emergence of the Javelin Thrower offered Loren a solution to compensate for the deficiency in range capabilities. Furthermore, the upgraded classes of the Javelin Thrower were particularly formidable. Raging Javelin Thrower, Raging Slayer. The very names exuded prestige. Contemplating this, Loren used his true eye to inspect the attributes of the circle of human soldiers before him. To his disappointment, most soldiers exhibited little potential, with loyalty ratings hovering around 60, and some even slightly above 50. Loyalty 60 to 70. Normal loyalty, willing to serve you. Loyalty 0 to 59, uncertain, not entirely willing to serve you, and may betray you for personal gain. This left Loren feeling somewhat disheartened. Yet in their current state of destitution, he had no choice. Without promoting these lackluster individuals, they would be rendered useless. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze sharpened as he surveyed the crowd, and he declared in a resonant voice, "Soldiers of the Grey Eagle territory, I am your lord, Loren Grant." Though his voice was not loud, it carried an unprecedented confidence. The 40 soldiers below immediately fell silent. Though the last blood moon resulted in the fall of the Grey Eagle territory, it was not due to your shortcomings. I have witnessed your efforts and the blood you have shed. Loren's steady tone suddenly surged. For every transgression, there shall be punishment. For every achievement, there shall be reward. This is the ironclad decree of Loren Grant. I have summoned you here today to convey this message. I shall not forget any of my subordinates who fight for me. You are all individuals of merit, and those who have achieved will receive my rewards. Expressions of disbelief spread across the soldiers' faces. The Lord remembered them? A wave of unexpected gratitude washed over them. They were merely soldiers purchased from the slave market. Their status slightly elevated above that of common slaves, yet still limited. One had a noble lord, especially one of the illustrious blood orchid family. ever shown concern for their plight. To receive even a kind word from such a highborn was a monumental honor. Loren's words of appreciation struck deep within their hearts, igniting a warmth of recognition. The guard officer Cure, whose loyalty had already reached 85 points, gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his lips trembling as he shouted, "My lord Loren, it is our duty to defend the Great Eagle territory. It is our honor to serve you." Loren observed the crowd's fervor with some astonishment. He had not anticipated these men to be so easily swayed. Clearing his throat, he nodded appreciatively towards the crowd. "Very well, Cure, I have always kept your contributions in mind." With that, he scanned the assembly with an impassioned tone, filled with fervor. "You are my subordinates, my soldiers. Your achievements have never been forgotten. The Great Eagle territory shall not neglect you, nor will I treat you unjustly. Listen well, for I hereby promise that in the future, the Great Eagle territory shall implement a meritocratic system that as long as you accumulate sufficient military achievements. I shall allow you to shed the shackles of slavery and become free men. While you cannot leave the military, you will be permitted to establish families, marry, and bear children." A sudden uproar erupted among the soldiers. Their eyes sparkled with excitement and exhilaration. "By the goddess, what have I just heard? Is it truly possible to marry? My lord, I want to marry 10. Young lad, you are too naive. Once you marry, you will realize that having one wife is a protection for a man, as the personal property of their master. What were slaves? They were commodities, beasts of burden, and millennia of ingrained beliefs. Had anyone ever heard of a master willingly restoring the freedom of their livestock? The day they became slaves, their spirits had perished, and few harbored hopes of escaping this lowly status. Yet now, the great Lord Loren had bestowed upon them hope. They could rid themselves of their chains of slavery through military accomplishments. They had truly received this unimaginable and precious opportunity. The immense joy nearly propelled them off the ground. Especially the prospect of marrying and having children sent them into a frenzy, causing their loyalty to surge from the 50s and 60s to above 70 points. Praise the goddess. Praise Lord Loren. Reward and punishment were essential in military governance that in Earth's history. The Qin dynasty of Huaxia implemented a meritocratic system, thereby cultivating an extraordinarily powerful military structure, although Loren's understanding of this history was limited. The essence of a meritocracy was to motivate all toward a visible goal. As long as one exerted effort, rewards would follow. Killing 10 enemies could elevate one's rank or yield 10 acres of land. Would soldiers not strive to fight? With the prospect of shedding their slave identities as bait, these soldiers would unquestionably fight for him with abandon. More importantly, this initiative marked an excellent beginning. From this moment onward, these soldiers would actively promote Loren's greatness to any future recruits joining the Great Eagle territory. Henceforth, Loren would not need to indoctrinate new soldiers with his ideals. These rewarded soldiers would serve as living testimonials, spreading his illustrious image to all. Now, all of you kneel in the name of the sovereign of the Great Eagle territory. I shall reward your contributions. The soldiers below immediately dropped to one knee, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Do you wish to change the class of the 40 human soldiers to javelin throwers? Confirm. At the moment Loren chose to confirm, an overwhelming surge of information flooded the minds of all the soldiers. They learned how to throw javelins, aim at foes, strike vital points, and enhance their accuracy. As they absorbed this wealth of knowledge, their spirits began to rise. Moments later, the guard officer Kua was the first to open his eyes. The scarred man sprang to his feet, extending his arms in exuberant triumph as his iron-forged muscles surged with newfound strength. Feeling the torrent of power coursing through him, he knelt once more, eyes ablaze with fervor. "I feel unprecedented strength. Thank you for your grace, noble master. May the light of the goddess forever shine upon you." True Eye. Cure level. Intermediate silver bloodline. Human bloodline. Awakened loyalty. 90 class. Javelin thrower. C grade. Professional skill. Deadly throw. C grade. When unleashing full strength to throw a javelin, damage dealt is significantly increased. Bond. Precision. When the number of javelin throwers exceeds 100, automatic activation increases javelin hit rate by 30. Evaluation. A commendable javelin thrower. After reviewing Cur's attributes, Loren slightly narrowed his eyes. The bond acquired after his job change, precision, was remarkably suited for the spear thrower profession. Unfortunately, there were only 40 soldiers within the territory at present, insufficient to muster the required 100 for activation. Yet, the professional skill of the spear thrower, deadly throw C rank, though seemingly unadorned, could unleash astonishing damage if all 40 spear throwers aimed at a single target simultaneously. In the future, by expanding the ranks of spear throwers from 40 to 100, then to 1,000, and upgrading from bronze to silver and gold, perhaps they could even attempt to hunt a dragon. Loren eagerly anticipated the sight of spear throwers launching their attacks in unison. Short spears blotting out the sky, with the enemy leader pierced like a porcupine. Chapter 36. The Frenzied Spear Throwers. Elite forces. Once the other soldiers regained consciousness after kneeling before Officer Q, they were immediately overwhelmed by the powerful force coursing through them. By the goddess, have I truly transitioned into a rare profession? Ha! I have grown stronger. I have become mightier. My spear can now pin a wild bull to the ground. All hail our lord! The soldiers who successfully changed jobs erupted into frenzied discussions. Their gazes towards Loren filled with fervor. They had not anticipated that the reward Loren provided would be so substantial to a rare profession. This was a treasure worth 1,000,000 pucks. What merit did they possess to deserve this? Great goddess, please bless our benevolent and magnificent Lord Loren. Such a towering figure deserves to live 1,000 years. In an instant, loyalty surged dramatically. Over half of them ascended directly to the 80-point threshold, achieving high loyalty, while the rest hovered around 78 and 79. That just moments ago, the human army's morale had been shaky, but in the blink of an eye, it soared to unprecedented heights, with their loyalty to Loren reaching an unparalleled level. The old steward Boar stood by, his expression one of bewilderment. Internally, he was in a state of disarray. Although he was merely at the bronze level, as a man in his 60s, he had seen much. When did the arduous transition to a new profession become so effortless? Was it truly possible to facilitate a successful job change with just a few light-hearted words? What a farce! This elderly man felt as if his worldview was about to shatter as the cheers for Loren began to subside. He turned to the dazed steward Boar. "Mr. Boar, please gather some suitable throwing spears from the storeroom. I wish to test their power." Boar, regaining focus, looked at Loren, who took everything for granted. His lips trembled as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Ultimately unable to voice them, after taking a deep breath, he respectfully replied, "Yes, my lord, please wait a moment." With that, he led several soldiers toward the direction of the manor's storeroom. They had procured a fair amount of military supplies during their visit to the Grey Eagle territory. And while there weren't many throwing spears, they did possess some. Boar walked away. He glanced at the excited soldiers beside him and, unable to restrain himself any longer, asked, "Did you truly succeed in your job change?" The soldiers, their faces flushed with exhilaration, exclaimed, "Indeed, Mr. Steward, Lord Loren is simply magnificent. Our minds have been filled with knowledge on how to throw spears, and my strength has greatly increased. Yes, that's right, Mr. Boar. Do you think Lord Loren could be a wizard? This is incredible. Lord Loren is undoubtedly a wizard. Who else could possess such power? All hail Lord Loren." Boar, with his murky eyes fixed on the jubilant soldiers who were nearly prostrating themselves in praise of Loren, felt an even greater turmoil within. After a while, as if struck by a revelation, the old steward's expression shifted from tense to relaxed, and he laughed heartily at the crowd. "Regardless of whether Lord Loren is a wizard, you should consider yourselves fortunate that to be governed by such a benevolent lord is truly a divine blessing. Cherish this gratitude. A kind lord like Loren is unlikely to be encountered again." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, reflecting on their fortune to have crossed paths with the benevolent and great Lord Loren, feeling truly favored by the goddess of fortune. Their admiration and reverence for Loren surged once more, invigorating their spirits as they walked. Half an hour later, in the desiccated clearing before the manor, 6 rows of wooden stakes were erected in succession. Each row was spaced 30 meters apart, with the first of the 6th rows totaling 150 meters apart: 1-50, 2-80, 3-110, 4-140, 5-170, 6-200. Loren, accompanied by the newly transitioned spear throwers, stood 50 meters from the first row of stakes, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Cuire commence. Upon receiving the command, Cuire tightened his grip on the short spear and, alongside 9 other spear throwers, stepped forward to prepare for their throw. The short spears, approximately 1 meter in length, crafted from ebony, were resilient yet of moderate weight. With arrowhead-shaped spear tips glinting with a chilling sheen that in 01 doubted the lethality of these short spears. Even a brown bear would likely meet its demise. Loren observed the warriors carefully. Their throwing motions were impeccable. Bodies slightly arched backward, akin to drawn bows, displaying a fluid posture. After a brief moment of gathering strength, the spear throwers launched their first assault before Loren. Officer Cuire made the first move, his body exploding forth like a spring, propelling him forward a few steps as he hurled his short spear with a whoosh. Witnessing this, the other spear throwers simultaneously commenced their attack. The sound of spear tips slicing through the air echoed like a beast's roar. Sharp and fearsome, that in scarcely 2 blinks, the short spears struck the first batch of wooden stakes with the force of thunder. With a splintering crash, the 10-centimeter thick stakes were completely pierced, and several stakes shattered under the tremendous power of the short spears. Leaving onlookers in awe, Loren nodded in satisfaction. The lethality at a distance of 50 meters was maximum. Continue. Seeing their own might, the 10 spear throwers were filled with exhilaration once more. They retrieved their short spears and aimed at the second row of stakes. 80 meters away, gathering strength, they surged forth, launching their spears. The classic scene repeated itself. Once again, the short spears penetrated the stakes without a single miss. In fact, Officer Cuire's spear pierced through the stakes and embedded itself deep into the soil behind them. The damage was astonishing. Continue. Loren's interest peaked. It seemed the spear thrower's lethality and range exceeded his expectations. The 10 spear throwers then targeted the third row at 110 meters. As the distance increased, Loren could no longer see clearly. So he remained patient. After the fourth row at 140 meters, the fifth at 170 meters, and the sixth at 200 meters, once all 6 rounds of throwing were completed, Loren finally turned to the 10 spear throwers, who appeared to be in excellent condition and were not gasping for breath. At this rate of throwing, how many times can you maintain your striking power? Throwing was undeniably a physically demanding task. Each throw required the full exertion of one's strength. And for those with weaker physiques, 2 or 3 throws might result in a considerable decline in effectiveness. Yet to Loren's surprise, the spear throwers provided him with encouraging news. "My lord, I feel I can throw about 20 times. After that, my strength will begin to wane, and the distance and lethality will decrease. My feelings are similar. Yes, at most 20 times." Cuire, proud as a silver-ranked soldier, looked around at his fellow soldiers. "Lord Loren, I believe I can manage about 30 throws." Once all 10 had spoken, Loren had a clear understanding. The bronze-ranked spear throwers could throw around 20 times at peak condition, while Cuire's silver rank provided a reference of approximately 30 times. For these 40 soldiers, that equated to 800 short spears. If harnessed correctly, this power could yield astonishing results. Let us go and examine the targets behind. At 110 meters, the third row of stakes, Loren could discern the considerable damage inflicted by the short spears. Though not in detail, that he approached the first row of stakes at 50 meters, where all 10 spears had hit their mark. The stakes, approximately 10 centimeters thick, were directly pierced with several even shattering, showcasing sheer brutality. The second batch at 80 meters was comparable to the first. However, discrepancies emerged with the third row at 110 meters, where 2 spears missed their targets, and 3 failed to penetrate the stakes. The fourth row at 140 meters fared even worse, with 4 out of 10 spears missing entirely, and only 2 piercing the stakes. The fifth row at 170 meters saw only 1 spear hit, and it did not penetrate, merely embedding itself a few centimeters deep. In the sixth row at 200 meters, all spears missed, with not a single one hitting. After inspecting the results, Loren gained a clear understanding of the spear throwers' capabilities. Within 100 meters, their power was maximized, with both accuracy and lethality being highly commendable. From 100 to 150 meters was considered the second range, where accuracy and power gradually diminished. Beyond 150 meters, However, the performance declined sharply, with both precision and lethality significantly reduced, posing minimal threat to adversaries. The spear throwers excel at close range, while their effectiveness diminishes at mid to long distances. Loren turned his gaze towards Cure. Now, let us test your skills by aiming at the last row of harrows. The spear thrower possesses a formidable skill, Deadly Throw, Grade C, which unleashes the full force of their might when hurling a spear, significantly amplifying the damage inflicted. This is undoubtedly the spear thrower's signature technique. The 10 spear throwers return to their starting point. Under Loren's watchful gaze, their breath begins to swell, with bloodshot hues creeping into their eyes. The muscles in their arms bulge prominently, veins writhing beneath the skin like worms, leaving onlookers in awe. Their bodies bend sharply, compressing like springs to the utmost before erupting forth. They surge forward with remarkable speed, releasing their spears. Whoosh! The air is rent with a fierce sound as the short spear streaks through the atmosphere, exuding a tearing momentum. Crack! The sound of splintering wood resonates loudly. Several wooden stakes shatter, splintering debris flying over 10 meters away. Loren promptly leads the others to inspect the scene. The sight before them is one of utter disarray. This time, out of 10 thrown spears, only 5 miss their target, while the 5 that hit pierce through, shattering the wooden stakes into fragments. The power of this skill is not to be underestimated. Loren's interest intensified. This spear thrower indeed possesses remarkable capabilities. Hitting a target from 200 meters away with such devastating damage is truly formidable. With heightened anticipation, Loren had the spear throwers perform dozens of throws, conducting various experiments, concentrated firepower tests, rapid throw tests, maximum damage assessments, and long-range capability evaluations. After the newly transitioned spear throwers were utterly exhausted, barely able to lift their arms, Loren reluctantly concluded the exercise. Through this series of experiments, he gained a more tangible understanding of the spear thrower's prowess, although their individual combat abilities may not rival those of the barbarians. They hold immeasurable value. Within 100 meters, spear throwers can pierce standard armor, and the skill, Deadly Throw, exhibits extraordinary potency. Once unleashed, the damage can nearly double, rendering ordinary shields ineffective. More crucially, this skill allows for 3 successive throws. While a platinum-level warrior might withstand the onslaught due to their terrifying combat prowess and exceptional skills, a golden-level warrior would likely suffer severe injuries, if not death. This is all under the condition that the spear throwers have not activated their bonds, should they muster a full team of 100. Achieving a precise enhancement of 30%, even platinum warriors would find themselves challenged. The only drawback is that after employing this skill, the typical throwing count would diminish from 20 to 10. Trading frequency for potency. Following the experiments, Loren expressed satisfaction with the spear throwers. Their combat capabilities have elevated significantly beyond that of previous soldiers. Retrieve all the spears. We cannot afford to waste resources. Additionally, I will arrange for a new batch of spears to be forged for your training. Observing the exhausted yet invigorated soldiers, he issued another command. Cure, I appoint you as the commander of the Spear Corps. You are to train them with the utmost rigor over the next fortnight. That I require all spear throwers to achieve precise hits within 100 meters and a hit rate of no less than 90% within 150 meters. Although the soldiers have successfully transitioned, this does not signify an end, but rather the beginning of their new vocation. The extent of their potential will depend on subsequent training to enhance accuracy. Prolonged and intense practice is unavoidable. Understood. My lord, we shall not disappoint you, Cure exclaimed, his excitement palpable, feeling a surge of strength that clearly surpassed his previous capabilities. All thanks to Lord Loren. Praising the divine, he vowed to repay Loren with all his might. Loren refrained from further comments, turning to the exuberant crowd. The carrot and stick policy is never outdated. Rewards have been given, and it is time for a firm hand. His expression turned grave. In the future, the army shall be the sacred domain of the Grey Eagle territory. 3 days from now, I will promulgate new military discipline. Any violation of the new regulations will be dealt with under military law. The law is merciless. I grant you strength to safeguard our territory and protect your loved ones, not to engage in wanton violence or oppress the innocent. Do you understand? The menacing tone sent a jolt through everyone's hearts. Gazing at the vastly transformed Loren, they responded in unison. "We understand." Loren furrowed his brow. "Have you not eaten? I shall ask again. Do you understand?" Every soldier roared back. "We understand." Yet Loren did not cease, his voice rising. "Do you understand?" The soldiers erupted in a fervent shout. "We understand." The thunderous volume startled a few passing servants nearby, who turned in astonishment. How had this once downtrodden army transformed into something so invigorating? This imposing aura is truly extraordinary. The Lord truly possesses remarkable ability to restore morale so swiftly. Is this truly the same lifeless army? It is utterly astonishing. Steward Boar's murky gaze regarded Loren with a complex mixture of surprise, disbelief, and uncontainable joy. "My lord, you have finally unveiled the brilliance of the Zijingwa lineage. That is this truly the real you?" Loren observed the soldiers, whose spirits were palpably elevated, with a resonant tone. "Remember this spirit. My soldiers have never been cowards or weaklings." "Cure, dismiss everyone." Cure bellowed in response, "Yes." As Loren turned to leave, Cure addressed the soldiers with heads held high. "Everyone, disperse. Patrolling soldiers, proceed as planned." The soldiers below immediately roared, "Yes." The previously disheartened ranks now bore a semblance of a seasoned army. Chapter 37. The Master of the Manor. As Loren returned to the manor with Steward Boar, Fiyana, freshly bathed and clad in a black warrior's garb, quietly appeared before him. The coolly elegant girl regarded Loren with familiar excitement, her expression shifting as if recalling something, her gaze becoming enigmatic. "Did you just transition the soldiers?" Upon seeing Loren nod, she suddenly appeared somewhat lost in thought, realizing that she was increasingly unable to comprehend this young man. Initially, she believed that after the territory was breached on Blood Day, his defeat was inevitable, and there was a chance he might even lose his life in the next Blood Day. Yet no one anticipated that within just a few days, he would undergo such a remarkable transformation, from effortlessly forming a merchant alliance to acquire 25 million pukers, to confronting a golden barbarian chieftain with silver-tier strength, and now, seamlessly transitioning his subordinates into rare professions that typically require extensive training. The once inconspicuous boy now radiated an aura of mystery that invited exploration, exuding extraordinary charm. Her tone carried a hint of complexity. "How many more secrets do you hide?" Loren offered a slight smile. Hands clasped behind him, gazing contemplatively into the distant sky, his words profound. "In the past, I had no choice. Now, I merely wish to be a good person." The girl furrowed her brow. "What are you saying? Did you understand?" "No." "Good. It is meant to be vague. I merely said it to brush you off." "You." Fiyana bit her silver teeth, feeling a surge of annoyance at this insufferable brat, wishing she could kick him twice. The elderly Steward Boar lagged a few paces behind, head bowed, eyes observing his nose and nose observing his heart, appearing almost invisible, as if he had heard nothing. Loren burst into laughter but then sobered. His expression turning serious, locking eyes with the girl, he said earnestly, "Thank you, Fiyana." With that, he offered no further explanation, casting her one last glance before turning to leave. Fiyana stood momentarily stunned, watching Loren's retreating figure. Lost in thought for a long while, she grasped the meaning behind his words. Upon returning to the hall, as Loren sat down, two maids clad in black and white attire entered to brew tea. Both maids, around 18 or 19 years old, brought a youthful vibrancy that brightened the room. Loren picked up a porcelain white teacup embossed with a Zijingwa motif and savored a sip of warm red tea. The warmth spread through his throat into his abdomen, alleviating much of his fatigue. He waved his hand, dismissing the maid who approached to massage his shoulders. "No need. You may attend to your duties, Mr. Boar and I have matters to discuss." The two maids exchanged disappointed glances, gazing at Loren's nearly perfect visage before gracefully curtsying and departing. Each felt a twinge of regret, having missed the chance for close interaction with Lord Loren. "Boar, have there been any movements from the frogmen these past few days?" Loren inquired, turning to the steward beside him, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Boar, with his silver hair, grimaced slightly at the mention of the frogmen. My lord, those frogmen dwell in the water, residing on an island in the lake's center, and we lack the means to inflict any substantial damage upon them. However, they do not seem particularly interested in us either, aside from their sudden assault on Blood Day. They have not launched any further attacks, nor have they even approached the shore. During the last Blood Day, the Great Eagle territory, due to its limited numbers, attracted only a handful of bloodthirsty tank creatures. With Fiyana, a powerful platinum warrior, stationed there, it was indeed possible to hold the line. Yet at the critical moment, a horde of savage frogmen surged from the lake, the amphibious race possessing gills upon their faces and capable of breathing underwater. Launched a surprise assault on the Grey Eagle territory. Caught entirely off guard, the realm was besieged from within. The military suffered grievous losses, and a significant portion of the populace was slaughtered. That it was only at the last moment that the bloodthirsty defilers breached the territory, departing immediately after the blood moon waned. Otherwise, the entire domain would have surely perished. Those accursed mercenaries dared to deceive us. The intelligence regarding the Grey Eagle territory was purchased by Loren for a staggering 100,000 pucks from a mercenary squad at the tavern. At that time, Butler Paul was present, yet the opposing party failed to disclose the existence of the frogmen in the lake. A costly oversight indeed, that a cold glimmer flashed in Loren's eyes. Some debts would inevitably be settled. The frogmen in the lake are not particularly formidable, if adequately prepared. They cannot incite much turmoil. The lake serves as a natural barrier, and without vessels, exterminating those frogmen would prove exceedingly challenging. The Grey Eagle territory lacks the resources to allocate towards such endeavors. Our current focus must be on enhancing the territorial defenses and strengthening the military forces. Once the town hall is established, I shall lead the troops to hunt magical beasts, thereby augmenting our military might. As these words fell, Loren gazed intently at the elderly butler, whose hair was streaked with white. Paul, upon my return to the Grey Eagle territory, everything shall change, that I am no longer the person I once was. From this moment forth, the Grey Eagle territory shall radiate with resplendent brilliance, that we shall undoubtedly stand tall upon the endless wilderness. Observing Loren's resolute and confident demeanor, Butler Paul felt a jolt of excitement. He recalled the recent scene where dozens of human soldiers had rapidly transitioned into rare professions. My lord, I eagerly anticipate the day when, under your leadership, our territory stands proudly amidst the endless plains, becoming a dreamland that all aspire to. Loren nodded slowly. Everything shall come to pass. His conviction was as steadfast as steel. My lord Loren, Mr. Paul, the kitchen has prepared the meal. Shall you partake now? Just then, a plump kitchen matron cautiously entered to report, her attire carrying a strong scent of cooking oil. Loren waved his hand. Let us wait a moment, Paul. Please summon Dina and Dean. I wish to discuss matters regarding the construction of the town hall and the renovation of the arrow towers. The rewards for these two tasks were invaluable. Completing them sooner would bring him greater peace of mind. Butler Paul echoed, Molly, you may return for now. Wait for my signal before bringing the food. The stout matron nodded hurriedly and performed a curtsy. However, her gesture was markedly less graceful than that of the two elegant maids. Resembling a round, waddling ball of flesh. Once the matron returned to the kitchen, several young maids, who had been working, immediately set down their plates and gathered around, chattering excitedly. Aunt Molly, does Lord Loren require a meal? Is it true that he is as handsome as Anne and the others say? Please let me serve him this time. Aunt Molly, I have yet to meet Lord Loren. Aunt Molly chuckled. Lord Loren is undoubtedly the most handsome young man I have ever encountered, but I advise you not to overthink it. His guardian, Lady Fiyana, is not someone you maids can compare yourselves to. Hurry along. The back courtyard has hundreds waiting for their meals. A collective sigh of discontent escaped the maids, who dispersed with downcast expressions. Returning to their kitchen duties, the manor displayed a marked hierarchy. Loren, as the master of the estate and the sovereign of the Grey Eagle territory, stood as the singular ruler of this land. Seated upon his throne of dominance, below him, Butler Paul occupied a position of secondary status. Following him, one would typically find male servants, the esteemed faces of the manor, as possessing a cadre of tall and robust male servants has always been a symbol of nobility. Yet, due to the simplicity of the Grey Eagle territory, there were currently no male servants. Thus, the ranks descended to the ordinary maids and the kitchen staff. Although the manor was not vast, daily responsibilities were plentiful. Under considerable pressure, Loren, the master of the estate, became the focal point of discussion among all the maids. Should any fortunate maid catch the Lord's eye, she might elevate herself to the status of mistress. A stroke of extraordinary fortune that, of course, the maids could at most become concubines. Yet even that would place them leagues above ordinary maids. Moreover, given that Lord Loren was such an exceptionally handsome and remarkable youth, the allure of this possibility was simply irresistible. With this in mind, the daily tasks of serving tea and water to Loren, or even tidying his room, became fiercely contested among the maids. Chapter 38. Establishing the town hall, the Grey Eagle territory, was exceedingly small. So much so that the number of capable individuals at Loren's disposal could be counted on one hand. Among them, the bearded dean and the talented administrative officer, Ariel, were among the few who could be relied upon. Their assistance was essential for establishing the town hall. However, after a moment of contemplation, Loren also summoned the guard officer, Cole, the barbarian chief, Yas, and the goblin bloodline mage Sim. This was a crucial agenda that would determine the future development of the territory. And those individuals who held a certain standing in his eyes should be involved, at the very least to be aware of his intentions. Under Butler Paul's summons, the assembly soon gathered. Dean and Ariel, who had just been assigned to their rooms, were the last to be called, and upon receiving the news, they hurried down the stairs to the hall. Lord Loren, upon meeting the scrutinizing gazes of the gathered individuals, the bearded dean cautiously placed his hand upon his chest and bowed, adhering strictly to etiquette. The somewhat anxious Ariel lowered her head shyly, clutching her skirt as she slightly curtsied. Lord Loren, her tone embodied a shyness and timidity that stirred a strong protective instinct. Loren placed both hands on the long table, steam rising gently from the nearby hot tea, sitting with his back straight. The noble demeanor cultivated through proper upbringing radiated from him. Do not be anxious. I have summoned you to hear your thoughts on establishing the town hall. The guard officer Cole, barbarian chief Yas, goblin bloodline mage Sim, and even Fiyana and Butler Paul possessed little experience in administration. Only Dean and Ariel were recognized as high-caliber administrative talents by the system, in contrast to the system's second task, renovating the Arrow Towers. The task of establishing the town hall appeared far more manageable. Furthermore, once the town hall was established, it would facilitate the coordination of resources for the renovation of the Arrow Towers. A sharpened axe does not hinder the woodcutter. Loren's gaze turned to the somewhat nervous girl beside Dean. How do you? Feel free to express your thoughts boldly. Even if you err, it matters not. I shall back you up, so you need not fear. Being evaluated as a genius-level administrative talent by the system, she was certainly not lacking in capability. However, Ariel's lack of confidence required encouragement. Loren felt assured in his words, yet the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Each gaze, turned toward Ariel, now held a hint of reverence. Who was Loren? The sovereign of the Grey Eagle territory. By virtue of his ability, he had earned the recognition and respect of all present. To be regarded with such importance by him meant that this girl, no matter how naive, should not be trifled with. Only the bearded dean felt an indescribable pang of bitterness. My lord, she is my daughter. Ariel's heart raced, her face still flushed with shyness, yet she stood resolutely, her timid gaze locking onto Loren's. Lord Loren, I believe the town hall should be established as soon as possible. Currently, the scale of the Grey Eagle territory is not large. Once the town hall is established, any issues can be promptly addressed. As the scale expands in the future, we will have accumulated ample experience. Moreover, the development of the territory requires unified planning. If a town hall coordinates from the center, it will undoubtedly save a considerable amount of manpower and resources, preventing excessive construction and non-standard buildings from arising. The gazes of the others in the room shifted again, now infused with respect. The distinctions between capable and incapable individuals might garner respect, yet the basis of that respect would differ entirely. Indeed, continue. Observing Loren's approving gaze, Ariel's nervous expression eased somewhat, though her hands still clutched her garment tightly. Her smile grew increasingly radiant. Lord Loren, I suggest the town hall establish 4 departments. The first department, public security, that we can assign some soldiers to become the backbone of this department while recruiting able-bodied men from the residents to serve as auxiliary public security officers. They can organize training during their free time and also act as a reserve for the guard forces, primarily on a voluntary basis. This approach will help preempt serious crimes from arising within the community. Significantly improving public safety, the second department, the Ministry of Livelihood, will manage matters related to sustenance, clothing, and household registration. The third, the construction department, will be responsible for planning the territory's development over the next 10 to 20 years, ensuring that all buildings fall within the scope of this plan. The fourth, the agricultural department, will oversee all agricultural matters, including the allocation of land for slaves to cultivate and guidance on crop planting. Additionally, the military should be separately expanded, falling outside the jurisdiction of the town hall and directly under your command. The clarity of her proposals plunged the room into silence, the expressions of the crowd growing increasingly peculiar. Could it truly be that a 17 or 18-year-old girl conceived such ideas? This seemed utterly extraordinary. Loren waited until Ariel's soft voice came to a halt, narrowing his eyes slightly, his expression turning serious. Ariel, was this all your idea? Observing Loren's solemn gaze, the girl suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety, gripping the hem of her clothing as she softly replied, Lord Loren, this was concluded after discussions with my father. Upon finishing, she anxiously looked at the imposing Loren. The others also perceived the shift in Loren's demeanor, their expressions becoming somewhat nuanced. The burly Din quickly rose to apologize. I beg your pardon, Lord Loren. Ariel is still young. Please forgive her impetuosity. Matters concerning the town hall should be decided by you. And we, Loren waved his hand, interrupting the apprehensive Din, standing up and surveying the room. In the name of the Lord of the Grey Eagle territory, I hereby declare the establishment of the town hall. Ariel is exceptional, with extraordinary talent and boundless potential, that I now appoint her as the first vice president of the town hall, directly under my jurisdiction. Din, I appoint you as Ariel's assistant, responsible for assisting her in her duties. Cure, I appoint you as the first head of the public security department, tasked with managing security matters within the Grey Eagle territory. Furthermore, the heads of the agriculture department, construction department, and civil affairs department will be selected by Ariel from among the residents of the territory and reported back to me. This must be completed within 3 days. If suitable candidates cannot be found, temporary officials must be appointed. Additionally, Ariel has the authority to appoint officials of the town hall, which shall take effect immediately after my review. In matters of territorial development, when I am not present, Ariel shall possess decision-making power. These sudden declarations left everyone in the room frozen in disbelief. All stared in shock at Loren and the still uncomprehending Ariel, appointing a slave as the vice president of the town hall, wielding significant power, and moreover, a girl of merely 17 or 18 years. This shocking information left the others astounded that it was audacious and utterly reckless. The position of vice president of the town hall governed the destinies of many, and now it had fallen into the hands of a mere child. Ariel, too, found it difficult to believe, her eyes brimming with joy and barely concealed emotion, that Loren's unconditional trust melted her heart. Lord Loren. Her clear eyes sparkled as if stars were twinkling within them. The only discordant note was Fiyana, standing behind Loren, whose gaze hardened, her aura suddenly turning frigid, as if a murderous intent was wafting through the air. The girl could not fathom why she found Loren so exceedingly detestable at this moment. Chapter 39. The City of Radiant Moon. What constitutes a genius? This is genius. After Ariel articulately presented her proposal for the establishment of the town hall, Loren was immediately captivated by a talent for governance that was nothing short of extraordinary. This was the system's evaluation of Ariel. The girl's earlier performance was undoubtedly dazzling, coupled with her loyalty rising silently to 90 points. It prompted Loren to appoint her as vice president. She was truly worthy of his utmost support. Ariel had the authority to nominate officials, but all appointments required his personal approval, at which point it would also serve as an opportunity to observe their loyalty. Only those with high loyalty to him would qualify for significant positions. Moreover, with the military firmly under his command, Ariel gained greater autonomy within his control, eliminating any potential threats of losing control. While Loren maintained command of the overall situation, outsiders were oblivious to the depth of his insights. Entirely unaware of the system's exaggerated appraisal of Ariel. They only knew that the young and beautiful Ariel had been directly appointed as vice president of the town hall, a fact that stirred admiration for her fortune. The work of the town hall must commence at the fastest pace. Everyone must cooperate with Ariel. Any disobedience will result in my personal punishment. With Loren's forceful declaration, everyone responded immediately. We shall obey your orders. Following this decisive proclamation, Loren refrained from further elaboration. With him present, Ariel would undoubtedly showcase her administrative talents. In this territory, no one could interfere with his will. He turned his gaze towards the guard queue. I will soon draft guidelines for the public security department. Any oppression of civilians is strictly prohibited, and all must comply. Queue solemnly replied, Lord Loren, we shall defend your will with our lives. Loren slowly nodded, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd. The Grey Eagle territory is our foundation and the land we shall defend in the future. I plan to construct a new city upon this territory, a city grander than Decker City. This city, amidst the endless wasteland, will shine as brilliantly as the sun that I shall name it, the City of Radiant Moon. From this day forth, you are all citizens of the City of Radiant Moon. Our aspirations shall, like the luminous moon in the sky, become everlasting. Upon uttering these words, a tremor coursed through everyone's hearts. The City of Radiant Moon, destined to become an eternal presence akin to the moon in the sky, a peculiar emotion began to ferment within them, a sensation akin to an unquenchable fervor swelling in their chests. Ding, you have established the main city, the City of Radiant Moon. Resplendent and magnificent, you have activated a new territory attribute, eternal radiance of the moon. When the moon rises, the residents of the City of Radiant Moon will experience a 30 increase in stamina recovery speed. Note, a territory can only possess one main city. What? Upon hearing the sudden notification from the system, Loren's eyes revealed a mix of astonishment and delight. This is also possible? Instinctively, he opened the attribute panel. Grey Eagle Territory, City of Radiant Moon, Main City, Level. Town Level Lord. Loren grant detailed attributes available, special attributes. Upgrade, joining the Grey Eagle Territory's military grants the ability to level up through monster slaying. The level cap depends on bloodline potential. The higher the potential, the higher the level cap. Eternal radiance of the moon. When the moon rises, residents within the City of Radiant Moon experience a 30 increase in stamina recovery speed. Defensive structures. 1 black iron arrow tower, upgradable to bronze arrow tower. 1 wooden wall, upgradable to gray earth wall. Living structures. Lord's Manor. Blacksmith shop residents. 177 military. Barbarian berserkers. 120 individuals. 1 gold, 12 silver, 107 bronze. Human spearmen, 40 individuals, 1 silver, 39 bronze. Kobolds, 140 individuals, 9 silver, 131 bronze. Spellcasters. Kobold bloodline mage, 1 silver level, soul power. 1157 evaluation. In the endless wasteland. Only adventurers dreaming of lordship would establish such a rudimentary territory. Perhaps by the next Blood Day, this territory will no longer exist. The TO unexpectedly gain an additional territorial attribute was an incredible windfall. While the stamina recovery attribute might not seem particularly beneficial for external expansion when utilized for agricultural development, it was an invaluable trait, regardless of how fatigued one became after a night's rest. They could revive fully the next day. Given that the people of this world already possessed robust physical qualities, combined with this exceptional recovery speed, would their labor efficiency not soar? Reflecting on this, Loren increasingly recognized the preciousness of this territorial attribute for agriculture. His spirits lifted considerably. Naturally, outsiders remained unaware of the system's changes. After Loren set the tone for establishing the town hall, subsequent discussions revolved around its affairs. 2 hours later, the policies deliberated upon were formally documented, becoming laws that all inhabitants of the Grey Eagle territory must abide by. These policies included selection criteria for town hall officials, regulations for the public security department, tax laws, and a myriad of other stipulations. Although these rules were still quite rudimentary, Merely a basic framework, their establishment shifted the collective sentiment among the people. They seemed to see a sapling steadfastly growing in this perilous land of endless wasteland. Perhaps one day, this sapling would indeed mature into a towering tree. The previously distant subordinates suddenly felt a sense of camaraderie. After concluding the discussions, Loren issued the first task to the newly formed town hall. The threat of Blood Day looms ever closer. Yet the arrow towers behind the city walls are still unserviceable. Tomorrow morning, we shall commence the reconstruction of the arrow towers. The task of rebuilding the arrow towers came with the reward of acquiring the architectural blueprint for the elemental tower, a demand with no room for negotiation. Ariel, the construction department is still a mere shell. Tomorrow, you will organize the residents for evaluations and select officials for the construction department that I require sufficient talent. Ariel steeled herself, nodding firmly, her shy eyes revealing a glimmer of determination, her voice soft yet resolute. Lord Loren, I will not let you down. Loren's unwavering trust infused the air with hope, granting her unprecedented courage. She would never disappoint Lord Loren. Never. Loren offered Ariel an encouraging smile before turning his gaze to the burly barbarian chief, Yas. Currently, the primary task is to rebuild the arrow tower, and everything must center around this. However, the military cannot remain idle. Yes, tomorrow you and Sim will lead a portion of the army to scout and ascertain all dangers within a 10-kilometer radius of the territory. I need detailed information regarding nearby mines, magical beasts, water sources, and orc tribes. Once the arrow towers are reconstructed, I will personally lead you to hunt down our enemies. The Highland barbarians are a tribe that survives in the frigid heights, where the perilous wilderness is not a forbidden realm for them. In fact, for these savages, existence on the plains may be simpler than life within human cities. The system's monster slaying and leveling up features seem almost like a glitch, as the potential of the barbarian berserkers and spearmen is remarkably promising. Once their strength is augmented, they will command an extraordinarily powerful army. Loren eagerly anticipates this. I end Chapter 40. My lord, the maid has prepared hot water for you. As the discussions progressed, the daylight gradually faded. The maids within the manor lit candles. The ordinary candles, devoid of beast oil, cast a dim glow, shrouding the expansive hall in an ethereal veil, creating a unique ambience. After issuing orders to construct arrow towers and to explore the surrounding maps, Loren recalled another matter, the census. The officials of the town hall must be selected and appointed, but such appointments necessitate personnel. Given the current state of the Great Eagle territory, the talent pool is alarmingly sparse, leaving only the option to elevate the best among the slaves. The system can only provide a rough estimate of each individual's attributes, but it cannot delve into the specifics of their circumstances, thus necessitating a census. Tomorrow, in addition to reconstructing the arrow tower, we must conduct a comprehensive population census. The parameters of the census will include age, gender, race, level, familial relations, skills possessed, and educational background. All gathered information will be categorized and archived to establish a household registration system. Henceforth, all residents joining the city of Radiant Moon will undergo classification. Post-census, it will be evident what talents the territory possesses and what it lacks. The deficiencies can be promptly addressed by acquiring slaves with the relevant skills, while surplus talents can be reassigned, significantly enhancing control over the territory. Dern, I entrust this matter to you. The bearded Dern stood, astonished and delighted, trembling as he bowed. Thank you for your trust, Lord Loren. I shall exert every effort to fulfill this task. Although Dern's words were eloquent, a closer examination reveals that he offered no guarantees, merely a promise to try. Loren dismissed this triviality. Should you fail, there's no need for you to serve as Ariel's assistant. The town hall has no room for incompetence. Dern's beard quivered, and he appeared as if struck by a chill. Core, ensure that the public security department is established by tomorrow. Ariel, you must swiftly set up the other departments of the town hall. Yes, Sim, exercise utmost caution while exploring the surrounding territory tomorrow, should you encounter any danger. Return immediately without overreaching. After issuing these reminders, Loren gazed through the open window at the sky, where two moons bathed the landscape in silvery light, resembling the flowing hem of a goddess's gown. Enveloping the entire sky, he waved his hand. "It is late. Return and contemplate tomorrow's tasks. This meeting is adjourned." As his words fell, the others rose to bow and exited the hall in an instant. Only Fiyana and Butler Paul remained. "My lord, dinner is ready. Please proceed to the dining room." "Very well, Paul." Since activating the bloodline of the demon lord, Loren's appetite had significantly increased, and his stomach was already grumbling. "Fiyana, would you care to join me for dinner?" The girl slowly shook her head. "Too troublesome. I have already dined." Loren nodded, not pressing the matter further. The venerable Paul respectfully guided Loren through a semicircular, white, intricately carved archway into the dining room. The hall was quite austere, but the dining room exceeded Loren's expectations, exuding a certain noble charm. Upon the long table, draped with a white tablecloth, stood 3 candelabra, each adorned with 7 or 8 gray, reversed 7-shaped metal strips, from which candles emitted a wisp of white smoke as they burned slowly. Trained maids, with their skirts in hand, curtsied gracefully, their attire impeccable, presenting a pleasing sight. As Loren approached the table, the butler pulled out a chair for him, and once he was seated, a beautiful maid swiftly took up a napkin, folding it neatly twice before gently laying it across his lap. Loren looked at the table before him, where a round white porcelain plate awaited. The candlelight flickering upon to the left of the plate lay 4 silver knives of varying designs, each corresponding to a different dish. To be taken from the innermost outward, to the right rested silver forks, accompanied by 7 spoons of assorted lengths. Just as with the knives, the spoons were meticulously categorized, even distinguishing between those meant for broth and fish soup. Adjacent to the center of the plate, near the candelabra, 4 crystal goblets of varying heights were arranged in succession. These crystal glasses were intended for fine wines, with each dish paired with a distinct red wine, each requiring its corresponding goblet to savor its unique flavor. Such elaborate arrangements were a hallmark of noble dining etiquette. Behind Loren stood 4 elegant maids, ever at his service. This task would typically fall to male servants. But the absence of males in the manor necessitated the use of maids. Upon recalling his memories, Loren couldn't help but find the situation peculiar that in his previous life, he had taken numerous young ladies to the finest restaurants, indulging in the intricate delights of French cuisine. Yet compared to the dining rituals of the nobility, those could only be deemed trivial. The most significant aspect was that such meticulousness was a daily occurrence, deeply ingrained in the very essence of the radiant nobility. No wonder Fiyana deemed it too cumbersome. "My lord, this is the appetizer, white heart fish roe, the finest caviar infused with immense magical energy, perfectly suited for pre-meal consumption." A curly-haired maid presented a plate covered with a golden dome. As she lifted the cover, an exquisite aroma, rich with magical essence, wafted forth, instantly heightening Loren's appetite. The cuisine of the Noer main plane bore similarities to that of Earth, yet also featured unique elements unattainable on Earth. The dishes brimming with magical potency were beyond earthly offerings. Though the plate was large, the food was delicately arranged at its center, exuding an air of refinement. Following muscle memory, Loren gently scooped a portion of the pure, white caviar with the spoon. The magically infused caviar melted upon contact, releasing a burst of energy that enveloped him, revitalizing his spirit. He nearly let out a contented groan. After each dish, the maid would proactively replace it without needing any prompt from the host, presenting the appropriate red wine and crystal goblet for the next course. "My lord, this is crystal dragon fish soup. My lord, this is a side dish, 3-eyed demon rabbit meatballs, which pair wonderfully with dwarven rum for a unique experience. Main course, roasted windstorm wolf, complemented by elven wine to match the potent essence of the windstorm wolf." These exquisite ingredients were a gift from Robert, the president of the Jasmine Flower Chamber of Commerce. This astute merchant, recognizing Loren's potential after his conquest of the barbarians, promptly increased his investment, sending several carts laden with precious goods valued at over 1 million PUK. Loren understood this unspoken agreement and accepted the generosity without hesitation. After a succession of over a dozen dishes, a sense of fullness finally washed over him, that he felt enveloped by the rich magical energy. akin to being immersed in warm water, making him feel drowsy, almost reluctant to rise. What bliss! If only such indulgences existed on Earth, who would bother with swords? Even fallen women would have to step aside. Tonight's magical feast was valued at over 50,000 PUK, an amount that would take a resident of Decker City an entire year of relentless toil to earn, that if every meal were to be so extravagant. One could easily consume 3 to 4 million PUK in a month, totaling 30 to 40 million in a year. Such a lifestyle was reserved solely for the higher echelons of nobility. Butler Paul appeared in an opportune moment after the meal. "My lord, the maids have prepared hot water for you. You may bathe at your leisure." Lowering his voice slightly, he whispered in Loren's ear, "If you desire. You may also keep them here." Upon hearing this, Loren glanced at the shapely maids beside him, his expression nuanced. This decadent, depraved life of nobility, it truly is quite enticing. In Chapter 41, cultivating the Zhejiang breathing technique, after finishing dinner, night had fully descended. The dual moons poured their silvery light upon the earth, draping it in a gossamer veil, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The manor's backyard housed simple structures for the barbarians and goblins to reside. And given that it was mid-April, the weather was not frigid, alleviating any concerns. After dining, Loren did not linger in the hall, opting instead to return to his room on the 3rd floor. The maids had prepared hot water for his bath. Upon seeing the handsome and elegant Loren enter, the two maids exchanged glances of delight, curtsying as they tugged at their black and white maid dresses. "Good evening, Lord Loren, that we have prepared hot water for you. Would you like to bathe now?" The maid on the left, more plump than her companion, revealed a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. "It is our duty to attend to your bathing." Loren's lips twitched at her words. "You may leave. I will bathe myself." The two eager maids were suddenly overcome with disappointment. Feeling as though yet another splendid opportunity had slipped through their fingers, after dismissing the two maids with a decisive wave, Loren immersed himself alone in a large tub. It was not that he was being pretentious. As a lord and a scion of high nobility, having several maids at his service was exceedingly normal in this world. However, while the maids in the manor were of above-average appearance, they fell short of his aesthetic preferences, leaving him disinterested as he soaked in the warm water. Loren felt the strength within him gradually returning, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. It had been 5 days since he had vanquished the barbarian chieftain Yas, and the period of weakness that followed from overexerting himself was no easy ordeal. He opened his attribute panel, his gaze drawn to the topmost entry, the breathing technique. Purple Blossom Breathing Technique. S-Class Advantages. Primarily enhances mental acuity, significantly fortifying the mind and increasing mental resilience. In advanced stages, it grants immunity to mental assaults from spellcasters, and when combined with corresponding skills, can unleash tremendous power. Disadvantages. The Purple Blossom Breathing Technique lacks sufficient physical conditioning, and a full-force release may cause considerable bodily harm. Demon Breathing Technique. S-Class Advantages. The pinnacle of demonic cultivation methods, it greatly enhances physicality, fortifying the body. In its final stages, it allows for the regeneration of severed limbs and significantly increases resistance to magic. With an inexhaustible supply of strength. Disadvantages. After cultivation, one becomes incapable of learning spells, easily succumbing to a state of frenzy and bloodlust, necessitating exceptional mental control. The training involved in these breathing techniques does not hinge on any particular tricks. It is a gradual process that accumulates through perseverance. Yet, the methods of training for the two breathing techniques differ markedly. The Purple Blossom Breathing Technique requires visualization of a powerful life form within the sea of consciousness, coordinating with a specific breathing rhythm to harness the power of one's bloodline to strengthen mental faculties. It is predominantly focused on mental mastery. Conversely, the Demon Breathing Technique demands high-intensity physical exertion alongside the consumption of substantial energy-rich foods. Its primary focus is on physical prowess, perhaps due to the influence of the system's power. These two breathing techniques, each excelling in an extreme, could merge seamlessly, a true marvel. The higher the level of the breathing technique, the more stringent the requirements for the practitioner. A quintessential example is the Purple Blossom Breathing Technique, which necessitates the bloodline of the Purple Blossom family for cultivation. This technique was acquired by the first Duke of the Purple Blossom family within a divine relic, and after continuous refinement, it became a proprietary method of the family. The demon breathing technique follows a similar lineage, inscribed within the bloodline of the Demon Duke, akin to the bloodline spells obtained by the dog-headed spellcasters. Both are inheritances. Without the Demon Duke's bloodline, one could never master it. Even if obtained, it would be akin to worthless parchment. Moreover, it is crucial to note that Loren had never heard of anyone simultaneously cultivating two high-tier breathing techniques. The higher the level of the breathing technique, the greater the benefits it confers upon the practitioner, with energy intake and training efficiency vastly superior to lower-tier methods. Consequently, such breathing techniques induce significant alterations to the body, remodeling one's blood vessels, bones, and flesh to better accommodate the technique. Simultaneously practicing two breathing techniques not only wastes a considerable amount of energy, but also increases the difficulty of one's training. The higher the level, the more likely the breathing techniques would produce a counteractive effect against each other. For instance, if one breathing technique required a blood vessel to soften, yet the other necessitated that same vessel to harden, such direct contradictions are almost unavoidable, leading to immense conflict. While some might attempt to replace a lower-tier breathing technique with a higher-tier one, no one would undertake the simultaneous cultivation of two breathing techniques. However, under the aegis of the system's power, Loren not only felt no repulsion between the two techniques, but even sensed the demon breathing technique harmoniously accompanying him as he practiced the purple blossom breathing technique. Although the efficiency was merely a third of what it would be if solely focused on one, this was still a remarkable achievement. The practice of the demon breathing technique similarly yielded beneficial effects for the purple blossom technique. The sensation of these two techniques complementing one another brought Loren immense comfort. 5 days prior, following his battle with Yas, his weakened state had been substantially alleviated due to a lavish diet of fish and meat. In another couple of days, he would be restored to his prime state, at which point he might attempt to break through to the intermediate level of silver. Though it would merely be a small step forward, the enhancement in combat capability would undoubtedly be significant. With the awakening of dual bloodlines, each step of growth he achieved would far exceed that of an ordinary awakened individual. For those who had not awakened their bloodline powers, the disparity would be even more pronounced that a silver physique could contend with one of gold. This alone spoke volumes. Loren inhaled deeply, redirecting his focus, and slowly closed his eyes in the warm water, commencing his practice of the purple blossom breathing technique. Gradually, he began to breathe in accordance with the specific rhythm, the power of his bloodline circulating within his body in a unique manner. Having practiced the purple blossom breathing technique for over a decade, he had long since developed a muscle memory. After a few breaths, Loren fell into a steady rhythm, who his breaths inhaled and exhaled magical energy. And with his eyes shut, Loren could distinctly sense the energy in the surroundings being rapidly absorbed through his pores that in the preceding days, due to his excessive weakness, he had refrained from high-intensity training. This moment marked his true first immersive practice. As the energy within his body surged, a pattern of a purple blossom began to emerge slowly within his sea of consciousness. Visualization was the key to strengthening mental faculties. The purple blossom breathing technique required continuous mental effort to construct a powerful life form previously encountered, thereby enhancing one's mental prowess. According to family legends, envisioning extraordinary beings such as dragons would, at higher levels, potentially grant certain characteristics of the dragon, such as the awe-inspiring dragon's might. However, this legend was limited to the family records, and the current descendants of the Purple Blossom family could only envision the purple blossom itself. This was not only because the purple blossom represented the family's emblem, but also because it closely aligned with the purple blossom breathing technique, allowing practitioners to maintain a swift pace in their training. Of course, another crucial point was the ease of the task to visualize other life forms. The foremost challenge was to replicate the image of the entity within one's mind. This proved exceedingly difficult for beginners, for instance, who would not desire to possess a portion of the dragon's characteristics, yet who could capture such extraordinary beings to observe. Without sufficient observation, mere fanciful imaginings would yield no results. Conversely, observing lower-tier magical beasts provided far inferior training benefits compared to constructing the image of the purple blossom. After numerous attempts, the prominent figures of the Purple Blossom family concluded that visualizing the Purple Blossom offered the best cost-to-benefit ratio. Hence, over time, no one pursued the visualization of other forms. Within Loren's sea of consciousness, a resplendent purple blossom, constructed from mental energy, blossomed magnificently, yet collapsed after merely a few breaths. Following its collapse, his mental energy reconstructed it anew. After repeating this process tens of times, Loren's unfamiliarity with the visualization method and construction technique dissipated entirely. After 200 to 300 iterations, Loren reached a point where he was constructing the image almost instinctively, to the extent of feeling numbness. Following yet another collapse of the constructed purple blossom, a sudden thought struck him. While visualizing the purple blossom allowed for a rapid training pace, it failed to satisfy him. If he could visualize other life forms, why not attempt to envision a demon? High-ranking demons were no less formidable than dragons. After all, the other members of the Purple Blossom family could not visualize such beings because they lacked access to such powerful life forms. Yet, he was different. With the activation of the Demon Duke's bloodline, the image of the Demon Duke had already permeated his bloodline, allowing him to observe it at will. Furthermore, as the Demon Duke himself, why could he not use his own form as the object of visualization? Would this not yield some wondrous effects? Loren's interest piqued at this notion. Chapter 42. I visualize myself. The audacity of man is matched only by the bounty of the earth. Loren was not the soul of this world, and thus held no reverence. Having made his decision, he would not turn back. After taking several deep breaths to quell the tumult within, he regained his composure. He then summoned the memories imprinted within the bloodline of the Demon Duke, and in an instant, a towering demon, 3 meters tall with crimson wings sprouting from its back, 2 sharp horns adorning its head, and an aura of boundless might emanating from its being, materialized in his mind. The terrifying presence bore down upon him like a mountain collapsing, an overwhelming force beyond the capacity of mere mortals to withstand. Even as a mere shadow, Loren felt as though he stood before a being that transcended time and space. A Demon Duke. Such an imposing pressure. Loren's heart trembled. After gasping for a few breaths to suppress his shock, he began to scrutinize the phantom of the Demon Duke with earnest attention. This entity was a pure killing machine, covered in vicious barbs, with fingers as sharp as daggers. Even the support of a warrior would feel as flimsy as parchment against it. A curved spine bore a protruding barb resembling a spear, exuding an aura of ferocity. Its blood-red eyes radiated cruelty and bloodlust, and even as a mere shadow, the sight of those eyes sent shockwaves through Loren's heart. Evidently possessing some formidable bloodline talent, that to confront such a terrifying being would likely require the mobilization of tens of thousands of troops that it was utterly daunting. After a considerable time, Loren regained his composure, a spark of excitement igniting within him. The Demon Duke was undoubtedly a life form that could rival dragons in terror. His current Demon Duke bloodline was still in its nascent stage. It would take elevation to platinum, supernatural, and even legendary status to unlock its full potential. Without further hesitation, he began to channel his mental energy to construct the form of the Demon Duke, although he had a reference point and was indeed the Demon Duke himself. The challenges involved remained as formidable as scaling a mountain. Merely coalescing the form with mental energy proved to be an immense undertaking, let alone simulating the oppressive aura of the Demon Duke's phantom. At this moment, he was only at the initial level of silver, and probing into the essence of such an epic life form posed a hellish difficulty. After numerous attempts, he could only barely conjure a simple visage using his mental energy. And the exertion was immense to the outset. Even crafting a single arm or a wing would lead to the dissolution of the phantom. Each failure would result in a backlash, causing sharp, needle-like pains to stab at his mind. However, Loren was never one to concede defeat. With his indomitable spirit, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Yet, failure did not cease. Time and again, success seemed to fade into a distant and elusive hope. The challenge of envisioning the Demon Lord surpassed his expectations. That by the end, Loren felt somewhat numb, his complexion pale, and his muscles unconsciously twitching from pain. Nevertheless, he continued to strive. When he lost count of his failures and his mental exhaustion reached its peak, he entered a peculiar state, that moment. It felt as though everything around him had slowed down. Did I end this state? He experienced a sudden realization and quietly sketched a phantom that was entirely different from the demon lord. Even the features were indistinguishable, with only two wings hinting at the phantom's identity. Yet, the level of completion was unprecedentedly high. However, the respite was short-lived. Once the phantom was fully formed, it disintegrated in the blink of an eye. This time, the impact was particularly intense, as the collapse of his mental state felt akin to a hurricane, inflicting extreme agony upon him that Loren's vision darkened, and he fainted, after what felt like an eternity. He sensed a chilling sensation in his body and gradually opened his eyes amidst the fog of his mind. Loren turned his head to survey his surroundings. The dimness of the room did not affect him in the slightest. Demons possess a natural night vision, rendering even the darkest environment as bright as day. The silvery light of the two moons outside cascaded through the glass, illuminating the furniture within the room and casting a shadowy silhouette. At that moment, the once steaming water had grown completely cold, and the candles within the room had long since extinguished. The depletion of his mental energy felt as if a heavy weight had been lodged in his mind, making everything around him feel unbearably burdensome. Loren managed a bitter smile. I overreached. I never imagined that merely conjuring a phantom of a demon lord would exhaust all my mental energy. No wonder the descendants of the Zijingwa family in this generation only envision the Zijingwa. It's not that I don't wish to envision other things. It's simply beyond my capability. After awakening his dual bloodlines, his mental energy had already surpassed the limits of the silver tier, and even the initial gold tier could hardly compare to his formidable mental prowess. Yet despite this, envisioning the demon lord had still inflicted a significant depletion. This indicates that the ordinary descendants of the Zijingwa family likely suffer the same fate when attempting to envision a magical beast, leaving them utterly drained. With a soft splash, Loren emerged from the water, cleaned himself thoroughly, changed into a comfortable set of pajamas, and lay down on the bed, his complexion ashen. The atmosphere immediately fell silent, and it was then that Loren realized, although his mental energy was depleted, the new mental energy seemed somewhat more resilient than before. While the difference was subtle, he could discern it clearly. This brought him a measure of comfort. Thankfully, this self-torturous endeavor yielded considerable benefits. Or else he would have truly suffered a loss that, as he pondered, Loren gradually drifted into slumber. The following morning, he was awakened by the blinding light streaming into the room. Upon opening his eyes, he found that day had already broken. Turning to glance out the window, he saw the orange sun slowly rising, casting a warm glow across the sky, a truly spectacular sight. Loren rose and stretched luxuriously. After a night of rest, the mental energy he had depleted the previous day had fully recovered, and he now felt a marked enhancement in his mental acuity. His perception of the external world had sharpened significantly. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in satisfaction. In my current state, if I maintain this trajectory, I shall ascend to the intermediate silver tier within a week. After a brief reflection, he turned to the wardrobe and retrieved a set of black attire, donning it with a rustle. Shortly thereafter, a strikingly handsome young man emerged into the room. As he stepped outside, two maids approached, and upon seeing that Loren had already changed, their expressions shifted, and they hurriedly curtsied, nervously lowering their heads. My lord Loren, we sincerely apologize for our tardiness. The duty of assisting Loren with his attire was meant for male servants, but the absence of such personnel had fallen upon these two maids. Allowing the master to dress himself was undoubtedly a grave oversight on their part. Loren waved his hand, expressing his indifference towards such tedious noble customs. There is no need for concern. I am unaccustomed to having others assist me in dressing. You may return to your duties. Upon seeing that Loren bore them no ill will, the two maids sighed in relief, casting grateful glances at the exceptionally handsome young man before blushingly excusing themselves. Once they descended the stairs, the two maids felt emboldened, chattering animatedly. My lord Loren is truly kind. He did not punish us. We are so fortunate to serve such a handsome nobleman. Anna, wouldn't it be wonderful if the lord took a liking to me? Doma, you must be dreaming. I refuse to believe you haven't thought about it. Your eyes nearly sparkled with admiration just now. I did not. What are you two discussing? Have you completed your tasks in the kitchen? A commanding voice at the stairwell corner froze the two maids in place. Butler Paul. The elderly Paul, with his white hair, maintained a stern demeanor, embodying the elegance and seriousness of a noble steward. Observing the maid's pitiful expressions, his countenance softened. Do not speak of the Lord behind his back. Should I hear it again? Do not blame me for punishing you. Thank you for your mercy, Butler Paul. We shall never do so again. The two maids, caught in their misdeed, hurriedly expressed their gratitude and quickly dashed down the stairs. Once they were out of sight of Paul, they exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Chapter 43. The residents regained hope. Loren descended to the grand hall on the first floor, where Fiyana and Butler Paul were already waiting. Good day, my lord. The elderly Paul immediately placed a hand on his chest and bowed, every movement infused with noble grace. The reserved Fiyana offered a slight nod, but remained silent. Loren, unfazed, returned a smile to Butler Paul. Good morning, Paul. After scanning the vicinity, he inquired, Where are Dean and Alia? Butler Paul replied, My lord, Mr. Dean has gone to gather the residents of the territory. He mentioned he intends to complete the population census you assigned today. Miss Alia is assisting him. Loren chuckled softly. The deputy mayor assisting her aide? Have Alia return. When did Dean gain the authority to direct my deputy? Tell him that if he fails to complete his task today, he shall manage the stables in the backyard. That I noticed yesterday that there seems to be quite a bit of manure that needs clearing out. Perhaps he would make a competent laborer. Butler Paul smiled. My lord, while it is true that Alia is assisting Mr. Dean, she is also seeking suitable officials for the town hall. After all, we have too few talents at our disposal. So few that they must search for capable individuals among illiterate slaves. Broaching this topic, Loren furrowed his brow. After this blood moon day, I shall make another trip to Decal City. I will find a way to address the population issue. The matter of population is a significant concern. Indeed, he had come to realize that this would be an ongoing challenge for the Grey Eagle territory. Without people, all else is but empty talk. The entire Grey Eagle territory currently has a population of less than 500, in earthly terms. That is scarcely half a primary school's worth of students. Pathetically few. Moreover, the crux of the matter is that the Grey Eagle territory lies deep within the endless wastes, making it impossible to recruit commoners. In the short term, they must rely on Decal City to acquire more inhabitants. Butler Paul nodded. My lord, perhaps you need not be so anxious. After all, even the mightiest Decal City took 300 years to establish. We still have time. Loren shook his head. The Blood Moon Day is the greatest source of instability. Even Decal City does not dare to underestimate the bloodthirsty polluters lurking in the dimensional planes. Furthermore, the demon lord from whom he snatched the divine essence is still searching for his whereabouts. Although the divine essence has been consumed by the system, the bloodline of the demon lord within him will not vanish, and the crisis remains ever present that he cannot afford to be careless. The Grey Eagle territory must be strengthened swiftly, and the city of Radiant Moon must truly be established, not merely as an empty slogan. Come, let us see how the population census is progressing. Without further discussion on the matter, Loren turned and exited. Butler Paul promptly followed suit. Leaving the manor, they crossed the parched yellow grass and arrived at the street where the residents dwelled. That in the distance, a large crowd had gathered in an open space, forming two lines beside two neatly arranged wooden tables. Several ragged residents sat behind the tables, questioning those standing before them one by one, that the bearded Dean and Alia observed from the side. Selecting promising candidates for further inquiry, Guard Captain Cole led over 20 human soldiers to maintain order. Though the scene was somewhat noisy, everything was under control, and no discordant incidents had occurred. Upon spotting Loren's approach, the residents in line immediately grew tense, lowering their heads and not daring to meet his gaze. Gazing at the timid and cowardly enslaved inhabitants, whose eyes reflected a sense of numbness, Loren furrowed his brow. Yet he chose not to voice his concerns. After all, transforming the visage of the territory was not a task that could be accomplished in a mere day or two. All of this required time. Good day, Lord Loren. Welcome, my lord. We are honored by your presence. As he looked at Den and Alia before him, Loren inclined his head slightly. How is the census progressing? Den, resembling a dwarf with his bushy beard, responded cautiously, "My lord, we have surveyed over 50 individuals, yet only 3 can read." He gestured towards a few seated at the table behind him. Alir has already reassigned them to the Department of Livelihood. He cast furtive glances at Loren, seemingly apprehensive of incurring his displeasure. 3 literate individuals. Loren observed the long queue of people waiting and was momentarily speechless. At this rate, out of over 170 individuals, they might barely muster 10 who could read. There was a phrase he was uncertain whether to utter. Are there any skilled builders among them? Loren directed his gaze towards Alir. While other matters could be postponed, the reconstruction of the Arrow Tower was pressing. He could not afford to wait until his next visit to Dekel City to purchase slaves. My lord, 32 individuals have voluntarily reported their experience in constructing houses, and 3 have participated in the construction of arrow towers and walls in other cities. Although their experience is not extensive, it is sufficient for the repair of the Arrow Tower in Huiryu City. Alir's tentative words relieved Loren. His eyes drifted towards the group of over 30 individuals gathered apart from the queue, as indicated by the girl. Assign them all to the construction department. Furthermore, the construction of the Arrow Tower will serve as a trial. Those who perform the best will earn the position of head of the construction department. Others who excel may also gain employment in the department, becoming employees of the municipal hall. Once hired, they will attain the status of third-class residents, and the municipal hall will duly compensate them. I believe they will be motivated to work diligently. Alir's eyes sparkled. The temptation was indeed substantial. It was likely that these residents would exhibit an unprecedented level of enthusiasm. My lord, perhaps if we inform them of your benevolence, the effect would be even greater. Loren regarded Den, who had spoken, and nodded slowly. Alir, you shall deliver the message. Den had shielded Alir too well. This girl brimming with potential clearly needed more opportunities for growth. As he watched Alir's face break into a smile, Den's beard twitched, and a pang of sorrow welled within him. My lord, why not call upon me? With each passing day, he felt his daughter drifting further away. Alir, encouraged by the glimmer of support in Loren's eyes, turned toward the dozens of people nearby. Moments later, under the gentle yet resolute voice of the girl, the previously anxious crowd erupted in fervent exclamations. Praise Lord Loren! Can we truly become employees of the municipal hall and receive generous salaries? By the gods, this is simply unbelievable. Miss Alir, are you an angel sent by the divine? We praise you. Although most were unclear about what third-class residence entailed, it was undoubtedly better than being slaves. The prospect of becoming employees of the municipal hall, with a regular salary, exceeded their wildest dreams that in an instant, the residents' fondness for Alir and Loren surged, and the once lifeless gazes began to shimmer with newfound hope. Nearby, upon hearing the privileges granted to construction workers, envy filled the hearts of others, and a flicker of vitality ignited within them that if the municipal hall could employ slaves and grant them third-class resident status, perhaps the great Lord Loren would extend the same treatment to them. In a turn of events unforeseen by Loren, the previously lethargic enslaved populace began to revive with a glimmer of life. Chapter 44. Preconditions for Magical Paper at Noon. As the population census concluded, Loren surveyed the crooked handwriting on the paper before him, his expression subtly shifting. While he was aware of his territory's impoverished state, the revelation of its assets still caused him a degree of discomfort. Apart from a handful of high-ranking individuals, there were merely 7 literate individuals in the entire territory. Yes, just 7, that including the bearded Den and Alir. That amounted to a mere 9. The remaining 160-odd were completely illiterate, rendering the literacy rate abysmally low. This was without accounting for the barbarians and goblins, if they were included. However, it was not without its silver linings. Although the vast majority were illiterate, each possessed 1 or 2 skills. Tailors, blacksmiths, carpenters, farmers, and others were all talents essential for the territory's development, albeit with a somewhat diminished value. Loren regarded the few individuals before him, clad in tattered garments, with a complex expression. These 7 were the chosen literate talents that he felt that he, as a lord, might be inferior to a mere overseer in a district of Dekel City. I hereby appoint the 3 of you as temporary heads of the Arrow Tower reconstruction, fully responsible for this repair task. Responsibilities will be assigned individually, and any issues that arise will be addressed with you. The three enslaved individuals with experience in constructing walls and arrow towers trembled, both excited and anxious, promptly responding, "My lord, we will give it our all." Loren nodded. His gaze shifted to a middle-aged man in his 40s, and he spoke gravely. "Sakori, I now appoint you as the Household Registration Administrator for the Department of Livelihood, responsible for managing the household registrations." Without waiting for a response, he proceeded with the next appointment. "Mao, I appoint you as the Sanitation Administrator for the Department of Livelihood, responsible for the hygiene conditions in Huiryu City. I will assign 10 individuals for you to oversee. From today onwards, no one is permitted to relieve themselves in the residential areas, and you will construct toilets and septic tanks that I expect to see a significant transformation in the territory within 10 days. All slaves employed by the municipal hall will automatically acquire third-class resident status. From today, you shall be true residents of Huiryu City. The remaining individuals will be assigned work by Chairwoman Ailir. This meeting is adjourned." Loren's appointments were made public under the watchful eyes of all the enslaved residents. In the spotlight, those named wore expressions of exhilaration and elation. They had indeed been appointed as officials by Lord Loren. From this day forth, they would no longer be the despicable slaves, but employees of the municipal hall. Esteemed third-class residents. Instantly, their heads rose a notch, and in the envious gazes of the surrounding crowd, a sense of pride surged within them. Praise be to Lord Loren. Praise be to Huiryu City. The surrounding populace, witnessing this spectacle, found their previously dormant aspirations ignited with fervor. They too wished to become employees of the municipal hall, to shed their identities as slaves. Previously, the residents had been stagnant, devoid of hope or future. Yet now, with their companions in the limelight rekindling the flames of ambition within them. After completing the appointments, Loren approached Ailir, his gaze resting upon the bashful girl, his words imbued with encouragement. Though Huiryu City remains small and weak, it demands even more dedication. Ailir, you possess boundless potential. I require your assistance, and your talents deserve to truly flourish. Pursue whatever you wish to pursue. I have absolute faith in you. It would be a grave waste not to harness the abilities of this genius. In a time of talent scarcity, Ailir's importance became increasingly apparent. "My lord," Ailir gazed at the extraordinarily handsome youth before her face akin to a boiled lobster, even her neck flushed crimson. Din, with his bushy beard, had long averted his gaze, seemingly resigned to the situation. His treasure was inevitably slipping away. He found himself at a loss, yearning for a drink. Alas, he swore never to have another daughter again. Ding task. Establish the municipal hall. Completed. Reward. Papermaking technique. Dispatched. Please check your notifications. At that moment, a system notification chimed again that a flicker of joy appeared in Loren's eyes, but before he could revel in it, his brow furrowed once more. Check notifications? Could the papermaking technique be delivered like a package? After several tasks, Loren had gleaned some understanding of the system's reward mechanism. Everything was predicated on existing realities. For instance, the loyalty of the goblin bloodline mage. The task's prerequisite was the presence of a goblin bloodline mage to trigger it. Without such a mage, perhaps the task would have morphed into another, and a goblin mage would not simply materialize to pledge allegiance to him. If the task were to fail, Loren speculated that perhaps this timid goblin would suddenly find the courage to face death rather than submit, or perhaps he would simply take his own life. The conquest of the barbarian task completed at the slave market was similarly contingent. Had it failed, the barbarians would have fiercely rebuffed any offer of allegiance to AS for the reward of the papermaking technique. Loren surmised that it likely already existed within his territory. Should the task fail, it might go unnoticed. If successful, perhaps someone had discovered the secret of papermaking within the territory, as Loren pondered. An elderly man with graying hair approached from a distance. The soldiers maintaining order naturally would not allow the old man to approach Loren without hesitation, promptly blocking his way. Yet, the old man was resolute. Insisting on meeting Loren, that a commotion ensued between the two parties, swiftly attracting the attention of the surrounding crowd. What is Tommy doing? Why is he arguing with those adults? Is he out of his mind? Those are the soldiers of the Lord. What has happened? The murmurs of the crowd interrupted Loren's contemplation. Slightly turning his head, he caught sight of a scene not far away that stirred something within him, prompting him to wave towards the soldiers. "Bring him over." Upon hearing Loren's command, several soldiers reluctantly complied, grumbling inwardly about the old man's surprising strength. They knew they would surely face Lord Cole's wrath upon returning. The elderly man with graying hair approached Loren with a pleading look, then suddenly knelt before him without hesitation. "My lord, you are the most benevolent noble I have ever encountered. I implore you to grant my granddaughter freedom from her status as a slave and allow her to become a free citizen." Loren raised an eyebrow, about to speak, but the next words from the man ignited a spark in his eyes. "Merciful and great lord, if you grant my granddaughter her freedom, I am willing to offer the family's papermaking technique. My lord, you must have heard of magical paper due to your noble status. Our ancestors once produced a great spellcaster, and the papermaking technique I have learned is passed down from that very spellcaster. Our ancestors left a legacy stating that our papermaking technique can create the legendary magical paper. Although I have yet to master this technique, with further research, it may become a reality. Magical paper?" Loren's breath quickened, that if ordinary white paper is an exclusive privilege of the nobility, then magical paper is a rare commodity worth 1,000 times more than white paper. Magical paper is essential for crafting magical scrolls, enabling spellcasters to inscribe their spells upon the scrolls, thereby enhancing their power. Each magical scroll is invaluable, surpassing even gold in worth. However, the method to create magical paper has long been monopolized by spellcasters. Not only is it impossible to learn, but even ordinary people have never laid eyes upon magical paper. Yet now, this exceedingly precious item stood before him. Although the elderly man claimed he could not currently produce magical paper, even if the system ceased to trigger subsequent tasks, Loren could still encourage him to pursue development. The future might hold the potential for genuine magical paper creation. The implications were nothing short of monumental. Loren felt as though he had stumbled upon an inexhaustible gold mine laid out before him. Chapter 45, The Proper Unveiling of Soul Power. After taking a few deep breaths, Loren regained his composure, redirecting his gaze to the old man before him. Real eye, Tommy level, bronze beginner bloodline. Human, awakening not yet achieved, loyalty. 67, ordinary loyalty description, an ordinary human who has memorized the knowledge of papermaking, although he has never practiced. He may have the potential to become a papermaker. Loren's eyes sharpened. He was certain that the previous inquiry into the resident's attributes had not included the latter part of the statement. Otherwise, he would have no recollection of it. It seemed the system's descriptions also updated in real time. "Tommy, are your words true?" Loren's piercing gaze made the elderly Tommy tremble, prompting him to quickly respond. "I swear on my soul, great lord, that every word I speak is the truth. If I deceive you, may my soul be devoured by demons." Looking at the wrinkled old man, Loren felt a grimace cross his face. He was uninterested in his soul. "I will provide you with 10 subordinates in 1 week. Can you produce it?" Tommy nodded vigorously. "The legacy of my ancestors will not deceive me. My lord, I need only 5 days. "Very well. I will grant you 5 days. Whatever you need, you may prioritize what is available in the city of Radiant Moon. If you can produce the paper, I will free both you and your granddaughter from slavery. Furthermore, I will elevate your status to first-class residents of the city of Radiant Moon, granting you all the rights enjoyed by free citizens." The elderly Tommy erupted in joy, exclaiming, "Thank you for your mercy. The light of the goddess shall forever shine upon you." Once Tommy was escorted away by 2 guards to select his subordinates. The remaining enslaved residents erupted in excitement. Tommy had succeeded. It was utterly unbelievable. The Lord had genuinely acquiesced to his request. The crowd surged with emotion. "Oh goddess, why does my heart tremble? This is a Lord of unparalleled benevolence. Praise be to you. Oh goddess, I can raise pigs. My lord, I can raise pigs for you." "Raising pigs is nothing. I can slaughter pigs. This noble lord, I can help you butcher livestock." Upon hearing the discussions around him, Loren felt a spark of inspiration. If there was one resident with a hidden skill, there might not be a second or third. Moreover, some skills might go unnoticed or dismissed by the residents, yet they could prove invaluable to the territory. He immediately turned to the bearded dean, issuing instructions. Dean nodded respectfully and promptly brought several soldiers to the forefront of the crowd, proclaiming loudly, "Do you see Tommy and those who have become employees of the municipal hall? The Great Lord has just enacted an unprecedentedly benevolent policy, recruiting residents with special abilities that if you earn the Lord's recognition, you may be granted third-class resident status and employment with the municipal hall." Some of you may wonder, what is a third-class resident? Let me tell you, becoming a third-class resident means you will shed your status as a slave and gain the right to earn wages that as a second-class resident. You will have the right to marry and bear children that as a first-class resident. You will enjoy the rights of free citizens that as the highest-ranking residents of the city of Radiant Moon. You will possess all the rights granted to the residents of the city and qualify for nomination as honorary nobles. In the future, should you contribute to the city of Radiant Moon, you will be rewarded with these precious accolades. Rejoice for your future, for the city of Radiant Moon is destined to be filled with light. Bearded Dean truly possessed talent, his words brimming with fervor, directly stirring the emotions of the surrounding crowd. The atmosphere grew increasingly electrified. "Long live the Lord! Praise be to you, O goddess! I have encountered such a benevolent Lord." Immediately, they hastened to the location where the census had been conducted, shouting out skills they had not reported during the survey. An excited woman in her 40s exclaimed, "My lord, I can embroider with one hand." Employment officer, next. The woman left in disappointment, and the next man, missing a front tooth, eagerly declared, "My lord, I can assist dogs in giving birth. All the dogs in my household were delivered by me." Employment officer, next. "My lord, I can determine if a cow is mated by smelling its droppings." Next. "My lord, I know how to make a narcotic that renders beasts incapacitated." What followed was a showcase of various peculiar skills, causing the soldiers nearby to stifle their laughter. There were those who raised pigs, assisted in dog births, hatched chicks, and specialized in cattle breeding. There was an array of everything. Some even showcased their unique skills. One young man bit into the edge of a knife, and in the next moment, blood appeared on the blade. This astonishing display captivated a crowd, but later, soldiers discovered that the young man suffered from severe gum disease, resulting in his immediate disqualification. This farcical spectacle continued for a full 2 hours before it finally began to wind down. However, diligent effort bore fruit. Among the chaos, Loren discovered a few promising talents, an apprentice healer. This was a family of 3. Their ancestors had once been healers with considerable skill, even reaching the level of creating simple magical potions. Although most of the precious recipes had been lost by their generation, they could still manage basic treatments for colds, fevers, and ordinary wounds that in a resource-scarce city of Radiant Moon. Such talent was indeed rare. Loren promptly hired them into the municipal hall and allocated several unoccupied houses to establish the city of Radiant Moon's first apothecary. However, due to the low population base, only a few talents were unearthed, while the rest were a collection of largely useless skills. With the census concluded, Loren immediately instructed Ariel to arrange for the construction department to survey the Arrow Towers and design a reconstruction plan. The reward of the papermaking technique delighted him, but the blueprints for the elemental tower would likely prove even more valuable. The city of Radiant Moon possessed 2 Arrow Towers, yet one had completely collapsed, leaving only a heap of debris. Repairing it would be akin to rebuilding from scratch. The other Arrow Tower, while drafty and with decaying wooden walls, still retained its foundation and could be considered an Arrow Tower. Thus, the system displayed a count of 1 Arrow Tower, as the other no longer qualified. This tower, established by the previous lord, stood approximately 6 meters tall, constructed on a base of bluestone. The main framework was built from hardwood, with 3 levels in total. The upper 2 levels were filled with shooting holes for offensive purposes. The bottom level served as storage for arrows and other supplies. The exterior walls of the Arrow Tower were tightly fastened with sturdy wooden planks, providing defense against enemy assaults. However, at this moment, most of the Arrow Towers had already succumbed to decay, their wooden planks overrun with moss, and even the keen-eyed could observe insects writhing upon them. Were it not for the solid foundation, perhaps they too would share the fate of the adjacent Arrow Tower. After observing for a moment, Loren seemed to recall something and promptly opened the attribute panel. Greyhawk Territory City of Radiant Moon, Main City, Level. Village Town, Level Lord. Loren Grant, detailed attributes available for viewing. Special attributes. Upgrade, Eternal Radiance Defensive Structures. 1 black iron level arrow tower can be upgraded to bronze level arrow tower. 1 wooden wall can be upgraded to gray earth wall. Soul power. 1,157 others omitted. After casting a glance at the territory panel, his attention was drawn to the defensive structure section. The phrase can be upgraded to bronze arrow tower stirred something within him, and he focused intently, silently wishing for an upgrade that in the next moment, the system's prompt echoed. Ding, would you like to consume 1,000 points of soul power to upgrade the arrow tower? Ding, upgrade failed. The arrow tower has not yet been rebuilt. Please rebuild the arrow tower before proceeding with the upgrade. A spark of realization flickered in Loren's mind. So this is the purpose of soul power. Upgrading the black iron level arrow tower to bronze level requires a hefty consumption of 1,000 points of soul power. What special effects might accompany such a significant expenditure? His expectations were modest. Just a few dragon hunter crossbows would suffice. And if those were unattainable, a handful of formidable extraordinary guards would also do. Chapter 46. The sudden emergence of unknown danger. After a brief conversation, Loren returned to the Lord's Manor with his army. However, when he beheld Yas, stout as a calf, awkwardly sketching a map with charcoal on paper, an unsettling sensation washed over him. This fellow ought to be wielding a long-handled axe to topple bulls. Not here embellishing maps. Yet apart from Yas, even the goblin mage Sim was incapable of cartography. The barbarians, residing in a harsh and perilous environment, had honed numerous skills, with map-making being merely one of them. That it was said that each barbarian tribe possessed an ancient map, passed down through generations, marking the surrounding areas of threat, and each chief would update the map accordingly. To Yas's current endeavor undoubtedly verified this legend. My lord Loren. Yas set down his charcoal, revealing a hint of satisfaction on his face. His dark fingers grasping the yellowed paper and extending it towards Loren. Loren reached out to accept it, his eyelids twitching as he observed the black fingerprint smudges on either side of the paper. Upon deciphering the crooked map and its peculiar markings, he couldn't help but feel a pang of dismay, once again acutely aware of the scarcity of talent, that if only he had a cartographer. Why must he endure this barbarian's artistry? What does this cross signify? What about this circle? What does this canine tooth represent? And what of this cow's rear? As Yas noticed Loren's prolonged silence, he turned with an air of pride towards Sim, the flamboyantly dressed goblin, boasting, "Lowly goblin, have you seen the masterpiece of the barbarian? Even if you were given 300 years, you could never produce such an accurate map." Sim, a fellow illiterate, was momentarily rendered speechless by the chaotic symbols before him. He had truly believed them to be some form of writing, and in his indignation, he could barely formulate a response, ultimately exploding with frustration. "You fool! Were it not for the goblins scouting ahead, would you have been able to search such a vast area? My lord, it is the goblins who are the true heroes of this endeavor." Yas, infuriated, retorted, "You idiots rolling in the mud! This was discovered by the barbarians. Without you, the barbarians would have explored just as thoroughly." "Nonsense." Loren set down the map, observing the two imbeciles bickering with exasperation. Typically, Yas, as the chief of the barbarians, was quite astute, spoke little, and was reliable in action. Yet, whenever he was paired with Sim, the flamboyant goblin, his intelligence seemed to plummet, each encounter resulting in provocations. They appeared destined to never see eye to eye. Silence. "If you two continue to argue, you shall clean the horse manure from the stables." The two, caught in their verbal sparring, immediately fell silent, exchanging furious glares before refraining from further speech. Loren pointed to a circle on the map, inquiring, "Yas, what does this symbol signify?" Yas lowered his head, and upon seeing it, smirked. "My lord Loren, this is a forest where edible fruits can be found. A circle for fruit. Is that how it is?" Loren's lips twitched, pointing to the cross. "And this? This is a muddy area, very difficult to traverse. Do not go this way in the future." "Loren, what does this cow's rear signify?" "My lord Loren, that is a face. Nonsense, I asked what it is. It indicates the traces left by the wild boar people. Their faces are particularly round, hence the face marking. As Loren deciphered the meanings of these symbols, he couldn't help but feel a sense of lamentation. Henceforth, never again should the barbarians be tasked with such endeavors. Ariel, summon a literate individual to be solely responsible for map-making. Regardless of their skill level, at the very least, they should refrain from marking circles and crosses. Something comprehensible to the living realm would suffice. Ariel stifled a giggle. Soon, a literate resident whose drawing skills were not entirely lackluster was awarded the esteemed position of cartographer. The newly appointed cartographer spent approximately 2 hours meticulously redrawing Yas's masterpiece, inquiring about various terrain details along the way. Ultimately, a map that could barely be deemed a proper representation was laboriously birthed. Loren ordered the first map of the city of Radiant Moon to be hung in the main hall for convenient reference. Although it was rather unsightly, it would suffice in the dark. Once everything was settled, dusk began to envelop the sky. Loren's spirits were high. His first day back in the territory had unfolded in an orderly manner. Internally, the town hall had commenced operations, completed a population census, begun the reconstruction of the Arrow Tower, and devised a plan for tidying up the territory's sanitation, all while acquiring the invaluable skills of a papermaker. Externally, they had explored several kilometers around, uncovering a potential threat, while also capturing over a dozen magical beasts. That evening, Loren hosted a bonfire feast within the manor, presenting the captured magical beasts as rewards to the army and the hired employees from the town hall. Everyone feasted heartily, their mouths glistening with grease, exclaiming their delight. Particularly, those who had been mere slaves the day prior were filled with exuberance, some even with tears in their eyes from excitement. They breathed in the air of newfound freedom, receiving respect and savoring the luxurious meat of magical beasts, a life they had only dared to dream of. In comparison to their previous lives as slaves, this was paradise. All hail Lord Loren! In an instant, the loyalty of these newly elevated third-class residents surged dramatically, and Loren's status in their hearts reached unprecedented heights. As the festivities concluded, many felt a burgeoning sense of closeness to the city of Radiant Moon. An inkling of belonging began to blossom within them. After relishing a feast of magical beast roasted meat, the residents returned to their abodes, immediately boasting about the night's culinary delights. They described the bonfire banquet as a rare, celestial feast, while continuously extolling the virtues of their magnificent lord. The unselected residents watched with envy, their eyes turning red with jealousy. Those lucky devils! You merely had good fortune. Our great lord will choose us soon enough. A fervent desire ignited within them. They too wished to shed their despicable slave identities and attain the noble status of third-class residents. The once lifeless slave populace, through a day filled with stimulating experiences, found their despair dissipating significantly. In its place emerged a spirited community brimming with anticipation for the future. Under Loren's stewardship, the city of Radiant Moon gradually began to find its footing. Setting sail. Chapter 47. The city of Radiant Moon finds its course. You dog-headed creatures have spent 3 centuries in vain, unable to create a map as precise as this. Sim, a barbarian-like illiterate, was utterly taken aback by the chaotic symbols above him. He genuinely believed they were words, and in his indignation, he found himself at a loss for words, ultimately erupting in frustration. You fool! If it weren't for the dog-headed ones paving the way, would you have been able to search such a vast area? My lord, it is the dog-headed creatures who are the true heroes of this endeavor, Ace exclaimed in anger. You idiots rolling in the muck. This was discovered by the barbarians. Without you, the barbarians would have uncovered it just the same. Nonsense. Loren set down the map, observing the 2 blundering fools bickering with exasperation. Typically, Ace, as the chieftain of the barbarians, was quite astute, speaking little and acting reliably. Yet whenever he was paired with Sim, this flamboyant dog-headed creature, his intelligence seemed to plummet, provoking each other incessantly. The 2 appeared destined to never see eye to eye. Silence. If you continue to argue, both of you will be tasked with cleaning the horse manure in the stable. The 2, caught in their verbal skirmish, immediately fell silent, exchanging furious glares before refraining from further speech. Loren pointed to a circle on the map and inquired, "Ace, what does this symbol signify?" Ace lowered his gaze, and upon recognizing it, he smirked. "My lord Loren, this denotes a forest where edible fruits can be found. Did he truly replace fruits with a mere circle? Is that how it works?" Loren's lips twitched in irritation as he pointed to a cross and asked, "And this? That represents a muddy area. Quite difficult to traverse. Avoid this path in the future. Loren, what about this cow's backside?" "My lord Loren, that is a face. That's obvious. What does it represent?" "Here, traces of wild boars were discovered. Their faces are particularly plump. Hence the face symbol." Once Loren grasped the meanings of these symbols, he could not help but feel a profound sense of dismay. In the future, he vowed never to let the barbarians engage in such tasks again. "Ariel, have someone literate take charge of map-making. Regardless of their ability, at the very least, let them refrain from using circles and crosses, and instead present something comprehensible to the living." Ariel stifled a chuckle behind her hand. Soon, a literate resident with a modicum of artistic skill was honored with the role of cartographer. The newly appointed cartographer spent approximately 2 hours meticulously redrawing Ace's masterpiece, occasionally asking for detailed geographical information. Ultimately, a map that could barely be deemed acceptable was painstakingly produced. Loren had the first map of the city of Radiant Moon displayed in the hall for easy reference. That IT may have been unsightly, but in the dark, it was passable. By the time everything was completed, the sky had gradually darkened. Loren was in high spirits. His first day back in the territory had proceeded rather smoothly. Internally, the town hall had commenced operations, completing a population census, initiating the renovation of the Arrow Towers, and implementing a plan to improve territorial sanitation, all while securing a precious paper-making craftsman. Externally, they had explored a few kilometers around the area, identifying a potential threat while also capturing over 10 magical beasts. That evening, Loren hosted a bonfire feast at the manor, presenting all 10 magical beasts as rewards to the army and hired workers from the town hall. Everyone feasted with abandon, savoring the rich flavors. Especially those who had been lowly slaves just a day prior felt exhilarated, with some even having tears of joy in their eyes. They inhaled the unprecedented air of freedom, receiving respect and indulging in the luxurious meat of magical beasts, a life they had only dreamed of. Compared to their former existence as slaves, this was paradise. Praise Lord Loren. In an instant, the loyalty of these newly elevated third-class residents soared, and Loren's standing in their eyes reached unparalleled heights. As the festivities drew to a close, many felt a burgeoning sense of closeness to the city of Radiant Moon, almost as if it were their own home. Upon returning to their respective abodes after enjoying a meal of roasted magical beasts, they immediately began to boast about the evening's exquisite food and drink, describing the bonfire gathering as a rare feast from the heavens, while also extolling the greatness of their illustrious lord. Those not selected felt envy seeping into their eyes. "Damn it, you were just lucky. The great lord will surely choose us eventually." A fierce desire ignited within them. They too wished to shed their lowly status as slaves and attain the esteemed rank of third-class residents. The once lifeless slave population, after a day filled with such stimulating experiences, found their despair quietly dissipating by half. In its place emerged a group of residents brimming with anticipation and vigor for the future. Under Loren's stewardship, the city of Radiant Moon began to steadily find its course, setting sail.